Good morning, everyone. It's February 12th, and we're about to start our planning board meeting. But before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge the passing this week of Mary Wells Harley. Mary was a Montgomery Planning Board member from 2009 to 2017, serving as vice chair for most of that period. She was the first African-American woman to be a member of this board. Mary was a distinguished and respected public servant who spent more than 40 years with the commission. Her decades of dedication to enhancing quality of life touched so many of us across Montgomery and Prince George's County. Before serving on the board, she was the director of the Prince George's County Department of Parks and Recreation. There, she championed programs that ensured all families, regardless of background, could fully participate in community life. Montgomery Parks honored her commitment to community by starting the Dream Camp Scholarship that bears her name. It's a community-powered effort to make sure every child in Montgomery County gets the chance to discover, grow, and feel the magic of summer camp. On behalf of all planning board members, past and present, I send my deepest condolences to Mary's family and friends, and we thank her for making the Bi-County region a great place to be. Thank you, Mary. Now we'll start the technical part of our board meeting this morning. So the first item is adoption of resolutions. We have 3 this morning. Commissioner Bartley, you can't vote on these 3, okay? The first is Seneca Meadows Preliminary Plan Amendment. The second is Seneca Meadows Site Plan Amendment. And the third is Seneca Meadows Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval of these 3?
I'll move to approve the 3 resolutions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 401. And the second one, all the board members can vote on. It's the Cloverly Park Local Park ADA Assessment Improvements Water Quality Plan. Do I have a motion for approval of this resolution?
I'll move to approve the resolution.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Our next, we have one record plat this morning. It's subdivision plat number 2, 2025-0740 Butler Farm. Do I have a motion for approval of this record plat?
Move to approve the record plat.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The next, we have one regulatory extension this morning. It's Mahan Village Preliminary Plan Regulatory Extension Request number 3. Do I have a motion for approval of this regulatory extension request?
Yeah, move to approve the regulatory extension request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. And next, we have our roundtable discussion. Director Sartori will present it this morning.
While they're getting set, I just wanted to just add something for Mary. I do miss you. Mary was my mentor. And she was my friend. I talked to her like about a month ago or so. She was a person that everybody, her not being here is totally felt with all those people that they knew her. An incredible person and a beautiful person from in and out. I will miss you dearly, Mary.
Yeah, thank you for those kind remarks. Yeah.
Thank you. For the record, Jason Sartori, Montgomery County Planning Director, and I just want to thank both of you for those comments. Mary Wells Hartley was really the friend of everyone in the commission, and she a lifetime of contributions to Montgomery County and Prince George's County, and the region, and her contributions are going to be felt for a long, long time, but she'll be missed just as long. So, thank you for those words. I did want to, we have a number of items that we're going to go through today for my director's report, and pleased to be here as always. And we're going to begin with a look ahead, talk about a great new blog post that we have on the Third Place blog. And then I'm going to turn it over to my friends here from Research and Strategic Projects, Ben Kraft and Nick Holtz come to talk about the quarterly economic indicators that they recently reported along with the Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation to the County Council. And then I'll come back for one quick personnel update. So in terms of what we have coming up at the County Council, we have a number of items. Just yesterday, we had our second work session with the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee at the Council on the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. We have our last one, our third and final work session with the committee next Monday the 23rd. So not next Monday. We have off next Monday, and the Council's on recess next Monday. So the 23rd. And then on the 24th, the full council will be getting a briefing from our historic preservation team on the Rosebud House. That will be have its PHP, you see at the bottom there, its PHP work session in March. And then we have a number of ZTAs that will be going to the PHP committee, some that you've already seen, some that you have not yet seen, that you will be seeing today or very soon. And then on March 10th, we have the semi-annual presentation that we give twice a year along with the Parks Department and Chair Harris. So I did want to mention to the Planning Board and to our home viewing audience that we have a great new blog up featuring Chair Artie Harris. And Montgomery County, as you know, we're celebrating Black History Month, and we're doing it here in the Planning Department by sharing the voices, the journeys, and the impact of our Black leaders. And so this post, I'll tell you, it is a great read about the chair's life and career and gives you some insight into what inspires him and drives him to increase housing opportunities for everyone here in Montgomery County. So I encourage all of you to go out and read it. It's also got a number of great photos of young Chair Harris that are just outstanding. And I want to thank the chair and our Communications and Engagement Division for their work on this blog. And I also want to note that we will have another blog post later this month, which I'll highlight in 2 weeks when I'm back before you again, featuring Commissioner Bartley. So thank you both for contributing in this way and helping tell your stories to share just some of the great leadership that we have here in the county and also in recognition of Black History Month. So thank you. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Ben and Nick. I did tease out a couple of statistics that they'll do a little bit deeper dive on a broader set of indicators here, but I did a couple weeks ago give you some indication of some of the stuff that you're going to see today. So this is always revealing and exciting. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to you guys.
That's fine. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Director Sartori. So yeah, for the record, Ben Kraft with Research and Strategic Projects. We are here to present our quarterly economics indicators report, which we, which we produce jointly with the Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation. And this is a combination of actually two issues, the second quarter and the third quarter of 2025. That's generally where the data will reflect. We presented this last week with MCEDC to the County Council's Economic Development Committee. So we're kind of redoing that or doing another one here for you all. It's going to be a little bit abridged, just to kind of hit some of the more important planning related topics. But just to go over some of the main top line, we always try to summarize the main quarter to quarter changes that happened. So this is from the most recent edition, the third quarter 2025. And we can see that the unemployment rate did increase from over, it's a fairly large increase, but still the unemployment rate is not at any sort of really problematic point at 4.2%. We'll talk a little bit more about the components of that a little bit later in this. The venture capital we did have a good quarter of raising venture capital. There have been some interesting deals made. Again, we won't go over that. That's more of MCEDC's kind of their wheelhouse, so they can always speak more about that if needed. I think the active listings, that's for residential for sale real estate. I think that's one of the more interesting things, metrics that came out, because that was quite a jump over the previous year's third quarter. So, and again, I'll dive into that a little bit more. The office vacancy rate is still quite high, steadily rising. We're not alone in that, and it's going to take some time to work through a lot of that vacancy. The median home price really, it's up a little bit, but not that much. And so I think probably if you'd kind of adjust, I don't think that's adjusted. If you look at that in real terms, it probably has basically stayed the same from year to year. And then of course, one of the biggest, most impactful economic news or circumstances to hit the region has been the federal job cuts that happened really throughout 2025. And we all know either ourselves or know people who were affected and are still feeling the effects. Yeah. So I don't really need to. There's the numbers say one thing, but obviously we've got plenty of personal experience to make that felt. So just diving a little bit more into the labor force and employment numbers. If you remember, one of the big challenges that we had coming out of the pandemic was actually that we didn't have enough labor force to really fill the jobs that were available. We had just lost a lot of labor force and it didn't come back. We were very slow. Montgomery County was very slow to regain that labor force. And in fact, we still have not recovered the labor force numbers that we had from prior to the pandemic. But what's happened since then, because of slow, really not much general job growth at all, and then of course the federal cuts, our unemployment rate has risen to over 4% when without really the corresponding rise in labor force. So that's just kind of a slow job growth and a job loss phenomenon. Maryland, Montgomery County is kind of in line. This is from September 2025, so this is a bit of a lag in the unemployment data. I think the national unemployment was just released yesterday and is about, I think it's 4.3 nationally. So Montgomery County, Maryland, even with the steep federal job losses, is still kind of right around the national average of unemployment. So we'll just have to continue to monitor that.
Can I ask one question on the labor force? So this basically reflects people like actively seeking work, and so a decrease in that could be people either leaving the county, or it could be people not actively seeking work for a period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. The labor force is, if you are, I think the easiest way is like what's not counted. So if you're retired, you're not in the labor force. If you're a stay-at-home parent, you're not in the labor force. And if you don't live in the county, if you've left, then you're not in our local labor force statistics. So that's basically what that is. That's why that number is going to be larger than the unemployed. If you're in the labor force, if you don't have a job but you're in the labor force, then you will be unemployed. They'll be considered unemployed. Yeah.
So, because I had the same sort of question, but the reduction, does it mean that people have retired or they have moved? These two are very important, because if they're retired, they have aging community that they're not, or they decided not to work for another reason. But if they have moved, it's something that we have to be concerned. Do we know what is that?
I think it's both.
It's both, okay.
Yeah.
But
we
don't know
We've
the
had a lot of
correlate.
people leave. We've had a lot of net migration out, and we're like many places we are an aging county. So I think those are the two major components to why we're losing. The labor force numbers haven't rebounded. Yeah. And so just to dive more into that, of course, the federal job losses. So if you want to pay, I guess, closest attention to the second bar on both of these charts, the second from the top, which is the Frederick, Gaithersburg, Bethesda Metropolitan Division, and that is just Frederick County and Montgomery County. These two counties together lost about 9,900 federal jobs from January to November of 2025, and which is just on its own, obviously a lot of jobs. And even though it's not quite as much in the absolute sense as the corresponding metropolitan division over in Arlington, Alexandria, Reston, which is a handful of Northern Virginia counties. It's actually a bigger overall area and geography and population than our metropolitan division. But so as a rate, as a percentage, the Frederick and Montgomery metropolitan division had a really large percentage drop in federal jobs, over 18%. So again, I don't think we need to dwell too much on that, other than it's really challenging for our economy and for our families, and it'll take a while to get through that. I wanted to put a little plug in here for WorkSource Montgomery. They were when we presented to the Economic Development Committee back a week ago, they were there presenting a lot of their metrics and a lot of their programs, and said they'd be happy to come here if that's ever of interest. So I just wanted to add one of their slides showing here that the number of unemployed persons per job opening is still at a kind of low rate, especially if you compare it to those years coming out of the Great Recession, but does seem to be ticking up a bit. And that's what they do, is helping those people get back into jobs. So switching, we're kind of moving quickly through a lot of topics here, but one of the things we highlighted, we've actually been looking at this satellite and advanced communication industry for a few issues of the economic indicators. I think we've talked about it here in the past, but this is it's one of the industries that Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation is considering a key industry and are really starting to work on attracting. And this is, of course, it's the Hughes, it's the Viasat. It all comes out of the legacy of ComSat in our county, and it's not not as big as the life sciences industry, but it's which is because it's also just not as large of an industry overall nationally. But we've got a very large, in relative terms, cluster and a large concentration relative to any of these clusters of this industry nationally. So we're pretty competitive in this. And it is something that we have thought about in our plans and economic development strategies of trying to cultivate. Now, I will say if you look at the change since pre-pandemic, since Q1 2019, the industry has been shrinking, and so we have to be cautious about that. You don't want to build up a dying industry. I've tried to look into this. I can't find any real great information about exactly why that might be. My personal theory, which I don't think is fully based in data, though, is that a lot of it had to do with the commercial cable TV satellite industry, which is kind of going away along with just regular cable TV. And there's just kind of the shifting what a lot of the firms in this industry are doing here is really, I think a lot of it's defense related. It's more cutting edge technology that will be the technologies of the future, involving space, a lot of activity going on in space, and a lot of things like internet connectivity via space, via satellite. So I think it's what we've got going on is much more on the technological frontier than kind of like the cable satellite technology. And we have seen that our industry, our satellite and advanced communication industry, has grown quite a bit, at least over the last year. So what's related to that, and part of that is manufacturing. So not all of the satellite and advanced communication establishments are engaged in manufacturing, but a lot of them are. And this is something that I know has come up in the Germantown and Clarksburg plans, where, and I think it's just, there's been some renewed, actually I shouldn't even say renewed, it's just for the first time, really, the county is starting to take manufacturing seriously. We are seeing a bit more biomanufacturing, which is the specialized life science manufacturing when you're dealing with like large molecules and have very specific ways that the manufacturing has to take place. So it's an advanced, high wage, high knowledge, and high skill industry, which we're seeing a little bit of that. We're seeing our peers and competitors in Philadelphia and the Research Triangle area are seeing that type of activity increase. And the same goes for the satellite and advanced communications industry. We also have related industries like drones and autonomous vehicles. We've got some of that going on in the county, and so there's a presence of this, and I think it's a unique kind of manufacturing. It's obviously not, we're not talking about large smokestacks and loud, dirty types of manufacturing. A lot of this is smaller, more precise. Sometimes it may be prototyping, proof of concept type of manufacturing, where these firms need space to be flexible. They need to be able to experiment with things, test some things out, and do research and development in conjunction with manufacturing. And so that is a trend that we're seeing. Now, of course, from economic and planning perspective, this has a lot of implications. The one is that it's slightly remote work proof. You're dealing with physical things. In a lot of cases, you have to be there. But also it requires the kind of space that we don't necessarily have a lot of in the county. And so as you can see in this map, the heart of this, and it's the best attempt to look at establishments that are actually doing manufacturing. A lot of times you'll get something like a Lockheed that they definitely manufacture things, although what we have here is mostly kind of like corporate functions for them. But this is looking at establishments that are, we think, making things on their facilities, and really the heart of that is in Germantown and Clarksburg. And that is because those are the places that have had the land and the parcels that are really large enough to house what are often very large facilities. We're talking about minimum of 100,000 square feet, probably large one-story type of buildings, which is difficult from a land use and urbanism perspective, but it is the type of facility that these places are looking for. And we've got a couple projects that we're working on. We're looking at, we're doing an inventory along with our partners at MCEDC and Rockville and Gaithersburg at trying to really inventory what kind of sites do we have that are suitable for this. And our first version of that is we want to get it to MCEDC as soon as possible so they can look at it and start marketing. But we also want to know, what do we need to do as a planning agency, as the county, to get some of these sites ready and more attractive for this kind of industry, and also how to work with them in our master plans. So that's just some things we have going along with that with that kind of initiative and that type of economic development. So moving on to real estate, a lot of our real estate metrics have really been a bit flat over from Q3 2024 to Q3 2025. Of course, I just talked about how important industrial is, and here the one large drop in rents we have is in the industrial sector. I think these are really broad, high level. This is capturing all kinds of buildings in here. I think what's dropping in the industrial sector is probably our older, obsolete buildings that may be pulling the average down. I know that these newer flex spaces that we're talking about are not going to be renting at that low of a rate. Of course, as we mentioned, the office vacancy is still high. There's plenty of things going on to try to work through that vacant space. And again, we're not necessarily alone. I mean, every place that has office is really struggling with high office vacancy, and some places are still higher than us. This is just going to be a problem that's going to take some time to work through. So we're moving into residential. Director Sartori, I know, presented some of these statistics a couple weeks ago, so I don't want to get too involved in that, or go too deeply into repeating what he had said. But just a couple, if maybe just to kind of add a little bit of extra analysis to some of them. I think when looking at this table, and this is just for sale housing, one of the things that I think is noteworthy here is that if you look on the right side for the percent change for the prices, all of the sold prices for each of the different types of homes, it's pretty flat. And again, if you look at, I mean, these are not adjusted for inflation. So if you look at the real changes, the adjusted for inflation changes, you might even see a decrease in a lot of these. And indeed, with attached homes, there is an actual nominal decrease in prices. So this, again, this is good, depending on where you sit, whether you're a homeowner or looking to be a homeowner, you might think about these numbers a little differently, but I think from an overall economic and sort of like well-being perspective, we do want to see at least stabilization in housing prices, so that's a good thing. And I think that the other part that jumps out when you look at this stabilization of prices is the large increase, as we said earlier, in active listings. Now, it could be that that is creating some slack in the market and giving a little bit more leverage to buyers. Again, it's early to see, it's kind of too early to say just exactly what's going on there, but it does seem like that could be happening a little bit. And so we'll have to just wait for more data to see if that indeed is as an effect. And of course, the slow economy and the lots of job losses during this period could also have something to do with that. So for the multifamily, mostly apartment rentals, we have similar, probably essentially rents are flat. Vacancy even ticked up a little bit. And one of the things I want to note with this is with the average effective gross rent per unit, in the third quarter of 2025, it was $2,100. And this is the average of all. I mean, this could be studios, this could be 3 bedrooms. It's just the big average. And but still, if you take the average, it's certainly not cheap. $2,100 you're spending over almost $25,000 a year after taxes on rent. That's not cheap for anyone, but it is it's actually lower than what the Housing Community Affairs guidelines for based on area median income. It's actually lower than what a 60% area median income family of 3 would be capped at. So I do think it's worth noting that our rents, while I don't want to say that they're low, but kind of in a relative sense, and when you're thinking about how the real estate market works, they're low. They're not. It's hard to build in that environment, and I think even though while our instinct, I think correctly, is to really look at affordable housing and want to get as much affordable housing as we can. And there's the affordable housing that we do has benefits because it's kind of guaranteed and it's monitored. But in a lot of cases, based on this statistic, renters can go out and basically get the same rent that we're offering for a lot of our affordable programs in the regular market. So that's something to be cognizant of as we think about affordable housing.
And has the rent control had any effect on this? Average, keep the average. Have you checked that to see that if the rent control actually helps to bring the average down?
I don't think. I think that there's a kind of a complex. There may be some sort of causal chain going on there, but I don't think it's direct. I mean, I think if I were to say what's the reason for the low average, I think it's just kind of slow, again, the slow job growth in the county, just weak demand. And so there is a housing crisis. You know, I don't want to make light of that, but it's much more localized than I think we often talk about it. You know, there's areas that actually have very high rents, typically in the southwestern portions of the county and a few other specific places. A lot of the county is actually below this. And I think that's what, there's just places in the county that just don't have the demand for people to live in that some of the other places do. So I think really that there's that disparity that I think is really driving the low rents. And it could be that, you know, if something like rent stabilization is kind of casting a pall on the whole real estate market, then sure, then that's going to have some effect on just overall, it's just going to kind of slow down the market. But I think for the most part, it's really just that we've got a very disparate real estate market. Some places have really high demand and some places just really don't. And I think we just need to take that into account as we do our plans and think about where we want affordable housing and where we really want to push on affordability versus where not.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because you know, obviously it's good that countywide it's flat. I'm good in the general sense, and it's hard to sort of parse out exactly why that may be the case right now. But yeah, the geographic differences I think are one of the key things here, and certainly in places where there's more amenities closer to transit, like the places you mentioned, and other places too. You know, this number is going to look very different, and it's going to impact. You know, who can obviously afford to live there. And so I think this reflects that, yeah, people do get pushed out further and further to find more affordability because that's where the affordability is for all the reasons that you kind of alluded to. So yeah, a lot of work to be done and kind of in key areas still.
And one of the things I wonder if it could also be saying that incomes are going up. Right now, incomes are going up faster than inflation. So really maybe, and if that's the case, things are, at least rental housing may be more affordable, right? But if incomes weren't going up or rents were going up faster than incomes, then the opposite would happen. But this is all great information to have. Thank you.
Yeah, it is true that incomes have been going up faster, and that's when you look at the area median income, that will, if incomes are rising, then that'll kind of raise the rent caps that what we expect somebody to be paying at a certain percentage of area median income.
But at the same, just quickly at the same time, it sort of depends, like the distribution of income has, may, like the rising income may, and I think often is kind of toward the higher end, and which it affects all the downstream effects from that, including, how AMI is determined and the percentages based off of that, even if a lot of people sort of their incomes in the middle and lower end aren't changing as much. It's just, the way that the formulas work and kind of the impacts on households that are not as affluent.
The one for AMI, that's area median income. So that actually, it's not going to be really so much affected by the changes at the high end because it's based on the median. So that's just for that. But like in a larger sense, yes, there's the way that the distribution changes is going to be.
And not to put in a plug for my current day job, but the unit-based affordable housing is one thing. When we do a tax credit deal or something like that, for the voucher recipients and things like that, it's a different dynamic when you're looking at your gap between what you can pay, what your voucher covers, and what is covered by the resident. So there's that. There are unit-based affordable housing issues, and then there are also a large set of voucher recipients, both in project-based and tenant-based vouchers that are operating within a market that is. We're not getting any more money for vouchers than we were before COVID, and the difference between 24 and 25 is one thing. The difference between 2019 and 2025 is something entirely different from what we're seeing, particularly in as you're talking about high amenity places where people want to live, where we're not able to cover the voucher is not able to cover the difference between what they're able to pay and what is available on the market in high value places. So they are, to an extent, being pushed further and further away from where we are. So there's a second separate set of that, which is really less relevant at the moment, but it is there.
Yeah, and so, I mean, affordable housing, there's so many different types of affordable housing and different ways to fund it. And just the housing market is so vast and diverse that there's always going to be certain people affected in different ways. This is like very, very high level look at that. But you know, going on to this chart, which I am sure that you've probably seen, I think Director Sartori showed a version of it. I think one of the things, just to go back to the rent slide and how this, the average rents and how that affects it, it's hard to build multifamily when the rents are low. You know, that's just the way, that's probably affecting this in some ways, that it just, you know, the developers are finding that they can't, that it's just too risky. Their projects are not penciling out in a lot of the county. And I know that you've heard that. I know that we've heard that in certain portions, that rather than build a multifamily, they'd rather do townhomes. And that's an effect of having, partly due to having fairly low rents in a lot of the county. Now this chart just shows, again, that we've had this real slowdown, really have had almost no multifamily permitting activity since about the end of the third quarter of 2024. And I think Director Sartori talked about the differences between how we permit multifamily, what counts as multifamily. But for all intents and purposes, we just haven't had traditional, conventionally financed rental apartment buildings being permitted. And those are what really has been the bulk of our new housing since about 2010. And that's what we're seeing not permitted. And then that last line where it does look like there's an uptick were housing projects that were, so this is the fourth quarter of 2025, those are housing projects that were financed through various subsidies and programs. So basically that somebody else has to pay for them. So it's not really a reflection of the actual private market. So that's the kind of main takeaway.
What was that picture of the building? It's beautiful. Do you know?
I don't know
Is
what
that in
that picture
Montgomery
is.
County?
I can ask if I don't know if it's stock or if it's
It's
from our,
really nice looking
It
architecturally.
looks
I
familiar,
I'll
but I
ask
don't know
MC
what it
to see
is.
what it is.
Can I ask a quick question? We do hear this thing about townhomes very often. Like, we're switching to townhomes pencil out better, yada, 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 yada. But the data doesn't show this. The data shows less townhomes year over year and quarter over quarter than we had the previous years, even before the control. And I understand we're running through the I don't know, the snake is swallowing, it's going through, like there's a thing. But we're not, I'm waiting to see that pop up, and I'm not seeing that pop. Like, we're not seeing that, like, we're seeing more townhome projects, but we're not seeing a quarter over quarter, year over year increase in the actual amount of time. That's a larger percentage, obviously, of what we're getting, but we're not seeing an actual, there's some oddly seasonality to the data that I'd be interested in taking a close look at. But we're not seeing this in the data. Like, we're hearing it a whole bunch, but we're not seeing it so far. Are we expecting that to come? Are we expecting it to pop out at some point? Like, where are the townhomes that we're supposed to be getting?
I mean,
Well, I would say, I think a big part of it is that timing, because
Yeah.
this is residential building permits.
Yeah.
So an approval that you might do
We see, and it's
today,
going through, yeah.
it might be a year or two before they actually go and get their building permits. And
Yeah.
so, and if you do look at it, I mean, those are, obviously, it is a much larger share of what is actually going forward there.
But that's a difference in the multifamily. It's not a difference in the
Right.
percentage of the townhomes, and we're still, even there, we're seeing, I think, maybe Q2 and Q3, if I'm looking at it correctly. You know, within the margin of error, maybe for Q3, and then it's lower in Q4 2025 than it was. I mean, we're hearing about how we're switching to townhomes, we're not seeing it. And like I said, I know some of that's that it comes through the process, but we're still not getting a lot of that coming out.
We'll keep monitoring that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question? Because I know that single family could be built by right. Do we have any kind of townhomes or duplexes that could be built by right? Do we have that?
In a few of our zones, they don't exist in many places across the county. Most of them are available through the optional method of development,
So they have to come in front of the planning board.
in most cases.
Maybe, I don't know if you're looking, because I know we were looking at some duplexes and triplexes to be by right. It's something that I think we should think about to do.
Yeah.
We're gonna
We've
move
thought
on.
about it.
We're going to move on. We have a few more slides, and we don't want to take up too
Okay.
much of your time here. So
We're just about, and this is just so that obviously Montgomery County has, it's been tough for multifamily overall. Montgomery County has been, it's been tougher than even in our neighbors. It does seem that we're lagging behind them with multifamily over the last year or so, at least. And now I'm going to hand it over to Nick to talk about the office building vacancy dashboard that he's been working on.
Thanks, Ben. For the record, Nick Holdscombe, Research and Strategic Projects. Good morning, Planning Board. Hope you're all well. So yeah, on the back of this quarterly indicator briefing, they like to put in something spicy, and I guess this web map is the saffron this quarter, if you will. So many of you may have seen this, I hope so. If not, it's an introduction to you. But several months ago, I think in fall, late fall, we were asked to map sort of the largest vacant office buildings. So we looked at office space greater than 3,000 square feet with a vacancy rate greater than 50%. And we mapped it, and we made a big dashboard where you can do all kinds of fun things. We also incorporated the zoning, so you can see what the property zoning is sitting on, as well as the transportation policy area, which sort of leads to the level of effort for redevelopment regarding infrastructure, schools, and all that stuff. These are kind of just dummy slides. There's a link. I invite you to look at it. For the sake of time, I'm not going to do a demo because I think I've done one before, or you guys have seen this. But it's updated, current December 2025, as it says there. This is just another random slide. It's a pretty powerful web map. It's pretty effective. And the purpose of the map is to help planners, policymakers, and the public visualize the distribution of highly vacant space across the county. We know that people in the real estate industry have access to this kind of vacancy data. Sidebar, this data is created from the SSTAT, Parcel File State Department of Assessment and Taxation, our tax roll, and merged with CoStar real estate data. So, you know, the real estate community has access to this kind of vacancy data, and we wanted to make it accessible to policymakers and the community so that they can see patterns, things like sort of a general distribution, no incredible consolidation. But if we drill down a little more, we see older, larger, more poorly situated spaces. And with that, that's pretty much it. We're going to keep this web map going, updating it on a 6-month or annual basis. You know, things move fairly glacially. But yeah, so looking forward, and we'll obviously always keep you guys posted when there are updates. And if you guys have any questions or comments now or in future, please reach out. We're always here. And with that, I thank you for your time and turn it back to Director Sartori.
I do have a question about the office building vacancy dashboard.
Sure.
How can we use this information to best meet the needs of the community, especially with regards to our push for housing?
I mean, that's an excellent question, and it's something that we've been working on for quite a while. The idea of office to residential, I think, is what you're getting towards. We have, you know, we know a lot of things anecdotally, and we've done a lot of crunching. We know what types of buildings are more successful for the conversion and what are not. And we know sort of like locationally where things are more successful and where they're not. And that's actually something that we've been talking about in research to sort of drill a little bit deeper and come up with sort of a conversation that can be had, like a small report or something like that can be had just to sort of codify some of our findings, both from, you know, sort of like a regional literature review and also just what we know as sort of data experts in the county.
I would say it gives us an indication of where future conversion plans may come through. And you just approved the first one 2 weeks ago. I will say that that is among our options for expedited approval plans. That has been the one that we've seen the most interest in, and it's the newest one. We have several others that are currently going through, we're going through discussions with potential applicants or are already starting the process. So you're going to see more of those. This might be able to give us a sense of where some of those in the future might be coming in. I did want to thank Nick for adding the spice. If I just close out by announcing one personnel update. We wanted to congratulate Ariel Zelaya, who has accepted a position as Assistant Division Chief for Forest and Horticulture at the Prince George's Parks and Recreation Department. Ariel was a regulatory planner with the Environment and Climate Division here at the Planning Department, and we wish him all the best in his exciting new chapter, and we're happy that he's staying with the commission. So with that, if there are any other questions, we're happy to answer them. Otherwise, we're ready to turn it over to your next item.
Yeah, this is an excellent presentation on economic indicators. I love to talk more about it, but we have to move on. But I want to say that, yes, love seeing the office vacancy dashboard, and we're looking forward to learning more about when you finish your inventory of you know, like potential manufacturing sites, or yeah, that would be great as we plan for where we want businesses to go in the county. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Any other comments or questions from the board? All right, thank you. And we're just going to take a 1-minute break and start with our next item so we can get back on schedule here, which is the item number 5, Parks Department Fiscal Year 2732 Capital Improvement Program response to the county executive's recommended capital improvement program. Thank you. Good morning. We're back, and on item number 5, the Parks Department fiscal year 2732 capital improvement program response to the county executive's recommended fiscal year 2732 capital improvement program, where staff is recommending that we approve staff's response and send the recommendations, transmit the recommendations back to the county executive and the county council. So this morning, we have Ron Peel presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Ron Peel, the CIP Budget Manager for Montgomery Parks, and I'm joined today by Andy Frank, our PED Division Manager, or Division Chief, I should say, and on my right, Patrick Awaso Sial, who is our CIP Assistant Manager. So first of all, let me thank you for the opportunity to allow us to speak before the board today to talk about our CIP. This is the sort of a pivotal stage in the process of our CIP development process, by which we get an opportunity to sort of respond to what the county executive has released and recommended in his CIP. But today's objective, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, is really to sort of brief the board on what is in the, essentially what is in the county executive's recommended CIP, including an affordability PDF, and also to request the board's approval of restoration of funding for consideration to transmit to the county council. So back in November, we transmitted to the county executive and the county council November the 1st, as statutorily required. The planning board adopted CIP, which totaled about $294 million. As part of the process, I think we also briefed the board at some point on the council's approval of an increase in SAG for GO bonds by $20 million a year. And during the, after our submission, during the review by OMB, where we sort of work with them and do give and take, do technical adjustments and sort of working behind the scenes, there was no indication of any change from OMB to our adopted CIP, which leads us up to the January 15th date, which is the county executive's official release of his CIP. And what that revealed to us is he included an affordability PDF, which essentially proposes reductions to our CIP by about $11.2 million, 6.4 of which is GO bonds, and 4.8 of which is current revenue general funds. And as you can see, we have an asterisk there to just emphasize that this fully eliminates all of the requested increases that we had in the adopted CIP, the planning board adopted CIP.
I'm just wondering, are we the only agency that we fully eliminate our funding? I'm just curious. Or is it that it was a common happening for other agencies as well?
Full elimination, I'm not entirely sure, but I think there were other affordability measures across the board, but we can check on that and inform the board.
This is Andy Frank, Division Chief for PDD. There was a wide range of how different agencies, the response to them. There were some within the executive branch, Department of Rec, which actually was lower. But there was also the massive increase that occurred with schools. So it was a very mixed bag, but it was notable that it was a fairly clean change.
Yeah, that's a point that I think is important to emphasize here. It wasn't as though there was a number that was selected for us to meet in the PDF. I don't know, let's just pick a number, 10 million. Montgomery Parks, you need to find $10 million. It was very precisely our requested increase. Yeah.
Okay. So again, So essentially what staff is recommending today is that we restore those funds back to our adopted CIP. Because it, again, emphasizing it totally wipes out all of the increases that we had requested. And except for an incidental, like $187,000 GO bond increase, which equates to about $31,000 over 6 years, which is really nothing. You can't really do anything with that. So it's really an incidental increase. And of course, it totally wipes out our current revenue increases, as previously mentioned. This slide here, we just wanted to emphasize a couple of the PDFs, which were really essential to what we were attempting to accomplish in our adopted CIP. This is where we had our GO bond increases targeted first with the important initiative on energy in our energy conservation non-local PDF to fund the planning board's solar initiative. And as you know, we've been before the board several times to kind of talk about this. And obviously, it was a point of emphasis in our CIP as a major project and program. So this reduction would essentially wipe out the increase that we have for that. And secondly, Wheaton Regional Park, as we all know, in our last CIP and carrying forward, this is a sort of a important 6-year investment that the board has previously adopted in the last CIP, and we've continued because we have a sort of a range of projects that we're attempting to do here based upon the master plan that was also previously adopted by the planning board. But the GO bond request that we had here was to essentially offset the decrease in POS funding, but it also was to continue with some of the other projects that sort of go before, the big project, the Action Sports Park, which we were, targeting about $12 million, in FY20 up to FY29 to accomplish that objective. And later in another slide, we'll kind of talk about some of the impacts. But it's kind of obvious just looking at these targeted increases that we had here, what we won't be able to accomplish, with these reductions. Thanks. The next two are the other two PDFs that are impacted by these cuts, and these are the current revenue reductions. First one being our PLAR non-local, and I think it's pretty obvious to us that this is sort of a mainstay in our CIP every year because it funds just about any and everything, but it really gets to the core of our infrastructure need. And we always talk about having an aging park system with many assets that we need to take care of. So taking a reduction here would really jeopardize that sort of investment in that plan. The next one down is the natural surface trails, which again is an important project. As you know, every year when or every other year when we're developing the CIP, and even in the off year, people always come and provide strong support for our trail system. And this reduction, again, sort of impacts that and sort of, puts that kind of like, pushes that priority a little further back than we would like it to be. So here's a slide where we want to kind of just highlight some of the impacts of these proposed reductions. So generally, we talk about, affecting our ability to implement an overall work program. When we developed the CIP, as you know, we've early on, prior to up to November the 1st, before we submit, we spend time with the board. We've done public hearings, we've done forums, and received a lot of input into these projects. And we landed on, a program that was eventually adopted by the planning board. But with these reductions, that puts that project, that whole effort kind of throws that a little off kilter. And it, you know, again, to the second point, it, you know, we have received significant support from residents, but here recently, there were 2 hearings earlier this week at the council where we had numerous residents come in and talk about, you know, and provide support and emphasize, you know, their support for these, you know, our program, our CIP. You know, we always say we think we have a world-class park system that obviously, because it's old, requires, you know, the kind of investments we are targeting and planning, and we think are quite strategic when we do this every other year, you know, to look at where we need to make those investments. So, I mean, these kind of cuts really kind of push us back a little bit and stymies our ability to carry forward with that. We talked about the Action Sports Park and the Wheaton Regional Park, but the point of emphasis here is that, and I think we previously said to the board, we were fortunate to receive about $5.5 million in state grants for this project. So with this reduction, it kind of jeopardizes that funding. And for obvious reasons, we don't want to lose that funding. That's a significant, you know, resource to help us to implement this project. And we had talked about previously the solar initiative, but the point of emphasis here is that if this puts at risk our ability to receive those tax credits for doing, you know, energy efficiency projects like solar, and we're really, really concerned about that. So with those things said, again, we're asking the board to approve our request to restore full funding to the adopted CIP so that we can formally submit a transmittal to the county executive and the county council.
Well, great. This is an easy request for me. You know, I'm sorry. No.
No, please go ahead.
No, yeah. This is. I'm in full support of restoring full funding to your requested budget. As you said, we maintain a 37,000-acre parks facility, and we have made some key commitments. We've gone out and gotten state funding for like this Action Sports Park, and we do not want to risk losing tax credits for the solar initiative. It's not just how we feel how solar is important to be more energy independent. But I just heard on the radio this morning where the governor is just like, you know, we as Maryland need to be more self-sufficient in producing our own energy. So between those two, and I'm in full support of restoring requesting restoring of the full funding. So any other questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I just, you know, fully agree that this makes complete sense to recommend restoring this. Honestly, I think we need to be frank, it's really disappointing that this happened. For all sorts of reasons, including what you mentioned, including that for Wheaton Action Sports Complex in particular, that's gone through so much planning, so much community input. There's so much excitement and enthusiasm around that. And to keep kicking it down the road for, you know, while we've sought out these other funding kind of to support it, it's like you all are doing your best to sort of package and layer together these different funding sources, but it keeps getting chipped away and sidetracked by these CIP decisions. And it's relative, you know, as we talked about sort of the total scale of the CIP, things like this are relatively marginal to the total CIP and the total increase to the CIP, and a huge benefit to the community, a huge benefit to the community. And then we look at the solar side, you could probably make an even stronger argument. We've requested $400,000 more a year to also get eligibility for the tax credits, which are sunsetting, unfortunately, in a couple years or whatever the time frame is there, with an enormous bang for the buck to potentially double our solar generation on parkland in the next 5 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the county has talked over and over about our clean energy goals. We have a climate action plan. And then decisions like these get made, and it's like, well, why are we not kind of achieving our goals? Why are we not moving the ball forward? Well, we can look at situations like this that continue to happen year after year, kind of every 2-year cycle. So I don't think that this is defensible. Removing our request, zeroing out a request is not defensible in any way. I think reducing it is also questionable. I strongly support fully funding and making a strong case back to council to fully restore it. You know, considering the enormous benefit to the community in all sorts of different directions.
No doubt that I'm fully in support of your request. Unfortunately, historically, Parks Department has been a very easy target to cut the CIP. That's nothing new. And to me, it looks like that by taking it zero, take everything out. Someone without thinking just took a pencil and said, we're going to just remove this without thinking that what is the impact, you know, in general, not to Park Department. It's not Parks Department. It's the community that it's going to receive the impact. So it's very unfortunate that we have to go through this exercise every other year, okay, but even on the off years, we still have to do that. But I know that you have a very good and robust staff with all the reasons that you brought. It makes so much sense, especially that you're going to lose other grants and other benefits that we have really had, in addition to the impact to the community. We know that Wheaton Regional Park, it has so much support that we want to do it. I 100% support you, have a plan to just fight it back. And hopefully we could get as much as possible back and get the project on board. I know you would. That has always, history has approved it. So we would prevail. So thank you.
I just, honestly, not much to add. I think Commissioner Linden and Petaway pretty much took the words right out of my mouth. There's the old, I think it's attributed to Yogi Berra, it's deja vu all over again. Like, we go through this every time. And it's getting, disappointing is a nice way to put it. And frustrating and rage-inducing is another way to put it. Because we go through this every time. Every time they come, every time they cut it, every time we go back, every time we do it again. And this is not a cut just to the Wheaton Park CIP. You have to add in that 5.5 matching, please. So you're making a cut, you're almost doubling the cut of what, you're coming at. It's frustrating to have to come back. This is not directed at y'all, by the way. Sorry, let's not shoot the messenger. But we're getting to a point where this is, it's hard not to take it personally on behalf of the Parks Department and the community. And to Commissioner Linden's point, we go through these plans, we're told what we need to do, we're told what our goals are, we're told what we're supposed to aim for, we aim for it, we do it, and then when the rubber meets the road, that's where they go to cut at it. If we're gonna go through this process and then not implement it, what's the point and why are we wasting our time here? So I fully support putting this back in and pushing back very hard so that maybe we don't have to do this all over again in a year or 2 years, 3 years, and the next time we're all here. So thanks for bringing this to us. I appreciate it. It's, as to Commissioner Petaway's point, somebody took a red line, pen through it for no good reason, and here we are all over again. So thanks a lot.
I'd like to add, I think the board is unanimous with regards to the support of our budget. I would say protect our parks because they perform. When I look at our parks, it's one of the institutions in our county that perform 24/7. Our health system, fire rescue, police, and the parks, because they're always available. And not only are they always available, they're gold medal winning parks that are the model for the rest of the state, if not the country. And constantly attacking it and reducing its budget when it's performing and meeting its goals and objectives is preposterous. And so I'm fully in support of restoring full funding. And again, we must protect our parks because they perform. Thanks.
You've heard us. So do I have a motion to approve the request to restore the full funding of the Planning Board adopted fiscal year 2732 CIP for transmittal to the county executive and the county council.
You guys have fully understand the subtleties of the arguments that we've made. No, but yes, I would like to move to approve staff response to the budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we'll just take another 1-minute break to do, and then start on item number 6, the 2025 North Bethesda Biennial Monitoring Report. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, the 2025 North Bethesda Biennial Monitoring Report, where staff is recommending that we transmit this report to the County Council and County Executive. And this morning, we have Audrey Vogel presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Audrey Vogel, Planner 3 with the West County Division. I'm here today to share the 2025 edition of the North Bethesda Biennial Monitoring Report. This report is prepared every 2 years since 2013 and summarizes progress made towards implementing the 2010 White Flint Sector Plan. I want to thank the planning, parks, and MCDOT staff that contributed to this report. So this morning I will share some background about the sector plan and give an overview of the report contents. Then I will share key updates in the 2025 report. I'll talk about our work with the North Bethesda Implementation Advisory Committee and some next steps following the report. The report covers the period of August 2023 through August 2025. In terms of geography, it covers the White Flint Special Taxing District, which is highlighted in the map before you. This includes the full extent of the 2010 plan area, which is shown within the dotted black line in the map. It also includes 3 sites in the 2018 White Flint 2 sector plan that are highlighted in the northwest side of the map, just outside of the dotted line. These 3 sites are subject to the 2010 plan staging and transportation plan, and transportation standards. So they're also part of the taxing district. The taxing district is situated along the 355 Rockville Pike corridor. The CSX tracks form the eastern boundary of the area, and key destinations and points of interest include Pike and Rose, the North Bethesda Metro Station, and the former White Flint Mall site. The 2010 White Flint Sector Plan aims to shift the suburban, auto-oriented plan area towards a walkable urban center. Recommendations aim to create a multimodal connected transportation network, and development is to be implemented through coordinated phasing and staging. This plan also establishes the monitoring framework that requires this biennial report. The 3-phase staging system intends to link new private development with the delivery of public infrastructure to ensure that as density increases, investment in transportation and public facilities keeps pace. Each phase has a series of infrastructure improvements, such as new roads, bikeways, parks, and transit investments that must be achieved to advance to the next phase, which opens more development capacity. Most of the plan's Phase 1 infrastructure requirements have been implemented or will be implemented in the near term. Staging capacity is tracked by phase through the staging allocation request process. Before building permits, a project must receive staging allocation approval from the planning board. As shown in the table on the screen, the amount of allocated development in the plan area is within the Phase 1 limits. And the planning board did not receive or issue any staging allocation requests during the period covered by this report. In the next slides, I will discuss the key highlights in the report, and you will find detailed sections in the report that cover development approvals, staging prerequisites, public facilities and amenities, mobility, the capital improvements program, advisory committee feedback, and recommendations. Starting with development, the map on the screen shows development approvals since the 2010 plan was adopted. The slide text highlights the projects that have specifically been approved during the reporting period of this monitoring report. Sketch plans are shown in pink, preliminary and site plans are in yellow, and mandatory referrals are blue. During the reporting period, there were 3 sketch plan amendments, a site and preliminary plan amendment, a mixed income housing community plan, which I want to note is number 10 on the map, located along Neville Street. I'll talk about that on the next slide. And there were also 2 mandatory referrals during this time. Of note, in April 2025, the Planning Board approved Tevis Place, which is the county's first project to be reviewed as a mixed income housing community plan. This plan includes a 100% affordable multifamily building with up to 154 dwelling units. Continuing to public facilities. In this section, I will highlight 2 key public facilities that are being implemented in alignment with the sector plan recommendations: the Civic Green and the future White Flint Fire Station. The sector plan recommends a 1 to 2 acre public park that is centrally located and ideal for public gathering. A half-acre portion of the Civic Green has been dedicated as part of the Grand Park Development Project, which the Planning Board approved in 2022. In the photo, this is the undeveloped corner property shown located across from Pike and Rose and along Old Georgetown Road. The dedicated park parcel is expected to open in the spring of this year and will include walking paths and a variety of seating. In addition, at the end of 2023, the Parks Department acquired the adjacent parcel. So in the photo, it's that property that includes the brick building. And this will expand the park to exceed the minimum area recommended for the Civic Green in the sector plan. The sector plan recommends a new fire station and police substation east of Rockville Pike and south of Randolph Road. In March 2025, the Planning Board approved the mandatory referral for the construction of this facility in this location. Construction is expected to begin in fall of 2026, with completion anticipated in fall of 2028. Continuing to mobility, worthy of note is that this past July, MCDOT completed Phase 1 of the Marinelli Road separated bike lanes, which connect the North Bethesda Metro Station on Rockville Pike down towards the multifamily residential area along Citadel Avenue. This is part of a significant phasing requirement to fund streetscape improvements and bikeways on all street frontages within 1/4 mile of the North Bethesda Metro Station. The map on the right shows the crash data from the last 2 years of the reporting period. And while there were some pedestrian injuries, there were 0 crash fatalities during this time. This is an improvement compared to the previous monitoring report.
Can we go back to that one?
Yeah, sure.
The black squares are motor vehicle crashes?
Yes.
We should be more concerned about vehicle crashes. That's way more than I thought. Particularly with, I mean, I see along the main artery, but particularly within Pike and Rose, is that high?
I think
It seems like there's a lot for that.
it's relatively consistent with the previous
With-
monitoring
okay.
report, but we could come back with more information.
No,
about that.
I was surprised at the amount, like with we've understandably focused a lot. You're in a car, you're surrounded by metal. It's, economically an issue more than anything else at the speeds probably. But that just seems like a lot, particularly within the area of Pike and Rose down there. I mean, higher levels of traffic too, but that seems like an awful lot there, particularly for areas that have had recent updates to their, to the intersections and stuff like that. I was just curious, I was surprised looking at that, seeing how numbers were high.
And speaking of some of those updates during the reporting period, MCDOT has installed leading pedestrian intervals at 16 county-owned signals under the Safe Streets Act of 2023 and lowered posted speed limits on Tilden Lane and Montrose Road. And lastly, per the requirements of the sector plan's monitoring framework, the report includes an intersection capacity analysis. A consultant provided traffic counts, and the transportation modeling team used the Highway Capacity Manual, HCM methodology, to assess the performance for key intersections in the plan area. Per the growth and infrastructure policy, this is a red policy area, which means that it does not have an associated HCM standard for vehicle delay. Nonetheless, the results indicate that the network maintains acceptable performance performance levels under current conditions. In December, we shared the report with the North Bethesda IAC for feedback. We did receive comments from one IAC member on behalf of the Forum Condominium. These are provided as an attachment to the staff report. Their feedback reflects continued interest in the 2010 plan's architectural compatibility, sustainability, and transit goals. And we're currently working with the IAC to formalize their bylaws, membership, and meeting structure for future and continued collaboration. And then in terms of next steps, staff is recommending that the Planning Board transmit the 2025 North Bethesda Biennial Monitoring Report to the County Executive and County Council. Additionally, we are 15 years into a 20-year plan horizon. Staff will be recommending a study in the fiscal year 27 work program to examine the White Flint Sector Plan implementation tools and their efficacy. And lastly, as I mentioned on the previous slide, we will continue to collaborate with the North Bethesda IAC. So I'll leave the recommendation on the screen and take any questions that you have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Vogel, for this update. Very informative. I have one question about the staging allocation pieces, and you said that there were no staging allocation requests during this period. What does that mean?
That means that there haven't been any projects that have gotten their building permits or that are ready to get their building permits and start construction. So it's all of the projects that have had site plan approval but aren't yet going to get building permits.
So that once they trigger building permit, then there's a staging allocation request, and what does that mean?
So that means that they have to, before they get their building permit, submit a request through the planning department, and we bring that to the planning board for approval, and that is to track the capacity, because the staging, the phasing has a capacity of non-residential and commercial, or commercial and residential capacity within each phase. And so this process has been developed to ensure that as projects are built, we're tracking to make sure that we're not going into the next phase without the formal process that is required to advance to the next phase.
So for example, that project on Nebel, which is the mixed income communities plan, whatever, Tevis.
Tevis
whatever.
Place.
So we approved it, and so now I'm assuming that they're file for building permits, and once they file for building permits and get approved for building permits, then it comes back to us, and we have to say we're going to track it now or something? Is that what that means?
They'll come before building permits.
Okay.
For an allocation request. And then they'll get their building permits. And it's just a formal process to say, this is where we are within phase one.
Right, so by their approval, they are not exceeding those numbers that you had, that maximum for stage one. Is that what that means?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's very, very good. Thank you.
I'm wondering, even though if they stay within their allocation, they have to come to planning board, why do they have to come to us? Because each stage has a specific capacity, correct?
Yes.
If they don't exceed that capacity and they just check it with the staff, why do they have to come to planning board?
It's so that it's really a tracking process. Phase one has a capacity for the whole plan area for how much commercial and residential development can be built before going to the next phase. So it's not site-specific capacity, it's for the whole plan area. So it's the way that we track to ensure that, you know, we're meeting the infrastructure prerequisites. Those aren't being kind of, like, we're not building faster than the infrastructure has been required in the plan.
So,
Okay.
Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief, West County Planning, for the record. So your question said, if there's capacity, why can't they move forward? The staging allocation request answers the if there's capacity. So that's how we answer if there's capacity. They bring an SAR to the board, and the board says, yes, there's capacity, and they can move forward.
So for every project, they have to come to us?
And that's the way it was set up under the White Flint plan. And I think one of the things, as Ms. Vogel mentioned, that we'll be studying, or that we would like to study in FY27, is that still the best way in 2026
That makes
to move
sense.
forward? So yes.
Yeah, I totally get it, because it just discourages development. When I love this monitoring report, I really believe, this is my personal opinion, that every master plan or sector plan that we do, somehow we have to monitor the implementation and see how well we are doing and if we are achieving the goals. And we shouldn't wait 5 years or 10 years and say we haven't achieved the goal. I think we should look at it and see that if we are achieving the goals, fantastic, we can celebrate. But if we are not, what is the reason? Is there a way that we can make it better and learn from it for the other sector plan or planning board, if it applies, that we can apply. So I think it's very important that we do this kind of implementation and reporting. I know it's more work for you guys, but it's worthwhile, in my opinion. So how well are we doing? Do we know? I think that we have to have an indicator and a measurement every other year that we come here to see how well are we doing. Are we achieving our goals?
The monitoring reports show steady progress towards meeting the goals. As I had mentioned, the kind of phase one infrastructure prerequisites are largely being met. The reason why we're looking at a study is because we're still in phase one in terms of the development capacity. But it's showing steady progress, absolutely.
And is that satisfactory, in your opinion? A staff opinion? Should we say we are happy, we are achieving our goal within the time frame that we thought we're going to get it?
So I think like a lot of the master plans in the county, particularly in the down county, I think expectations probably exceed results at the moment. I think the pace of development in North Bethesda has slowed, right? I mean, at one point, there was a sketch plan to redevelop the White Flint Mall, right? There was gonna be a school, right? So I think things could be better. I think with Wilgus, I think things are moving forward. The market shift that we're seeing sort of everywhere, from multifamily to townhouses and townhouse-style units, even though they're higher density. So I think things are happening. I think the plan probably envisioned them happening sooner. But I think we are with the director mentioned in the last, or a couple of items ago, the commercial to residential reconstruction. We've had some interest from sites in North Bethesda to take advantage of that, to sort of address some of the economic realities. So I think, are we ever going to be happy about how things are going, right? We're always wanting to do better. So there's steady progress, but I think certainly room for improvement.
Yeah, I appreciate your feedback. I'm just saying that it would be always helpful that we hear how you believe that we are performing. And if there is anything we could help, if we think that there is improvement, how can we improve? Usually this report that they comes, it's always nice to have something at the end that what are we getting from this? I know there are reports that we are required to do it, but we might as well find some good in the report and see how we could do better. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Just add my thanks for, similarly, I love these monitoring reports. And even though progress may not be as consistent or as bold in some cases as we had hoped, clearly there has been some steady progress that maybe happened a little bit in the past, but the area really has been transformed. And these monitoring reports, I think, help clarify some of the progress there. And with the crash data in particular, I agree. It's kind of horrifying that there's so many vehicle crashes in an area that's supposed to be a little more pedestrian oriented. Yeah. But there's no pedestrian crashes in Pike and Rose in the last 2 years. So, mixed bag, but, clearly the area has had, we can maybe infer there's been some success with slowing some cars down. There's no pedestrian fatalities. Maybe slower speeds are helping with that, even though there are some pedestrian crashes elsewhere in the area. So many streetscape improvements are likely contributing to that. So yeah, a lot of cool progress. Thanks for highlighting it. I'm very excited to see the Civic Green open, and the fact that Parks kind of managed to procure the site right next door to the existing one. It's going to be exciting to see how that gets rolled out. So yeah, thanks again to your team.
Any other questions, comments?
I just didn't realize the Civic Green had been 2 years ago that we bought that property. That was been longer than I thought. That's really neat. Yeah, I was surprised. I'm at Pike and Rose all the time, and I bike and walk through there quite frequently. Now I'm going to have my head on more of a swivel than I did, I think. So, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Well, great. So thank you again. And maybe when it comes back in a couple of years, you want to see maybe change some of the requirements. One of the things to look at is this staging allocation request. Maybe it could be that there is a request, but it can be approved by the director. We still monitor it, but it doesn't have to, the monitoring report comes to the board every couple, but maybe this allocation request can come to the planning department, and the director can approve it, and it can move forward. Just a suggestion, but we'll talk about it in a couple of years, okay? Thank you. So do I have a motion to transmit the 2025 North Bethesda biannual monitoring to the county council and the county executive?
Yeah, I'll move to transmit the report to the county executive and county council.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. And we'll just take a 1-minute break again, and we're getting back on schedule, almost. Yeah, and we'll start our legislative update, item number 9. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We're on item number 9, legislative update. And this morning, we have Deborah Borden, our general counsel, and Jordan Balcom-Colbert to present these items. Welcome. We look forward to helping us go through these 5 items. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chair. We will start, first of all, for the record, Deborah Borden, General Counsel for the Commission. We will start with Senate Bill 267, which is affectionately known as the Bambi Act. This is the MAKO version of a housing bill this year. Again, housing is the hot topic in the legislature this year. This bill actually has a number of different provisions in it that are all designed to make affordable housing easier to produce, easier to get approved, and all with the goal of increasing affordable housing throughout the state. Now, let me just say that we do have a number of housing bills that are sort of on the table this year at the General Assembly. We do not expect all of the housing bills to move. We think that this one in particular is probably going to end up informing some of the other bills that are more likely to move. We do think it's more likely that the governor's housing bill, the Silver and Starter Homes Act, will form the framework of a bill that will actually move and get passed. We would expect some of the aspects of this bill to maybe be incorporated in the bill that gets passed. And so what we've done is we've made some fairly basic technical comments about this bill, but we do expect to and hope to be engaged in the process of revising and sort of pulling concepts and ideas from this bill and other bills and putting them into the Silver and Starter Act. And so as we get additional drafts and additional revisions, that'll be the process that we'll be engaged in and certainly reviewing and bringing to you. So I'll stop there. I can go through our particular amendments. So, our position that we would like to take on this bill is support with amendments. This bill has a number of the types of ideas that the Silver and Starter Homes Act has, but in this bill, a lot of those ideas are optional for counties to engage in. They're using the word may. And so, that is, of course, that's the rub. The Silver and Starter Act uses the word shall. And so we do expect that some of those shalls may be softened a bit. Some flexibility may be added back into the Silver and Starter Homes. That's what we would expect to see. But of course, we can't know that until those discussions actually take place. So I'll stop there and see if Director Sartori wants to weigh in or wants to go through anything in particular. And of course, we can answer any questions you might have.
I didn't have anything to add. I thought that was a good kind of summary and kind of description of how it compares to the other bills.
Okay, yeah, so thank you for the sort of preface that your belief is that some of these items may be put into the governor's bill because there are a lot of items here, some around studies, reports, some of them around housing production targets, some around local project design guidelines, that was something like that in the governor's bill. And then the other pieces about allowing counties to increase or reduce fees with respect to housing. I think some of that was in one of these other bills too, about when you pay for fees, but I don't know about increasing or reducing fees. I don't know that was in the governor's bill. So in general, if you feel that we will get another bite at the apple, you know, that I would be supportive of support with amendments you put in there. And also, some of this also seems like some things we already do in Montgomery County. So given that flavor, and we will see again, I mean, the bills have to take a little life of their own, and so we can see where it's all going. I would support with amendments. Okay. But I'd like to hear from my other board members. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm generally okay with supporting with these amendments. As you know, it's nice to get the broader context of how these bills may play out. So you know, ultimately, if there is sort of a path that draws from the governor's current approach and maybe pulls some elements from here, and it's sort of redefined as its own thing that moves forward. I assume that could be sort of palatable to us if they take into account some of the recommendations that you state here. So, so yeah, I'm okay with this approach of supporting with amendments.
Yeah. I don't know. I still have a lot of concerns over this bill because it's such a grab bag, and so much of the requirements are on the builders and on us to establish guidelines and design, and everything else is a may. And I think that the end result, if you adopt, and of course we're talking about adopting with amendments, but if you adopted all of this sort of mismatch of, you know, random housing, vaguely housing related things, you'd end up with something that actually makes it harder to do building and development if you just took it as is. So like, I don't think this was a particularly well thought out piece of legislation. I think it was something that was tossed together at the last second in reaction to the movement on relatively more positive housing bills from the state. I don't really think we should support this. I mean, there's good things in here, there's bad things in here, and there's not thought through things in here. I think it's not focused enough for, this is my opinion. We can do what we want, but I don't support a piece of legislation on a topic as important and complex of housing that seems this poorly thought out. So that's just my opinion on it.
Okay, let's hear others, and then we'll come back. But okay.
Well, I wasn't able to take a position because I couldn't really understand and grab that exactly what is it that it wants to do. It was like grabbing a lot of things, put them all in the kitchen sink, and you don't know exactly what it can come out of it. And most of that that I was looking at, I think we are doing it anyway in Montgomery County. So I'm not sure what I'm going to support or not support at this point. I have no idea, and I need your help, someone to tell me that exactly what comes out of this.
Yeah.
Let's ask Commissioner Bartley where you're on this, and then we can continue to discuss.
One of the things, so last week when I was making comments on the legislation, and you know, I think one of the things sometimes when I make comments, I need to lay a framework, but in my own mind, when I'm looking at legislation, I say to myself, what is the goal of the legislation, and what will be the result of the legislation if it is implemented? And so when I look at this, I see parts of it that I think are good, especially with reduction of taxes and fees to encourage development, because when a developer is weighing, you know, their return on investment and what they'll recoup in the profit that they will have, I think when you look at taxes and fees, that's something that they weigh heavily. And so when I look at this bill and the other parts of it, and I think Mitra and Mr. Hedrick pointed out, is this a hodgepodge thrown together just to counter the governor? And so My questions my fundamental questions, I don't think can be answered from the composition of this bill and the way it's laid out. And it lacks the required specificity that I would like to see, so that not only could I, as a board member, but the general public could understand what its goal is and what the implementation will achieve.
Okay, great. All good comments. Commissioner Vice
Yeah,
Chair.
I appreciate all those comments, and I think I I agree. I think what I should have said is I would support kind of a version of what Ms. Borden described may happen. But that's not actually what we're talking about here. So I think I should probably clarify my approach to this one in particular. Because yeah, I agree, there's some elements here that are good. Would I like to see this as is move forward alongside the Silverstone, like as a standalone bill? Is this kind of sufficient and good and focused enough to move forward as is? I think the answer is probably no. And so although it's helpful for us to be strategic in our comments and how we engage and try to kind of shape and maybe consolidate into a single approach, I'm not sure if there's a way that we can contextualize our comments without saying we support. You know, obviously it's up to the bill authors and the legislators themselves how they decide to do any sort of consolidation there. But yes, I agree with the comments made. But I do not, I guess, support the bill as is. If there is a consolidation down the road, it would be, I think that maybe that's the point at which we could more feasibly take a position statement after we kind of see how this plays out a little bit.
Okay, all good comments. Let me go back to Ms. Borden. So hearing what we said, could there be a response, Ms. Borden, that we, because of the complexity, there's just so many topics in one, and we just really don't see where it's all going, that in general, like maybe it's more informational, that we support many of the things in here, but it's hard to say we support the bill in its entirety because it's just, it's not really, it's a lot of topics, it's not really fleshed out as much, but we would love to see, as we put our comments in, but we would love to see as the bill moves forward, you know, see it at another stage that we could maybe make a more concrete, you know, a support or not support or whatever. But right now, put in, you know, like this for informational, we appreciate for trying to provide more housing in the state and over this, but because of how it's arranged right now, we can't give like support, but we can give if it comes back, and we can make a more definitive recommendation. Is that, how can you word it that way? Or is that Ms. Malcolm Colbert there?
Yes, I was just gonna go ahead, Deborah. It looked like you were gonna give a response. I'll wait for her to respond. Sorry.
Well, yes, so we can do that. We can finesse this. I think in my initial comments, I was trying to signal that we don't actually expect this bill to move.
Yeah.
We expect that certain aspects of the bill may be incorporated into the bill that does move, which is probably going to be the Silver and Starter Act, because that is what we have been told by a number of well-placed people. So in supporting it, we want to indicate that there are some aspects of it that we really do think is a great idea, some of the fee issues. And so we want to engage and make sure that some of the things that are in here that really are great ideas can be incorporated moving forward with the other bill.
Yeah.
But it's sensitive, right? Because it's not our job to determine which bills move and et cetera. And these are ongoing discussions that we don't want to get into the middle of necessarily, but we do want to be at the table when these things are hashed out, because, we represent the two largest counties in the state, and this impacts us. So we want to make sure that we are there, we're engaged, and we're not by having put in something that's basically, this, we don't like this bill, that, sort of locks us out of the process. We want to be part of the process. So hopefully that helps. But we can certainly change this to an informational sheet. We can do anything that you would like us to do.
Yeah.
I did want to flag one thing that the bill was is also sponsored by MACO. And in the interim, both of our planning departments in Prince George's and Montgomery County were involved with just trying to be a partner in the bill. And while we may not agree with everything that's in the bill, it has been a long time coming of working on it or trying to work with MACO on this. And I do believe Prince George's County board just voted to support with amendments as well. So I just wanted to share that information.
So we will, I'm just going back, there, given that, and it's obvious where our concerns are, but we will have another bite at the apple and be part of in the room when we're discussing, the final outcomes. Is that true?
That's the plan. Yes, that's the plan.
Yeah. I just want to make one more comment on this bill. Sorry, just a moment. I mean, there are, I think, there are superficially good things in this bill. I think one is the model home piece that they say for pre-approval. On the other hand, it doesn't define home. It doesn't have anything that restricts the model home requirements being so onerous that they couldn't be met in an economic fashion. And there are things in here that we have discussed in various things that are good, but I think even if you go even slightly below the surface on this may be references to other things in other laws that I'm not familiar with, but I can't track it back, and I don't think there's enough around it, even with some of the things that are superficially positive in this bill, to be comfortable with the implementation. There's nothing to say there's not even anything to say here that DHCD will do by regs or anything like that, like language. And so I'm concerned even about some of the supposedly positive things that are in this bill that I mean, there'll be negotiations, there'll be something else. I understand all of that. I don't think even digging in even a little bit to some of the provisions of this, like the model homes is the one that just pops to the top of my head, is really it's not addressing the full set of issues surrounding that particular aspect of housing development, in my opinion. So I'm concerned about this bill top to bottom.
So if I could add just a little bit more context to Ms. Balcom-Colbert's point too, that yes, we have been, this is not something that was thrown together very quickly. There was a lot of discussion during the interim on this bill, but I think it is emblematic of different bill-making, kind of bill drafting processes. So when the governor and the administration put together a bill, they put it together from their singular perspective of what should be in the bill. MACO, trying to draft a bill, is trying to coordinate with 24 counties across the state. And so I think you see that reflected in here, in the language that's used, in this idea of trying to put everything into here, trying to capture every little bit of everything that everyone wants, and in a way that everyone will be comfortable, but maybe no one's fully comfortable with. So I think that's kind of what you're seeing here. I would also note, as far as I'm aware at this point, there is no cross-filed bill in the House for this, which also kind of gives a little bit of an indication of where this one may go. There are a lot of good things in here, and a lot of those things are captured in a lot of the other bills already. Yeah. And so I think, as Ms. Borden was saying, you're going to see maybe some of the ideas in here be incorporated into those others.
Yeah. So I'm going to trust the process and trying to get to an outcome, and building some partnerships. And I will stick with my recommendation with the approve with comments, but we're one board, and so meaning everyone has a vote. So okay.
Well, so I had a question sort of about that process, because it sounds like the Prince George's side has just voted to support it with the amendments. If we decide to move this to an informational, how does that affect what is ultimately transmitted on behalf of the commission? Is it because there's no consensus yet that we don't transmit anything at this stage?
Well, we'll see. So we'll look at when the bill hearing is. If we have time, we could bring it back to the Prince George's Board and see if they'll endorse the change to informational. If we don't have time, there's always the possibility that we could do 2 statements, one from each board that, that have the different positions on them. I don't think that's necessarily something that we have to do with this, because the difference is not about the substance of what we wrote. The difference is about whether we should take a position at this time. So we could just defer the position until a later date. I'm used
I think I would be okay with that.
to reconciling. I'm used to reconciling these things. I find elegant ways to do so. So
Okay.
that's what I would do.
Okay.
Okay, so defer the position until a different date.
Yes.
Okay, and you say that because this is not going to be heard anytime soon, or what? Or after?
We will verify that, but
The
yeah.
bill hearing, the bill hearing is next week, and so if you decide to defer, then it will not go to the committee. It will not go on the official record, and it'll be subsequent. So anything we submit subsequently, we would have to kindly, talk to the committee about our concerns. It won't go on the record.
But it would have to be filed in the House at some point, and we would have yet another bill hearing in the House.
Yeah, but we could still feasibly submit our comments without submitting a position, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and like in terms of getting it on the record before the Senate hearing.
Yes, we could do that as an informational comment sheet. Yes. So we would decide what we would do, but yeah, you can take whatever position you want as a board.
Right, right. So this, I go over it again. If we said informational, and so we would, how would it affect, you would go back to Prince George's and say the Montgomery board said informational, and what would happen? Either they say informational or what would happen, or we would just say, or is it better just to say defer decision? Which is best as a commission, you think?
I'd really want to take a look at it. I think we're making this a bit more complicated than it has to, because we just don't expect this bill to move.
All right, right.
So, and I hate to say that, but it's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, so I would stick with mine. I would prefer that we would vote approval with comments, and for lots of reasons that I mentioned, and go from there. And we should finish this and go forward, and we could take. That's my motion. And to approve with comments, and you could second or not second, and then we can go from, and then the other option is for, I don't know what the next one, but we'll just keep. Yeah.
Informational. Yeah.
Okay.
There's no second.
We don't need a motion for informational. That's enough.
Oh, okay.
Can we do information? I mean, could we do informational? Because I just really, I mean, my personal response to that bill is that it's not. I mean, just look at the front of the. I mean, just look at the.
Well, it sounds like they're okay. We'll be informational with comments.
Yeah.
And we'll move forward.
Yes.
I move for informational. Second.
Oh, so I don't think we need a motion for informational.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, I think the consensus of the board is.
Okay, we'll move forward. Okay,
We'll
thank
move
you.
forward.
And let's go to the next one.
That's correct. Okay. The next bill is Senate Bill 158. This bill would require the county boards of education to prepare a report that identifies pathways, physical pathways for public school students to travel to school, basically pedestrian safety. That's what this bill is about. It looks at the pedestrian access to the schools, sidewalks, crosswalks, identifies gaps in those, gaps in the sidewalks, gaps in the crosswalks, other road hazards or hazards that might be present on these approaches to our public schools. It requires them to create a plan to address those gaps and address any safety issues, and it gives a certain time period. So in general, we think this is a great idea. It requires a real laser focus on pedestrian safety around our public schools. We have proposed putting in an informational sheet, not taking a position. And the reason we propose that is although we think it's a great idea, the bill isn't really focused on us. It requires the school systems to do a number of things. And we don't know how our school systems at this point will react to this. They may support it. They may say this is going to be rather expensive. We do think that they're going to need, the school systems are going to need some time to coordinate. There are often a number of agencies that they're going to have to coordinate with, SHA, maybe us, in terms of our plans and our master plans. And, are there plans for developments in the neighborhood of some of their schools? Will those developments produce sidewalks and other facilities that will help them? So we do think that this is going to require a lot of coordination, and they're probably going to need some more time to implement this, because I think the bill has a time period of 2026. We are suggesting that they give another year for that initial plan development. So I'll stop there and see if you have any questions.
Well, I know that Montgomery County Department of Transportation, that it has this program. It has exactly that. I don't think this is something that public school can do. It has to go, because the right-of-way belongs to county government and SHA. And when it comes to sidewalk, county government does it, okay? So this is exact thing that it is written in here exists with DOT, and I have fresh experience with it, because a couple of years ago we asked for them. What they need to do is that to make the process easier, and even though if it is pieces that they have to build, not the whole part, because kids grow up. We requested, they said it takes 2 or 3 years it comes. By then, the kids are out of school, and this is elementary school, that you have to drive the kids while they're just next to the school, 2 houses away, and there is no sidewalk to go through it. And what needs to be done is that, in my opinion, at least for us, for Montgomery County, and this is not something the schools can do, it's county government, I know that. They have to make the process easier, and they have to give priority funding that they could do it, because I do believe it's extremely important. And it has to be done fast, because we cannot wait 4 or 5 years. Kids are going to graduate and go move on. And although it's going to help for the next kids, but it may not be prioritized at that time for that location. But I support this. That's, I totally support it. It's something that needs to be done.
So you're saying you support informational? What do you support?
I support the bill. This is, I hear that we don't want to do it because we have to coordinate with public schools. I don't think this is something that schools can do. This is county government that builds the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And county government
and
already has this in Montgomery County. I know they have it. They have a program. And they have a specific funding in their CIP that they do that. And they have a group and unit that just does that.
Okay, doing other,
Yes, the bill does require the county government to construct the sidewalks and the crosswalks. And again, the reason we are saying that we think the informational approach is a good one is because, again, this bill would require each county government to construct any gaps in the crosswalk or sidewalks. It requires them. So we don't want to get into the middle of whether our two county governments are going to agree to be required to do this construction, because I assume they're going to be concerned about whether they can afford it. And since we don't know that, we want to give the information and then step back.
yeah, I would agree with that. If it's, anytime these are there, if there could be unfunded mandates. If we have a program in the county, then great. But I still feel that, funding is short for this unless the state's going to pay for everything, then that's something different. So I'm supportive of informational only, but we should continue going with our thoughts on here.
Yeah, I'm okay with informational, but I obviously think that this is a really good and necessary idea because there's a lot of reasons why sidewalks may not happen, even if they're identified to be a need, and sometimes it's for reasons that have nothing to do with funding. It might be related to sort of our own internal process issues that lead to roadblocks. For example, kind of leaving sidewalks up to a community referendum, regardless of if we've assessed it to be necessary, and regardless of if it's needed for kids to walk safely to school. So making it a requirement, I think, is a good idea. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no time frame associated with this requirement language. It just states the county must construct. But I suppose there could be a plan in place to do it over a longer period of time.
Well, it says each year. So each year the report has to be updated, and then each year it says the governing body of a county shall review the report and construct any sidewalks and crosswalks necessary.
Yeah.
So it would be an ongoing requirement and an ongoing expense for the county.
And I understand that. We don't have to get into the weeds of DOT's budget, although we're about to talk about the transportation CIP later today. But a lot of these things are less about amount of money and about prioritizing where the money goes within the CIP. I do think that there is money within the county CIP to construct sidewalks more often. We may or may not be allocating it that way, and there's political reasons for that or other reasons for that. But I'm less concerned about the funding, and I think that, to Commissioner Pettingwing's point, it is true the county has a Safe Routes to School program that's within MCDOT. I'll look maybe over to transportation folks for more details on that. But my understanding, apologies, Eli, but my understanding is that, there is a Safe Routes to School plan that is done on a school-by-school basis or some version of that, but it takes the county a long time to get through those plans. I'll defer to you kind of if you have more details on that, but to the extent that this bill will, even though this would be on MCDOT side, to the extent that this bill would, maybe make more progress more quickly on identifying those routes in coordination with MCDOT, I think the speed of this is the important piece. I don't care really who does it, the coordination's important, but identifying the routes and then requiring the construction and filling the gaps, I think is the important piece.
The public involvement and also the public referendum out. That is needed for this specific thing.
Let's let Eli, Mr. Glazer speak on that.
Thank you. Eli Glazer, Transportation Planner with Montgomery Planning, for the record. Yes, so Safe Routes to School program does exist. The county has invested in recent years to improve access to schools, especially in the areas that this legislation envisions, which is within the catchment of the school, but close enough to the school that bus service isn't provided. I think the challenge that this legislation is trying to address is that a lot of schools across not just the county but the state have inadequate sidewalks and crosswalks in these areas, and there has not historically been a ton of urgency to address those issues. The pedestrian master plan made recommendations to essentially do exactly what this legislation is talking about, to first identify a map of safe, comfortable routes to schools from these areas. You may recall, we looked at, in the appendices, there are maps that show using pedestrian level of comfort, what the comfortable routes are to the schools within the catchment areas that we're talking about here. So like, we have done a lot of the analysis for this. I think the real question here comes down to the timeline for implementation and the resources associated with it. I think in our sort of staff level conversations about the legislation, like, yes, we're incredibly supportive of it. I think we're incredibly supportive also of some of what the commissioners have said about removing sort of the public referendum, like that was another pedestrian master plan recommendation, to like use data to implement sidewalk projects. So maybe there's an opportunity to express some of our support for the legislation itself and the legislative intent, but I think understand and sort of empathize with the really very real fiscal concerns that an accelerated timeline would impose on MCDOT and MCPS as well. I think one of the conversations that I've tried to have over the years with MCPS is just the opportunity that they have to take into to consider off-campus improvements beneficial to the student population, the like tremendous advocacy that they could provide in improving student access to school, not just on their campus, but off campus. And maybe where this legislation ultimately ends up is improved coordination between MCDOT and MCPS to make these connections happen. With the understanding that they are already doing some of this, but there are so many schools and the need is so great that it's a really big task.
Well, it's going to save public school because they don't have to bus some of the kids. Because I know that in some areas, they have to bus the kids because there is no sidewalk. And even though if they help or work with DOT to get those done, it helps them to have less bus.
This is a comment that we had made repeatedly over the pedestrian plan. I think the school I like to talk about is Harmony Hills Elementary in Aspen Hill, where students are bused essentially from east of Georgia Avenue across immediately west of Georgia Avenue, like hundreds of students, because you can't cross Georgia at Hewitt at that location. Though we are working on that. I believe our parks colleagues are working on that. But the idea was exactly what you're saying. If we can invest some capital resources to improve pedestrian access, it will save money in the long term on busing and other operational resource costs over time. So it actually is a really good investment in making it easier to walk and bike, both within the catchment area and even beyond the catchment area, will in the long term save the MCPS money in making those improvements.
If I could then maybe take it to the next step, I think Mr. Glazier really captured this quite well. In recognition of the potential burden that this might place on our really key partners in MCPS and MCDOT, potentially expressing the board's support for the bill as being consistent with our pedestrian master plan and the recommendations that we have in there. However, that the board might believes that the implementation timelines and expectations should be realistic, and just recognizing the extent of the need and the anticipated cost.
I think that's reasonable.
I'm willing to do that because we have to show that we are supporting this. And I do understand Ms. Deborah's concern that it hasn't been coordinated. So we say that it needs to be coordinated, that the timeline and implementation to be realistic. But I think it is important that we specify that this needs to get priority because kids grow up and they cannot wait 3 or 4 years. This is something that we need to do as soon as possible, especially the areas that have high priority for installation of those sidewalks.
Well, so let me just go back one thing. So this is also this thing about this commission, so is Prince George's voted to, when is this coming up, and is Prince George's side voted on this already?
Yes, Prince George's looked at this morning and agreed to go with an informational, no position. But the comments that we have on our informational sheet are very supportive and reference our pedestrian master plan in Montgomery County, and really say all the things that you've said. We've talked about needing a bit more time. 2026 is too quick. Really, they should put an implementation or effective date of 2027, just to give the time to actually have every Board of Ed in the state to coordinate with the appropriate partners to get their plan together. Because, Montgomery County may be ahead of the curve, but not everybody is.
Okay, and did it also talk about costs to implement?
Did we talk about cost?
And what's the likelihood of this bill moving forward? Do you have a sense?
Not really. Jordan, do we have, Senator Ellis?
No,
But this is the
Terri-
first year for this bill, I think.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jordan.
Oh, no worries. There is the Montgomery County delegation, delegate supporting this. Delegate Kaufman is on the list of co-sponsors.
Yeah.
Okay, so it may have legs. We'll see after the first hearing.
Okay.
I'm,
Would you support it?
I'm fully comfortable supporting it using some version of the language that Director Sartori mentioned. I'll just one final quick note. Like I am sensitive to the financial pieces of this and the burden it places on the county budget. But again, I view this as a way to simply sort of formally create the budget priorities that we often say we have, but don't actually backfill it with real funding. We say we support Vision Zero, we say we support pedestrian safety, we say we support safe routes to schools, but we have all these other budget priorities that often get thrown into the mix. If this prompts DOTs across the state to finally really just shift priorities for a period of time, construct the sidewalks, make it safer, it's almost like a consent decree in sort of, in some places where people have to, like jurisdictions have to construct ADA ramps because they're required to, because we've decided, obviously that's there's litigation around that, but we've decided that this needs to happen. And safe routes to school for kids needs to happen. And so creating a budget priority around that, I think, is good. It doesn't necessarily mean we need more funding. We need to shuffle the deck a little bit.
Well, the other, I hate to add another wrinkle, but there is another wrinkle in that, some schools are located on, state roads, not county roads. And so they would have to, coordinate with SHA. They can't just build a sidewalk
They can.
on their own.
Montgomery
They have
County
to.
does that. Montgomery County built a sidewalk on state roads. As much as I know, they
Right,
handle
but
it.
yes, but that's not the case in Prince George's County. So it's just, there's more to it than you might think.
All right, so I feel that we more and more, well, not more and more, but we should also consider our partner in Prince George's County. I think if we gave comments, I think we're still giving the same comments if we did one way or the other. And I just feel that it would be important to do it as a united front on this, but that's my comment, okay?
She said that she can do it, comment both of us separately. One would be informational, one would be support. You said you can do that, correct?
I can, I just would want to check with the county first, because I don't want to, this is not the kind of bill that we want to take a position in opposition to the county on. So I would just caution you about that. I would check with the county first, because, this is just not the kind of bill we would want to go against the county on.
Yeah, when can you bring it back next week? Does it have to go now?
I think the bill hearing is on the 18th. Is that correct, Jordan?
Yeah, so we did some preliminary work because the first one is today and the second one is next week, cross file. So this one is kind of like time sensitive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, our safest path is informational, to tell you the truth. I really wouldn't want to take a position in opposition to the county on this.
I think that there,
It's the county's dime.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not the only thing that gives me the hesitation on it is like all of the policy aspects I support fully, and we live in a non-busing catchment area, so we have to walk, and I would like there to be better sidewalks, honestly, to be entirely selfish about it. But we're not the ones implementing the piece of it, and we're not the ones that have to sort of go through the process of doing the coordination, putting the plans together, while we can provide all of our, like, I think is in sort of to Jason's comment and Eli's comments, that, this is very consistent with our pedestrian master plan. This is very consistent with our stated budget priorities, as you said, as the vice chair said, that, like, this is what we say we want, but it's under MCPS and the county, I think, to implement, and that's, we can, I guess, offer advice upon our policy areas in which we think that this is a reasonable policy.
Yes. So I would just, we have to move this forward. I recommend that we make sure we have those comments in there about this is consistent with this and that, and that it needs to have a longer time frame, and it needs to be funded, and just put that as an informational. That would be my recommendation, and I'd like, if there's a motion for that, there would be the same things that Jason had mentioned in there, and we need to just keep moving forward. Is there, that I would like to make that motion, someone to make that motion, and if not, we'll just keep going.
I would like to, I would support informational with very strong support along the policy lines and references to both our pedestrian master plan and our own policy priorities.
Oh, that's right, we don't need it.
We don't, I guess we don't need one for
either
informational with consensus.
That's fine. It makes it clear to me what our direction is. So we will do that. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. So why don't we go to the next one, okay?
Okay, the next bill is House Bill 778. It is middle housing options / requirements. And so this one is, again, along the lines of affordable housing, increasing the supply of housing by making it easier to provide affordable housing. So this bill focuses on requiring counties that do comprehensive planning to evaluate the suitability of certain commercial and industrial land for housing use. It adds to the housing element requirement. It adds requirements that we look at vacant land and basically do a survey, an inventory of vacant land that could be used for housing. Regardless of what kind of zone it's in, that we keep a running list basically of vacant properties. And that it also imposes certain, that we remove certain unreasonable limitations. And now, the devil is in that detail as to what is unreasonable in terms of a limitation affecting middle housing applications. Now, they're calling it middle housing. What they're really referring to, I guess, is affordable housing. There is some concern about how they're defining that in this bill. We do think, again, that this is a part of a group of bills that are being proposed all around the same thing. Housing affordability, housing supply, making it easier to construct housing in the state so that we can get our housing supply up. So we have prepared some comments, and let's see. I need to get my cheat sheet up. Sorry about that. So we've prepared some comments about this bill. We are proposing again to support with amendments. Again, this is mostly our strategy to be in the room when all of this is hashed out so that we can make sure that our concerns and our particular focus for the two largest counties in the state will be addressed as we hash out a revised version of these bills. I can go through some of the comments that we specifically had about this. We had some comments about, defining the term vacant, because, that could be subject to interpretation. Also, what do they mean by right? Because they're saying that, lots that are vacant, that have been vacant since 2015, must allow middle housing by right. So we have some concerns about the definition, the definitions of those terms. But I think I should stop there and see if there are any questions, and also see if Director Sartori has any additional comments on this one.
He has no comments.
Okay.
He's not here. So I may have misunderstood. The one I originally saw said informational on this one, but maybe I misread it.
I think our recommendation is support with amendments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
maybe I
it
misread
is written that way anyway.
Support with amendments.
Yeah.
Because sorry, go ahead.
Right, because we have some technical comments that we want to make sure we get into the record. We also want to make sure that if some version of this gets, say, incorporated into the Silver and Starter Act, that changes are made, in the process. We don't want this to be incorporated as is, because we do think there's some serious definitional issues here that need to be hashed out. And also, some sort of defining of the policy issues need to be hashed out. There's a lot in here to unpack. We think it's an interesting, because what they're trying to do is to say, we want to open up these vacant or these potential, these properties that have potential. They don't have anything on them, no major structures on them. We want to open up the possibility and maybe even incentivize, housing on these properties that we feel are, they're good potential because there's nothing currently on them. So they want to incentivize that. They want more housing, and so they're looking for ways to do that, and to encourage our, the local governments to do that. So that's great, but the devil is in those details. It's in the details of how you define, middle housing, how you define vacant, how you define, by right development. Because that means different things across the state. So we want really, again, this is sort of like Bambi. We want to be at the table for this. We don't want to come out and say, there are too many problems with this, it can't be saved. No, we would rather be at the table to make sure that if this gets incorporated somewhere, or if this, starts to move, that we're there so that we can make sure that these questions get answered in a way that makes sense.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so did I read this was a study or only, or this is actual study of these vacant and underutilized? What can you go over again?
The requirement is that when you do your master plans, your comprehensive plans, you must study and prepare basically a list of vacant properties. You must study these. You must take affirmative steps to incorporate into your master planning, opportunities, and incentives to get people to put residential on these vacant, vacant properties, because the state is looking at that as an opportunity to fill our residential gaps.
Yeah, so Ms. Scavone is here, and maybe you could give your input on after reviewing this and how it would affect us as we do our master planning process and everything like that.
Sure. For the record, Lisa Gavoni, Policy Supervisor. So Ms. Bourne is correct. This would require us to look at vacant land during our master planning process. So as part of the master planning process, we do something called the parcel file cleanup, which is basically we go parcel by parcel. We look at an existing use and evaluate to make sure that the information that we're getting from the State Department of Assessment and Taxation is correct. And that information informs the master planning recommendations. So we do look to see if what parcels are vacant, and then we evaluate potential zoning changes or confirmation of existing zoning. Now, what Ms. Borden was saying is the definition of vacant is tricky. We're not sure if what our processes are what the state has in mind. So it's really important that when we're having conversations, we make sure that how we follow the law would be correct. So there just needs to be a little bit more clarification and clarity on the intent of the bill.
Okay, so you're supportive with that caveats about learning about how you define vacant and all these other things?
I think that the process that we follow currently in Montgomery County gives way to following the intent of the law. I would just want, obviously, to make sure that our processes are aligned with the intent of the bill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I think the missing middle definition within here is pretty good. It's duplex, triplex, quads, townhomes, and cottage court, and it has a definition for cottage court and townhome. I think when we're comparing this to some of the other bills we've discussed earlier, this one has a good deal more focus on it, and a good deal more thought has been put into what it's addressing, I think, as a topic. And I think, I do think that vacant is not well-defined unless it's well-defined in like Maryland's law that I'm not familiar with. There's an overall definition of vacant. But I think that, there we go. I think the definitions within are pretty good. I think the intent of the bill is pretty good. And I think from a policy standpoint, we wouldn't have any problem with, if there's a vacant lot, it's got to be eligible for something, otherwise we've done that several times. So I'm supportive of support with amendments. I do think vacant needs to be better defined. I think that's a reasonable thing to ask, and I think there's comments to be made otherwise through here, but I think this bill sets out a much, it looks to me, or at least it reads to me like a much more thorough look at a piece of an aspect of sort of housing legislation.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other comments?
Just one thing to add, and I agree with everything that's been said so far, but Ms. Bourne, I'm glad you highlighted the thing we haven't talked about yet, which is allowing middle housing by right on 25% of lots in a new subdivision.
Yeah, the new subdivision.
Of at least 20 lots. Because I similarly agree, you could think about that in a lot of different ways, and it's unclear what by right means in the context of a subdivision. That's, so, highlighting that, it seems like an interesting idea to me, although I don't think here in the county we'll probably see a lot of, I guess what they're imagining is like a subdivision of what would otherwise be detached single-family homes. And so allowing a portion of that, this is maybe a bigger issue for other jurisdictions than us. I can't imagine we're going to see too many like this, if any like this, but certainly clarity on that seems worth doing. But I support it with the comments.
To that point for the 25% on subdivisions, I think I can sort of see where I think the intent is going on that one, but it is not entirely clear. I think particularly how it interacts with the lack of minimum lot size restriction, like it removes a minimum lot size restriction for a missing middle, so anything that's a duplex, triplex, or quad, which I think from a supply standpoint is a good thing. I think it's a good policy, but it's unclear sort of how it interacts, how it interacts with that, and whether or not, does that mean that the zoning doesn't apply strictly for the missing middle portion of a subdivision? Does that apply in a situation in which somebody is, we have administrative subdivisions and things that come before the planning commission of splitting lots in 2 or 3 or things like that. So where's the specifics on that? That's not to say I don't think it's an overall good idea, but I think they're clearing up some of that. I think would make it a more make it a tighter piece of legislation.
And I agree with one sort of to build off of that, like this seemed like it would be great if this sort of was supported by the minimum lot size potential change, because otherwise we would probably have situations where lots on these subdivisions, it's like, sure, we allow it, but are they going to put a duplex, quadplex with the same restrictions that a single-family home would have in terms of setbacks and lot coverage and everything else? So if maybe the theme of the session is that like these things will, yeah, as you're sort of describing, these things will get consolidated into one or maybe two bills. But if that's the case, I could see this benefiting from the some version of the additional bill about the lot size changes and allowances, with all the other things in there, because I think that would really, particularly with regard to the 25% of lots in a new subdivision, I think that would make that piece of this more powerful and more impactful.
Okay, so why don't we, it sounds like there's, let's move forward. There's enough, we will, vote, but let's,
Yes, we would like support with amendments on
yeah,
this
yeah,
one,
yeah,
please.
that's where we're, support with amendments. Do I have a motion for support with amendments on HB 778?
Move to support HB 778 with amendments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. And
Thank you.
let's,
And we just have two more,
two more, yes.
and they're quick, I think.
Yes.
We have Senate Bill 342, beverage container recycling refund and litter reduction program, also known as the bottle bill. So this bill would establish a statewide bottle deposit program. And we think it would cut litter and boost recycling, and also really cut the amount of litter that we have in our parks. So we would like to support this bill. We think that the way the bill is structured, it would actually require the beverage producers to fund and manage the system through a stewardship organization. The redemption targets would be 70% by 2030 and 90% by 2033. The bill expands convenient ways for people to return containers, including reverse vending machines, community drop-off sites, also offers grants to grow recycling and reuse systems. We think this is a pretty comprehensive bill, and Parks is very much in favor of it. So actually both Parks departments. So we would like to support this one, and we have developed some comments basically saying what I just said, and I'll stop there and see if you have any questions about it.
Yeah,
And I believe there is somebody from the Parks Department here to answer questions.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yes. Is Parks support, you said Parks is supportive of this bill? And
Yes, we do. We spend a lot of volunteer time and staff time cleaning all kinds of trash out of our parks, including bottles.
okay, great. So, thank you. So apparently we originally said informational at one time, and now we're going to support with amendments? Is that what it is?
Right. We had to confirm with the Parks departments.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so, and then also, just one question, is this like, we're talking about, is this glass only, or is this glass and plastic and other, what is this for, do you know?
It's the commingled bottle
Okay.
that you put into the recycler or the recycling bins. So it's glass bottles, aluminum, the commingled bottle recycling.
Okay, but
program.
the reason I ask is that many times the plastic stuff that goes in, eventually, I heard, I don't know if it's true, that the plastic really doesn't get recycled. That, it's generally shipped somewhere and maybe not get, but I'm just out of curiosity, this says plastic, it's made of glass, metal, okay, great. All right, so I'm supportive of this, particularly because the Parks Departments are supportive of this, and we want to reduce amount of trash that is thrown away. Thank you. Do I have any other questions or comments?
No.
So is there a motion to support Senate Bill 342, House Bill 331, with, support the bill with comments.
Yeah. I'll move to support with our comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. You have one more, understand?
We have one more, and the last bill is House Bill 654, Maryland Heritage Areas Authority Funding and Grants. Of course, every time we see funding and grants, our ears perk up. So this bill, unfortunately, would actually lower the amount available for our non-capital grants. So the bill would decrease the percentage from 10% to 7% of program open space funds transferred to the Maryland Heritage Areas Authority Financing Fund. This fund is a fund that we often tap, and I say we, both our parks departments are have used this fund in the past to access non-capital historic preservation grants. These grants can be difficult to find because grants in the historic preservation area are almost always capital grants, grants for remediating historic properties, stabilizing historic properties, et cetera. It's very hard to find non-capital grants for things like studies, design work, cemetery work, archaeology, et cetera. It's very hard to find. These funds tend to, a little bit tends to go a long way, and diminishing these funds, we don't think is a very good idea. We also have currently plans. I think Montgomery Parks has current plans to apply for a non-capital grant to do research and archaeological field work at the new Ednor Soapstone Quarry Park. So they're a bit concerned about this. They would really like to submit some comments to let the sponsors know that, these, what seems like, small changes, small decreases in available funding really do have impact. And so we wanted to at least submit some information to the bill sponsor about that. And then maybe engage with them and see if there are maybe other ways that they can look at, adjusting funding levels rather than this particular one. So I'll stop there and see if Parks has anything they'd like to add. This was a late bill that we got, as we just got this one from Parks. So, but it was important to them. They really wanted to get this one before you.
At World Park, have we talked to them to understand what is the reason behind it? Is the money being transferred somewhere else? Have we even tried to discuss it with the sponsors of the bill for that?
We can, and certainly, we can certainly reach out to them when we are in Annapolis and see if we can get a bit more background and information on, what the concern is behind this bill.
Yeah, and also
like I said, we
tell
just
them,
really got this, yes.
yeah, how important this funds is for us and how we
Right.
use it. Give them some background and history. We have someone here from Parks.
For the record. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, wait, no problem.
For the record, Cassandra Michaud, Cultural Resources, Montgomery Parks. Yeah, so I don't have background on exactly why this is being cut. I know that last year a similar bill was proposed and eventually vetoed by the governor. And so the fund was able to be put forward, and projects are currently being reviewed on a slightly delayed schedule. This is really the only fund we can go after to fund our archaeological surveys and other work that is not capital. Yeah. And it's really critical because they focus on areas that lead to the interpretation of our important heritage area sites. So for example, previously we had been awarded a grant to do archaeological analysis at Oakley Cabin through this grant. that led to the interpretation, to help to inform the interpretation at Oakley Cabin, that ultimately led also to part of the AR project we did there that won an award through the Maryland Historical Trust. So these are the beginning stages of how we get to interpretation and significance and context for these heritage sites. And so it's really critical because they're often behind the scenes or early. People don't know about them and they don't really understand this. They tend to focus more on the exhibits and programming that comes later. But these grants and these studies are critical to understanding it. And so it would be a real loss.
How much is it going to impact you with this ban?
So if we are not able to go through this, we would have to either do that work ourselves, which would cause a significant amount of delay in being able to do that work, or we would have to go after multiple other sources of funding.
I'm just saying that what is the amount that is going to impact us?
The grant cycle itself is $75,000. It's up to $75,000. It's not likely we would go all the way up to $75,000, but it would be a substantial part of that. I don't have the exact dollar figure right now, but it's $75,000.
So the grant is not such a big amount of the money that makes a big impact in the scheme of the big scheme of the things. I don't understand, but it's very important for us. So I don't get it.
Yeah, so why don't we, but big, yeah.
Yeah,
but big-
that's the point.
Yeah.
These are small amounts of money, especially to to a lawmaker. This is a small amount of money that they're going from 10% to 7%, but it has a big impact, and that's why we want to show them that this is a small amount of money, but look what we do with this small amount of money,
Yeah.
and it really has an impact on what we do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, thank you. So we're supportive of this recommendation, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Very much, yeah.
So do we have a motion to provide, well, we're going to provide informational anyway, right? Is that what it is?
Right, just informational. At the moment, we'll get more information from the sponsor to see if we, if providing this information to the sponsor will help, and see if we can get more context as to what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Do we have to say information or can we say disagree? I don't know.
Well, let's get more information first. Let's see if we can engage first.
If they come for my soap
Because it is a small, it is a relatively small change. I mean, we've got other areas where they're looking to make big cuts. So we'd like to approach this a bit more friendly.
Okay, great.
In a more friendly a way.
Great,
Okay,
great.
so.
Any more for us today, or you're done?
No, that's it.
Okay,
That's it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your team you and Ms. Balcom Colbert and both departments for their analysis of these legislative items. I know it takes a lot of work, so I really appreciate that. All right, we're going to take a 1-minute break and start with our next. Oh, is it lunchtime? Okay, well, we get lunch today. Okay, great. Yeah, we'll be back at 1 o'clock as it is. Yep, we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back. We're on item number 7, Friendship Heights Sector Plan Preliminary Recommendations Briefing, where staff will be briefing the board on their preliminary recommendations on this plan. We have Atara Margolis to present this afternoon. We're looking forward to hearing your preliminary recommendations. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Atara Margolis, Master Planner in the West County Division. I'm joined here today by the Friendship Heights Sector Plan team to review the preliminary recommendations for the plan. We will start with a brief update on where we are, and then we'll talk about our draft vision for Friendship Heights. We will then pivot a bit to summarize some economic analysis work that we wrapped up since we last presented to the board. And then we'll discuss how the key takeaways from that work are actually informing the development of the plan. And then we'll move into preliminary goals and recommendations by topic. As a reminder, this is a map of the plan boundary. It includes all of downtown Friendship Heights and the blocks of the Brookdale neighborhood between River Road and Geico property. I also want to note, of course, that we studied the context around the plan area, including the neighborhoods to the north, south, east, and west, including, of course, the DC portion of that, as part of our study area for the plan, and our recommendations take into account the conditions and also the planned future of that surrounding area. We've been coordinating with DCOP and are taking into account the proposed zoning and development for the blocks of Wisconsin south of Western. It's an ongoing process for them right now, and we've been receiving updates on that to make sure we understand the future context on the other side of Western. Here's where we are in the process. The last time we were at the board was in November, where we brought our visioning summary. Now we've worked on the past few months putting together these preliminary recommendations. We anticipate bringing the working draft to the community and the board by this summer, which would then allow us to start with the planning board public hearings in the fall. When we talk about the plan vision, it's really a combination of pulling together things we've heard from the community, our existing conditions analysis work, the many conversations we've had with all different types of stakeholders. And we're just going to remind ourselves some of the main themes we heard, and here's a snapshot of those themes. We asked many, many people what they want to see in Friendship Heights in 20 years, and here are some of the sort of points that came up over and over again in those conversations. People want to see a downtown that's affordable and more accessible than it is today, that's multi-generational and is diverse, that continues to be pedestrian-friendly and green and walkable, and is really a vibrant and fun place to hang out. But they also want to make sure it still feels like Friendship Heights. And so pulling all of these thoughts together, we lead us to our plan vision statement. The revitalization of Friendship Heights will transform this urban neighborhood into a thriving regional destination and a welcoming community where people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities can live, work, and play. And under this vision statement, we have 4 overarching goals. And when we get into the goals and recommendations topic by topic later in this presentation, you'll see that they come under the themes that we start with here. First goal is to enhance existing connections and create safer ways for people to walk, bike, or ride between Friendship Heights and the surrounding communities. Provide new experiences for social connection, activity, and respite in parks and public spaces throughout the plan area. Strengthen the Wisconsin Avenue corridor as a center of activity with opportunities for economic growth. And to achieve a resilient urban area that strives to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Now, before we jump into the topic-specific preliminary goals and recommendations that come under these sort of umbrella goals, we're going to take a step back and review the economic development context of the plan area. Along with the many comments we received from the broader community and the development community during visioning, we also engaged RCLCO, a real estate consultant from this area, to help us understand Friendship Heights from a market perspective. The takeaways of that analysis have also informed all of these draft recommendations. Much of what we are recommending in this plan is designed to help Friendship Heights regain its footing as a regional destination and an economic driver. And I'm going to pass it to real estate planner Alex Pemberton to share the summary of this work and its implications.
Alex Pemberton, real estate planner for the record. And first of all, thank you, Atara, for that rundown. This extensive work, supplemented with countywide research, all points to a single conclusion, which is that Friendship Heights is at an inflection point. Many things are working well in Friendship Heights today. If you visited the area for the first time, you'd see storefronts that are mostly occupied, leafy, affluent neighborhoods all around, and well-maintained properties that should support reinvestment. But what we don't see from that snapshot is the trajectory of the district. And over the past decade, we've seen a shifting composition of retailers, a static and aging residential population, and declining viability of the new investments that bring new amenities and support existing ones. Urban areas need a critical mass of office, residential, retail, and public amenities to thrive. But this crucial mix is falling out of balance in Friendship Heights. Simply stated, the trajectory has flatlined and risks decline without intervention. So I'll discuss this context and our work more in depth, explain how it influenced our goals, and then our specialist planners will detail our recommended interventions. So, as Atara mentioned, we engaged a Bethesda-based national consulting firm for a market analysis to help us better understand how to shift that trajectory in Friendship Heights. RCLCO assembled case studies of similar areas across the country and found that Friendship Heights is distinct in many ways. It has the transit access, high density in a very small area surrounded by low densities in a very broad area, high household incomes, access to natural amenities, and a really unique job composition with its medical office cluster. This combination is quite rare. And with all these unique features, there's no single twin that we can point to and say, do what they did and everything will be okay. What we did instead was identify strategies and best practices from a handful of different areas across the country to figure out how we leverage the unique aspects of Friendship Heights. One key asset is the abundance of large sites with development potential. And early on, we recognized that these sites are the best opportunity to deliver the amenities we've heard the community desires, and our research suggests would improve the economic conditions in the plan area. But potential alone does not make progress, and to this end, we had the consultants study development feasibility on individual sites in the plan area. This study found that residential development in the near to midterm is the most feasible. We drilled down then to understand the most viable building forms and scale given market revenues and the cost of land and construction. For apartment development, there are two sweet spots: 6- and 7-story wood and concrete projects, and then concrete construction of 14 to 22 stories. So this study informed our recommendations for height limits throughout the plan area. However, we must note that this was a theoretical black and white pro forma exercise. As you recall from the pipeline analysis, conditions for residential development in Montgomery County are extremely challenging, with market and policy barriers insurmountable for many projects, even with full planning approvals. These barriers uniquely impact higher density rental apartments, and so we'll propose interventions to address these challenges and promote the best land uses for the long-term interests of the plan area. And one critical goal is to ensure that Friendship Heights retains a viable office market. The area has seen substantial contraction in its office sector, and this has had negative impacts on retail and residential markets. The area needs a healthy daytime population to support restaurants' lunch hours and strengthen residential demand. Despite many assets, Friendship Heights is losing both existing and prospective office tenants to areas with a greater critical mass of amenities. So how do we improve the feel of the area to be more attractive to employers and their employees to make Friendship Heights a place where people want to go into the office? Our goals here revolve around improved placemaking and amenities, which several of my team members will discuss in more detail, as well as positioning key sites to attract major employers in a countywide climate of few inbound economic development opportunities. Placemaking is really central to our office market strategy, and retail plays a critical role within that. But retail also depends on a healthy office market and strong area demographics. Many restaurants in particular have struggled to make lunch service in the district work amid the contraction in its office market. Meanwhile, retail is in transition both from national trends and localized demographic decline. A key finding from our countywide retail study, which we will preview to the board later this month, is that the broader area encompassing Friendship Heights is the only section of the county where retail spending is projected to decline by 2030. That's driven by flat or shrinking population in the surrounding neighborhoods and a senescent residential base aging out of prime spending years and into fixed income stages of life. Now, intervention to grow employee and resident numbers is needed to offset these trends because, again, retail, restaurant, and entertainment amenities are essential contributors to a viable urban district. And so this all feeds into the residential market. Again, it is our best lever to bring the people, the ground floor retail space, and the public amenities we need to rebuild critical mass and spur a positive feedback loop. More residents will bolster retailers and restaurants, which will improve the district's appeal to employers and employees. But again, there are critical challenges in the current climate for new residential development. Our goals for this essential piece of the plan are to intervene in the challenging conditions for residential development in the near term, while ensuring that we meet our long-term goals for affordability, increased residential population, and our high standards for public benefits, environmental sensitivity, and a sense of place. With that, I'll hand it back to Atara, and she'll take us through land use and zoning.
Thanks, Alex. So now that we've set the stage for what the plan hopes to accomplish, the rest of the presentation is going to walk through recommendations that focus on these topics. Each section will open with goals and then follow with draft recommendations to support the goals. I want to emphasize that in this presentation, we are focused on plan-wide recommendations. We will start working on our site-specific recommendations after this milestone as we continue developing the plan. So I'll start with land use and zoning. The section of this plan, as you know, addresses density, height, proposed zoning changes, and the use of zoning tools to incentivize development that will support the overall plan vision goals discussed above. So here are the land use and zoning goals. We want to encourage redevelopment of opportunity sites in the plan area, provide flexibility so future projects can respond to the market, strengthen the existing retail corridor along Wisconsin, promote the development of more housing, including affordable housing, support opportunities for future community amenities within the plan area, and respect the transition of building heights from the downtown core to the surrounding neighborhoods. So obviously, we would talk about opportunity sites in every plan. Here are the identified opportunity sites for this plan. We define them as the sites with existing development potential that are more likely to redevelop over the life of this sector plan vision period. So obviously, just for the board's knowledge, we have the Geico site here. We have the Saks and Collection sites on the east side of Wisconsin Avenue, going down and including to Wisconsin Circle, which is the building that sits on top of the WMATA bus loop. And then inside the downtown core, and actually all inside the village of Friendship Heights, we have 3 other sites. This is just a 1-story retail site that has existing FAR that hasn't been used yet. And this is a 5-story office building, which is on a really large site that has quite a bit of density that has never been captured. And this is a block with a handful of small sites, the only block in the village that was never consolidated into a larger site. And so it's sort of like maybe the untapped potential in the village could be found on this block, if you will. So we'll start with height in terms of recommendations. So the first recommendation is to readjust the mapped heights throughout the plan so that we really focus tall heights at Western and Wisconsin, and we step down as we move to the outer edges of the downtown, closer to the adjacent neighborhoods. This height adjustment across the plan will also bring the mapped heights closer to the actual heights of many existing buildings in many cases, which I'll look at in a minute. In addition, the plan will ensure that heights transition from the tallest heights at the center of the downtown to lower heights along the adjacent neighborhoods. This will be achieved through a combination of adjusting the mapped heights and also introducing a new overlay zone that we'll talk about in a few slides. First, let's look at existing buildings and existing maps. So on the left, we have a snapshot of where the existing buildings are in terms of their actual height today, and on the right, you can see the existing mapped height, and I do include the DC heights as well in the immediate context. So while we do have taller buildings at Western and Wisconsin today, we actually do have some buildings that go a little bit beyond what the mapped height is, and we really want to focus more of our efforts down at this part of the plan when we look at the proposed. But the other thing to note here is that in this Village of Friendship Heights triangle, we have a lot of rental and condo apartment buildings that are around 150 feet tall, but the mapped height today in that area is 90. So that's a little bit off, and we generally in sector plans like to try and bring things into more compliance if we can. And so that's one of the sort of reasons why we're relooking at heights in this area, in addition to sort of this balancing of the heights across the whole area. And so now we'll look at the proposed map height on the left, and the existing is still on the right. So we're bringing the village up to that 150 datum, which is close to where the buildings are today. But we're raising the heights on Wisconsin on this side and really going higher down by the metro. We've expanded the zoning change as well, which we'll talk about in a minute, but we're expanding the height. Currently it's 90. This is the SAC site. The building and the parking lot are zoned differently, so they have different height limits. We're going to make them all the same, and we'll talk about that on the next slide, and sort of the same approach to Geico, going more flexible and more consistent, which I'll get to when I talk about the zoning.
I was going to ask about that. Is that same situation in the Geico site, a different mapped height?
Correct. Well, like here, you can see the mapped heights are split because the zoning is split, and we're proposing to be consistent across the whole site and use the overlay zone to sort of temper things at the edges and sort of shape the development. And we'll talk about that in a minute. So to look at density for a second so that we can look at the zoning. Of course, in all plans, we always look at outdated zones, and we do have one outdated zone here that we will update. We also have been, in recent plans, taking our mixed-use zoning, our commercial residential CR zoning, and equalizing the minimum C and minimum R so that we don't have that requirement to do both uses in a development, so that we can really let the market dictate. When the mixed-use areas that we have in the county, like Friendship Heights, are very well established as mixed-use areas, and so it's okay if we have a building that's all residential or all commercial. It still contributes to the area. We've done this in the last 2 urban sector plans, and we're doing that here as well. We are confirming the existing R60 zoning for the Brookdale parcels. We're not proposing any change for that small portion of the Brookdale neighborhood that is included in the plan. And there's 2 R60 parcels in the downtown core, and we'll look at the map in a minute, and we're proposing that those change to CR. And then we have some existing small overlay zones, and again, we'll talk about this right here. And we are looking into ways to eliminate those or move past them if we don't need them anymore. So here's the existing zoning. And just to review, we already have mostly a mixed-use district here with CR zoning pretty much everywhere in the downtown core. This is the Somerset House parcel. They are split zone between an R60 buffer and an RH, which we don't use anymore, high-rise residential, so we have to update them just to bring them into a current zone. The Saks parcel, like I just mentioned, and the Geico parcel are both split with little CR pieces and then surrounded by R60. Saks has a TDR, transfer of development rights overlay zone, so it's supposed, it was conceived as a receiving site for density from elsewhere in the county, and its underlying zone is R60. And then there's this Chevy Chase neighborhood retail overlay zone here that was intended to mandate a grocery store on this site, which we did have for a long time, although Amazon Fresh just closed, as I think people are aware, and also to sort of kind of force certain kinds of ground floor neighborhood retail. We're not sure we need that overlay zone anymore, and that's something we're still looking into, but I think it doesn't allow for a lot of flexibility there, and I think that's one of the reasons why we're looking at removing it. So the proposed zoning map at the moment looks like this, and so we're moving to all CR on the Saks parcel, moving to all CR on the Geico parcel, but not changing Brookdale Neighborhood Park, leaving that as R60, so it is totally untouched. And sort of removing those overlay zones that we just discussed. Now, you'll note that there are no FAR values on this map. That is something that we're still working on as we go through our site-by-site analysis, but I will share just for context that today, the majority of the CR parcels in the downtown have an FAR of 3. And for the most part, we're probably gonna stay around that level. There are some parcels down by the metro that are a 5, and so we'll certainly leave that at least a 5. But when we talk about how we're approaching things with the overlay zone, we're trying to leave the density, the map density, give or take at the level that it is today. We've already proposed raising the heights quite a bit, and then we'll talk about what the overlay zone that we're proposing can do for this area.
Can I ask one quick question on
Yes.
on the north side of the site? We're proposing leaving what you described as the R60 buffer.
We're still,
Is that where
yeah.
the Little Falls branch runs through? Are there environmental constraints on that site?
So we're still looking at that buffer precisely for that reason, although it is complicated because the building footprints overlap that a little bit. So I'm not quite sure how we're going to resolve that yet. The Little Falls branch mostly runs outside of the plan area. This is a park that's owned by Town of Somerset, but it comes into our plan area both in Willard Avenue Neighborhood Park and a tiny piece of it up here. And so we have to sort of take another look and see if it makes sense and if we need to, from a compliance perspective, change that. So that's still TBD, I would say.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for pointing that out. So now we talked about how we're planning to adjust the map heights and how we're planning to adjust sort of changing some zoning slightly in the plan area. So the challenge here is that we want to encourage taller buildings on the main roads. We want to encourage taller buildings at the Metro on Wisconsin, but the downtown is very small and you don't have a lot of blocks in which to transition like you do in some other downtowns to the adjacent neighborhoods. You're only kind of one block deep all around. So we really wanted to come up with an innovative and more flexible way to leave the mapped height as sort of a more consistent mapped height across the parcels, but introduce a new tool that can help us control that height at the transition areas where it meets the neighborhoods. And we also want to look for ways on some of the smaller infill sites that may redevelop where they might be pretty constrained and not have a lot of density right now. How can they obtain additional density to build up to their mapped height? So I'm going to talk through those two things. This overlay zone concept is still at a pretty high level, so there are details that we are definitely still working out, but we wanted to bring you this concept and talk about it here. So the first idea is how to manage the heights. So we're proposing that the overlay zone would identify height transition areas at the opportunity sites that are immediately adjacent to low-density residential neighborhoods. And so that would be the purple hatched area, if I can get the mouse to work over here, along the Saks and Collection sites as they border with Chevy Chase Village, and the edge of the Geico site where it borders Brookdale. Buildings in these areas would actually be allowed only up to a certain height that would not be all that much taller than what we find in the adjacent neighborhoods, so maybe somewhere less than 50, even if the mapped height underlying is much higher. The key thing here is that these transition areas take a more conservative approach to height transition than the current compatibility rules do in the zoning ordinance. So of course there are compatibility rules now. If you have a CR built property across from an R60 property, how can you transition? And the zoning ordinance has a recommendation that essentially sets a plane at a 45-degree angle from the height in the R60 zone and says you can go up to that plane as you start to build in CR. These, in the example of the Brookdale site, for example, Brookdale, some of those houses, they have their side yard immediately adjacent to Geico. There isn't a right-of-way separating them. So really, we feel like you need more of a transition area, and providing an area where we're saying you'd have to be at a relatively low height. It can be taller than what the adjacent neighborhoods are, but starting to step up, but not allowing you to step up immediately. So it really can push the taller buildings deeper into the site, away from the single-family neighborhood, but also towards the street fronts where we want to be, where we want to see activation. And so the same approach on the Chevy Chase Village side, pushing. So if you're building on one of these sites and you want to take advantage of the maximum height, which is 100 on Geico right now, and on Saks, and 200 as you get down here, any tall buildings that are capturing that maximum height have to be they have to be street fronting buildings. And then back in the transition zone, they will have to be much lower, and the overlay zone will give some guidance as to how to transition between that transition zone and the street front with the height. We have not figured out the depths of these potential transition areas. We haven't talked yet about if they would be, I am assuming they would not be the same. I know they're drawn on the map like it's a diagram, but we have to really look carefully at each of the sites and figure out what makes sense. I think we'd want to keep a consistent along each edge, but it doesn't mean we would necessarily treat the Geico frontage the same as we would the other one.
That's what, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was going to ask about, you mentioned that on the Geico side, some of the side yards are kind of directly adjacent to the, which is different than on the Chevy Chase side, which is separated by Belmont. Ave, so which seems like more of a conventional kind of CR kind of facing residential situation. So I'm curious, I guess I'm just curious at this starting stage, on the Chevy Chase side, what the rationale is to be more conservative than what the existing code says about transitions from, because I imagine there's probably lots of examples all over the county that are somewhat similar to this with a road separating the two.
Yeah.
So so I'll say that one big difference, I think, between Friendship Heights and the way we've approached this in Bethesda and Silver Spring, for example, where they also have, a downtown area immediately surrounded by single family, is that sometimes we're able to use CR or maybe a CRT or CRN in the block that's right next to the single family, and then you can move into a more dense CR on the next block. And so you still have the compatibility rules, but you are not mapping a CR 200 right next to an R60 generally. And so we don't have enough depth here to sort of work with that. So we wanted to sort of figure out a way to address that. Belmont is a narrow street. It actually has a buffer park on it, which does already provide for a little bit of a transition, but it doesn't go the whole way. And particularly where the roads wrap around at the top, we feel like people are facing this way. It's their front yard here, facing here. So we feel like you really want to have something on the other side of the street that sort of holds that edge, makes that street feel like we're transitioning from a neighborhood to a downtown in a way. And so that's really what we're thinking. But we are going to test out these sites and determine sort of it may be a different height here than at the Geico site. There may be some other different rules. We're not quite there yet. We need to start sort of looking at it at a site-specific level.
Yeah. So, yeah, you might. So thank you. I'm sure, like, as you always do, when you come back, you'll not only, you'll have some examples.
Yes.
And then that'll also would help know what you have left, and if what you have left on Wisconsin is really feasible to do, a certain height building. I remember, it's not the same example, but when we approved the HOC property, remember on the backside, they put a townhouse. It looked like a townhouse before they then went up to create that. So I'm not sure if something like that would be also, but you guys do a great job of giving examples, and so we look forward to when you come back.
Yeah, that is exactly our next step.
I don't want to belabor the point, but I also have concerns about the edges at that point. We have step-down requirements, and we have, things in there, and there's a road between, particularly on the east and the northeast side. I don't want to constrain, my concern is constraining sites that we have identified as opportunity zones. And if we want to provide the amenities and density necessary to produce those amenities and, produce what we're offering or what we're encouraged to produce, I think that restrictions, particularly I think on that Saks Avenue site in particular, but some of the others as well, aren't a good way to go about it. I think we have other levers to pull. I mean, I realize this is preliminary. We're there. But we're also back to, is there a particular reason to put an overlay zone next to that park that's on the side of the Geico site? I don't really think there is. And so I think that there's flexibility is probably something we should pay as much attention to as we do for the height restrictions that we're putting in, of chopping up the properties, which we're also going to have setback requirements, which you also have step-down requirements. We all have all of that. It's a preliminary, we're in that situation, but I hesitate to attach something like that particularly to these two large sites that we've identified as opportunity zones. But before we even get to the opportunity, we're restricting and cutting off a considerably large chunk of the sites themselves.
I don't think that's what she's suggesting.
I'm
She's not
well-
suggesting that yet. I think we're just going very much ahead. She says that, well, she's saying that the depth of this downtown is very small, and they still have to do work to see that how the compatibility requirement that you have right now play out with the houses that are adjacent to them, and she has to look at different things, and she brings it back to us. She's not suggesting anything at this point.
And I understand that. I'm saying that before, we have goals that the plan needs to achieve. One of the things that plan needs to achieve is both density and redevelopment of our opportunity zones. But before we've got to that point, we're also talking about adding additional compatibility requirements to a place where we already have compatibility requirements. And we're talking about lowering from a 200 to a 35 to 50 is what you mentioned. And I think that that's very restrictive to put in the beginning of a preliminary plan at this point. I don't love the idea of setting that as our sort of stated, as the point from which we're working from as we move forward on, restricting off, 3 of our major opportunity sites that we've identified already.
Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief of West County Planning, for the record. I think we hear you. We've heard, and we've been talking to the property owners and the adjoining communities and municipalities, and I think what we're looking for is nuance. Really, the zoning ordinance does have a tool. It's not a particularly sharp tool. So I think we hear exactly what you're saying, and appreciate the comments from Commissioner Pettaway, and I think and the chair. When we come back, we'll have more concrete examples.
Great.
So moving on from height, the other thing we would like the overlay zone to do is to actually serve as a tool for incentivizing more public benefits than we would normally get in exchange for additional density. So as you guys all know, we've done several overlay zones in the past and other plans, and we allow buildings to go above their map density to a higher mapped height and obtain density through contribution to a fund that's going to fund infrastructure or something similar. Friendship Heights is much smaller than the other downtowns. We don't have a huge infrastructure need here like we have in Silver Spring and Bethesda. But what we heard the most about during engagement, and even what we've identified in many ways, are things we would consider public benefits: affordable housing, open space, more neighborhood retail, even things like public art and the like. And we have a great new incentive density implementation guide that has been rewritten to match the priorities of the county now. And many of what's in their guide actually aligns with the things people talked about wanting the most in Friendship Heights. So we saw that as an opportunity to kind of double down. And so, of course, optional method, you have to do, you're in the pink in this drawing, and you're going to do whatever public benefits you need to get the density to get to your 3 or 5 FAR, whatever it is. But if you're at a 150 or 200 foot site and you want additional FAR, we have more details to work out, but the idea is that we would probably emphasize 2 or 3 of the overarching categories in the guide and say, you can provide more of these benefits. We might adjust the FAR we give you to make it a little bit more feasible, but it allows things like incentivizing affordable housing, for example, which there's, as you'll hear in a minute, almost none of in this downtown now, and so that's something that we need: deeper affordable units, larger units. Pretty much everything in the new guide matches up with the priorities of the Friendship Heights community, and so we thought this was a way to use the overlay zone to try and incentivize that on some properties. I will say on the really large properties, depending on how they're developed, there's a lot of FAR there. They might not really need to take advantage of this, but on some of the infill properties, this could be really helpful to help a project get going. And so I think that's something that we're looking at. We're going to test sites, come to you with examples, and we've started looking at that, and we'll come with a much more robust version of this, but this is our concept right now, and how to allow additional density and receive extra public benefits for the community in return. That is actually the end of the land use and zoning preliminary rec section, and I'm going to pass it to Bhavna to talk about housing.
Can I just add one comment to previous topic that you were talking about? Frankly, I do appreciate staff to come here and say that one size doesn't fit all. There are recommendations that we make, like the compatibility, but we just don't take it as a whole. We look at it side by side to see that how that guidelines impact the communities, and that's a good planning. And I appreciate you doing that and bringing it to us when you know exactly what the impacts and how you could mitigate those.
Thank you.
For the record, Bhavna Sivasubramanian, Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division. So Alex provided some residential market context earlier. I'll be building on that and diving into specific housing recommendations for the plan area. Housing goals and recommendations fall under 3 buckets: housing production, housing diversification, and housing affordability. As a reminder of the existing conditions, the Friendship Heights sector plan area has just over 4,200 units, 94% of which are in large multifamily structures, which were mostly built in the 60s and 70s. The area has seen very limited housing growth in the past decade. Therefore, increasing housing in the plan area is a key goal to both meet the growing demand and to support reaching the county's housing targets. The second bucket is housing diversification. Through this plan, we want to facilitate the development of a variety of housing types, especially near transit stations and lines that contribute to corridor-focused growth. And the final bucket is housing affordability. Currently, there are only 28 MPDUs in the plan area at Wisconsin Place. I should note that many of the other multifamily properties were built before or are not subject to the MPDU requirement. This plan aims to expand access to safe, healthy, and affordable housing for people across a range of income levels, household sizes, and life stages. So I'll now go one by one in these areas and talk about specific recommendations, beginning with housing production. We recommend adding more housing units that are available to renters, families, seniors, and persons with disabilities. These were subgroups we specifically heard about during the engagement process that were facing challenges with existing housing in the plan area. Next, we recommend promoting the use of incentives to boost market rate and affordable housing, particularly near transit stations and along major corridors. The downtown of the plan area has both the Metro Rail Red Line and a WMATA bus loop that serve as opportunities for corridor-focused growth. And the photo here on the slide is of Strathmore Square, a recent example of transit-oriented development in the county. We also recommend making property owners aware of the existing incentives, such as the commercial to residential expedited plan that can help make new office to residential conversions more feasible. And while we acknowledge that a thriving office market is critical to sustaining a residential market and vice versa in Friendship Heights, we also want to build awareness of existing incentive mechanisms. Now moving to housing diversification recommendations. First, we recommend encouraging a mix of housing types and unit sizes that can accommodate young families with children, first-time homeowners, and seniors. Again, these were groups we heard from repeatedly during community engagement who expressed concerns over their housing needs being met. In line with this, we recommend prioritizing family-sized market rate units and MPDUs, both in new residential developments and in redevelopments. And lastly, connecting back to what Alex had outlined, the retail and residential markets are closely linked. Without more housing and people, shops cannot sustain themselves. Therefore, we recommend exploring opportunities to provide housing types with active ground floor uses. And the photo here on the slide is of Bethesda Row, which is showing bustling ground floor retail below housing units. And the last bucket under housing is housing affordability. Friendship Heights falls under a high-income planning area, the Bethesda-Chevy Chase planning area, and therefore it already requires at least 15% MPDUs in new developments and in redevelopments with 20 or more units. Therefore, this is not a new recommendation, but we want to highlight that that requirement exists here already. In addition to this existing MPDU requirement, the plan recommends further prioritizing deeper levels of affordability by providing units below 65% of the area median income in new development and in redevelopments. The plan also encourages the use of county, state, and federal incentives to help make feasible and spur the production of new affordable housing. These include the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, as well as the federal low-income housing tax credit. And the photo here is of the residences at Forest Glen, which was supported in part by the LIHTC program. And I'll now pass it to Tyler to discuss urban design preliminary recommendations.
I just have one quick question for
Sure.
you. So we all want more housing types, and we also want including more home ownership. And today, the only way to provide home ownership is through the single-family detached townhomes, and maybe these 2/2s, right? But that's not the vision for this. The 2/2s are not the vision for this, and there are some townhomes that are being proposed, I believe, on the Geico. My question is, are condos dead? And if you want these higher density product at a place like this, it seems as if a condo product would be something that, you know, you can get more density, you can get the height, but if they are dead, for, you know, I know that it's the liability reasons, some other things, could there be, you know, we talk about, is there something, could RCL Co. kind of help us think through this? Are there some impediments that we could get out of the way so that a product like that could work? Is it something on the state level? Is some liability issues? Or there's some, you know, because a lot of them, the developers aren't doing because of potential lawsuits. So my point is that how can you make a condo alive again and put in another product type? Okay.
I might suggest that we have a fair amount more to go.
Yeah, but I mean, this is future.
But I'll tell you that we had a conversation for a property owner in West County yesterday inside the Beltway looking to do a condo building. So they're not entirely dead. People are still looking at them.
Yeah, I'm just, the only thing is because if you want to use the height that you want to put in there, how do you do that? Because if someone come with a 7-story stick and everyone wanted to, if that's the only thing that could happen, but if everyone does that, then you've lost that for the long term.
Yeah,
Just an idea.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can look at and come back to. And also, I mean, from a regulatory standpoint, a unit's a unit. So if it's approved as multifamily, after it leaves here, it could be a multifamily rental, it could be multifamily condo. Nothing about the board's review precludes that.
Understand.
So they're all the same. But I think that's a very interesting question, and I think if there's something that the master plan could do to incentivize that, I think that's something that we'll look into and come back with you
Thank you.
later in the year.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Tyler Milam, urban designer. So the urban design goals focus on 2 primary topics, the public realm and building form. The public realm covers any space or built environment that is accessible for public use, regardless of ownership. This includes streets, sidewalks, plazas, parks, and other publicly accessible open spaces. The goals for the public realm are to increase connectivity throughout the plan area, to promote walking and social interaction while fostering stronger bonds with surrounding communities, and to strengthen Friendship Heights as a destination that has a distinct identity with welcoming public spaces, lively streets, and a variety of uses. The building form encompasses the design of buildings such as height, massing, placement within a site, entrance location, and architectural elements, including windows, shade structures, and balconies. In Friendship Heights, the goal is to elevate the quality of design in new development to create a welcoming environment that enhances the human experience while fostering equitable and resilient communities. Friendship Heights has a unique identity that spans multiple jurisdictions, with Wisconsin Avenue serving as the commercial heart. Future projects within the plan area should provide high-quality streetscapes that bring together active uses on the ground floor of buildings, visually interesting and well-designed buildings, and a variety of transportation options that come together to enhance the local character that is distinctly Friendship Heights. This can be further enhanced with strong pedestrian and bicycle connectivity between the mixed-use core and the surrounding residential neighborhoods. This will increase opportunities for people to easily access the amenities of downtown Friendship Heights. Amenities such as parks, restaurants, shops, and other businesses could benefit from increased foot traffic. This could enhance economic diversity and social interaction by attracting patrons that may have otherwise opted for driving to destinations further afield once getting into their cars. Additionally, there needs to be a robust network of routes within the downtown core. The existing network can be enhanced by breaking up larger blocks with pedestrian through-block connections that reduce travel distances, provide greater access to amenities like parks, and encourage walking and social interaction. Providing greater diversity in routes throughout the plan area increases pedestrian activity as well as safety. Encouraging public spaces that are easily identifiable, locatable, and accessible for public use increase the numbers of people who will use them, creating a stronger sense of eyes on the street and encouraging community building. This can be achieved by framing public open spaces with activating uses like restaurants and shops, as well as residential entrances. Building frontages that are designed at a human scale enhance the pedestrian experience by making spaces more comfortable, intuitive, and engaging environments. This can be further enhanced by implementing placemaking strategies such as art, seating, music, educational materials, as well as food and at key locations to make spaces more interesting and in turn generating more pedestrian activity. To elevate the design of new projects within the plan area, we are exploring methods to provide a process of design review during the application process. One potential method to achieve this could be to incorporate Friendship Heights into the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel. This would include stakeholders from the community to review the designs of development applications. Another method is to provide design guidance for new projects that demonstrate different ways to achieve design excellence within the plan area. This could include massing, streetscape improvements, facade treatments, and other architectural elements. One of these elements could be the inclusion of nature-based design elements to infuse a biophilic sensibility into the overall design. Biophilic elements can increase direct connections to nature through plantings, views, and natural materials, or indirectly with reference to nature through design motifs. Incorporating biophilic elements draws nature and its accompanying benefits deeper into the urban fabric. Also, buildings and their designs don't operate independently. They are part of the community as a whole and have a direct effect on the public realm and the vitality of the community. The most noticeable impact is where the building meets the street, how the base of a building interacts with the sidewalk, and those using it have either a negative or a positive impact. To encourage a positive impact, it is important for buildings to be located close to the street, provide active ground floor uses, streetscape improvements such as seating and shading, and an architectural design that is interesting and pleasing to the eye. Ensuring this approach on prominent mixed-use streets like Wisconsin Avenue will promote a welcoming and lively public realm with diverse activity. Promoting variation in building types, massing, and scale provide diversity in visual interest as well as building stock. This results in a wider range of housing types, entertainment venues, public open space uses, and generally provides for a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable community. That concludes the urban design section, and I will now pass it off to Audrey Bogle to talk about community amenities.
Could I ask just a couple of questions on this one?
Yeah.
So I think these recommendations sound great, and I like the idea of kind of pulling the buildings closer to the street in Wisconsin, like you described. But I assume that, you know, we're still going to suggest, and I can't remember. I apologize for this. I know we did like streetscape. We did a streetscape study for Friendship Heights. Was that?
It was an urban design study.
Urban design study, right. And I apologize, this may have been part of this, but I assume we're still going to recommend kind of, you know, along with pulling buildings close to the street, providing enough space on the sidewalk and enough buffer space between sidewalk and street to actually provide, although we want to activate it with people, provide enough like comfort and everything.
Yes. In Friendship Heights, we have the challenge of a lot of buildings having circle driveways in front. So I think when we're talking about pulling buildings close to the street, we mean sort of what we would consider like the normative relationship, where they're at the edge of the streetscape as opposed to having
right.
Entry driveway, pushing the front door, you know, some 40 feet back.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, most of the buildings that are on Wisconsin do, like, what we consider close to the street are already close to the street, but looking at other some ones as you get farther north in Wisconsin, they kind of continue to pull back, like the hotels, like that with the circular entrances.
Right, okay. My only other comment on this part is, you mentioned kind of the possibility of doing a design advisory panel, or kind of wrapping in the area with Bethesda's design advisory panel. I'm a little kind of wishy-washy on this one, just because of, you know, in general, design is great. To the extent that mandating inclusion through the DAP adds time, in a very complicated real estate market, it adds time, cost, revisions, just sort of layers on complexity to projects that are already going to be hard to kind of move through this area for a variety of reasons. I'm open to sort of more, I'm open to being persuaded on this, I guess, and sort of more justification behind it. But I'm not, at this stage, I'm not totally convinced that that's a recommendation that in this area should move forward. I'm not sure how others feel, but that was sort of my gut reaction to that one, that in Friendship Heights in particular, given the challenges you mentioned, maybe we should really just be trying to facilitate And of course, have design standards that we think are good, but not add a layer of review to projects.
Well, one way to look at it is that if those places that we have used the design group, if it had been beneficial and if they have delayed the project and increased the coordination for the development. I don't know the answer to that, but we have a lot of these design group for different projects. It would be nice at one point to see that if they really made a difference, and were they additional layers for the development? Did it cost? Because one thing that, actually I have been talking about it is that if we want to have more affordable housing, we have to, make it more streamlined, because every layer of development that we add, it's additional cost for development and additional time. So I think it's time that we look to see that if those layers really worthwhile, and if they are, then you're right. If they're not, then something that to look at.
So why don't we, when you come back, you can talk the pros and cons of a design advisory panel, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Audrey Vogel, West County Planning. This section covers non-park amenities, which can range from street furniture to more significant facilities such as a library. Throughout our public engagement process, community amenities consistently emerged as one of the biggest topics of discussion. We heard strong feedback that community members want more places to gather, more services close to home, and amenities that help strengthen a sense of neighborhood identity. Highly requested amenities include a movie theater, library, and pharmacy with extended hours. As Alex discussed earlier, amenities are an important part of Friendship Heights' future vitality and are largely delivered through private development. Atara discussed the proposed overlay zone that is the primary tool to implement the goals and recommendations I'll now discuss. From a high level, the community amenities goals are to first encourage amenities that foster social interaction, civic gathering, and neighborhood identity. And second, expand access to community services and daily needs within the plan area in alignment with the concept of complete communities. We're recommending that the plan incentivize through the overlay zone a significant community-focused amenity as part of future development. To provide flexibility in implementation, we're not recommending one specific type of amenity. Instead, we're defining the types of activities this amenity could foster. This amenity may include social and civic gathering spaces, opportunities for learning, recreation, or arts, with an emphasis on activities that are inclusive for people of all ages and abilities. We also want to incentivize the creation of third places, which are spaces in a community where people naturally spend time outside of their homes and outside of work. Successful third places are comfortable, highly visible, and easy to access. These places help build community life and support the vibrancy that community members desire. Examples of third places include plazas, coffee shops, bookstores, and libraries. Additionally, we recommend that new development is designed to provide active ground floor uses that contribute to street-level vitality throughout the plan area. Active ground floor uses are not just retail spaces, but any number of uses that are designed with street-to-building connectivity, as Tyler discussed previously. For example, this could be an art gallery or even a well-designed building lobby. I will now hand it over to Jesus to talk about schools.
Just one quick comment on, sorry, I didn't mean to, it's not a question, but just a comment. I love focusing on social cohesion goal as part of this plan, like really elevating that kind of social gatherings, civic spaces, trying to make sure that, because, one of the, just to use Bethesda as a quick kind of example, like Bethesda's had so much wonderful development over the past few decades. There are times when I think that, there are some spaces that don't always feel as activated there, or in many urban areas that have had recent development, as we would have hoped. And even though it might have nice design and look great aesthetically and on and on and on, but it's such an important piece, given all the feedback that we've obviously heard from all the, that you all heard from the residents. And so I love that it's part of this, and I hope we can keep focusing on how the design in particular can achieve that, not as opposed to, but instead of sort of focusing primarily on design that's about aesthetics, and although that's important, or design that tries to sort of focus on building form, although that's important, but like kind of human-oriented design. So thanks for focusing on that.
For the record, Jesus Beck, Adequate Public Facilities Planner. So for schools during a master plan, even if there are no schools within the plan area, like Friendship Heights, we examined the enrollment trends of schools in the area, serving the area, to ensure that the infrastructure is adequate to serve the plan's long-range vision. So here the map shows the schools that students living in the plan area are currently assigned to based on their addresses. One thing to note is that the middle school and high school boundaries shown here are subject to change in 2027, and the elementary school boundaries will also be reviewed by MCPS shortly after that for potential change in the near future. But as you can see, students attend either Somerset or Westbrook Elementary Schools, Westland Middle School, and Bethesda Chevy Chase High School based on the current boundaries. Contrary to what many people still believe, recent trends are showing that the enrollment in these schools have already peaked. And for the elementary schools, both Somerset and Westbrook Elementary School, it happened as early as 10 years ago, and the enrollment's been declining pretty rapidly since. The latest projections from MCPS indicate that without factoring in any potential growth that this plan might bring, or the boundary change might impact, the elementary schools and middle school will be operating at less than 80% of their seat capacities that the facilities have, which is considered by MCPS to be below an efficient utilization level that may demand some action. Somerset Elementary School in particular is expected to have over 240 surplus seats by 2031, which is a utilization rate of 55.8% and the lowest in the county. Westbrook Elementary School as well will have 218 surplus seats, a 66.4% utilization rate. Westland Middle School, 266 surplus seats, 75% utilization rate. Bethesda Chevy Chase High School will be operating within a healthier, efficient utilization range, but they will still have a surplus of 215 seats. So as just mentioned, every single school serving the plan area currently is expected to have more than 200 surplus seats. Many committee members are still expressing concerns of class sizes being too big, but again, class sizes are not an indicator of the space available in the infrastructure. So the plan is very unlikely to be considering or looking at any additional school sites to dedicate from the plan area. But staff will continue to monitor the enrollment impact that any of the plan's recommendations or MCPS's boundary changes will bring. With that, we'll pass it over to transportation.
Good afternoon, Ronetta Zach Williams. I'm transportation planner, and I will be discussing the transportation goals and recommendations. The transportation goals for this plan are to provide a safe, efficient, and reliable transportation network that serves both current and future land uses, to enhance the current street grid to improve multimodal travel, improve the bicycle and pedestrian network in the plan area and to adjacent neighborhoods to ensure a safe and inviting environment, enhance transit facilities and operations to increase service reliability, accessibility, and the user experience, and lastly, ensure all public pathways are compliant with ADA standards. The first recommendation is to explore extending the Maryland 355 South bus rapid transit route from Bethesda to Friendship Heights and dedicating a travel lane in each direction to enhance transit accessibility along the corridor. The image on the right shows the full length of the corridor that is currently planned for BRT from Clarksburg down to Bethesda. The southern service route of the corridor is planned from Rockville to Bethesda, and this recommendation is speaking to recommending it run from Rockville down to Friendship Heights. We're also recommending aligning existing and future bus stops with protected crossings. Continuing with transit, we have a recommendation that is very long-term and would likely happen during redevelopment, and that is to explore relocating the WMATA bus loop during redevelopment to a location screened by active ground floor uses. These ground floor uses facing the street at the site would create an inviting gateway entering Maryland from the District of Columbia. Additionally, relocating the bus loop would improve some of the challenges like congestion, vehicles dropping off in the bus bays, as well as some of the buses not being too tall, traveling underneath the bus loop. This was also a recommendation that we worked closely with WMATA, with MCDOT, SHA, and DDOT as well, and so they all are aware of this recommendation, and this is something we've been discussing. Also related to Metro, we have a recommendation to replace the current staircase at the West Side Metro entrance with an escalator to improve accessibility, and this is a recommendation that would likely happen during redevelopment. Some of the key recommendations for the pedestrian network include to improve lighting throughout the planned area with an emphasis at intersections, bus stops, the Metro bus loop, as well as future and pedestrian bike paths. We're also recommending collaborating with the Village of Friendship Heights to remove obstructions along sidewalks and install high-visibility crosswalks. Another recommendation is to upgrade existing crosswalks with accessible materials such as concrete, as well as establishing new clear pedestrian routes during redevelopment that link Chevy Chase Village and Brookdale to downtown Friendship Heights. And lastly, we're recommending improving wayfinding and signage in Friendship Heights. For the bicycle network, we're reconfirming the bikeway recommendations from the 2018 master plan. We're also recommending collaborating with the Village of Friendship Heights to extend the separated bikeway on Friendship Boulevard up to Somerset Terrace, as well as working with the town of Somerset to improve bicycle and pedestrian connections from the downtown. Next, we also have a recommendation to develop designated bikeways that connect Brookdale to the downtown, as well as establishing micromobility options such as scooters and shared bikes in the planned area.
One quick question on the bike facility. I know this was probably in the master plan, but the bike facility on Western, I assume that that's on the Montgomery County side of, or is there any, is that a joint project with DDOT, or would that be something that we could feasibly kind of share responsibility with, just to make it kind of more feasible in the short term?
So DDOT does have control over Western Avenue, so that is like strictly like their project.
Full control.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
So we have been in communication with them and like discussing what that means like for this plan, but in terms of like building and maintaining, that's really DDOT.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
So in looking at the street network, we are recommending consolidating and relocating driveways from Wisconsin Avenue to side streets during redevelopment. We also have a recommendation to evaluate implementing a road diet on River Road and really just allocating that space for a bike facility to enhance the bike network as well as connect to the Capitol Crescent Trail. We're also recommending implementing safety improvements at intersections that would include things such as curb extensions and reduced corner radii. And lastly, upgrading the Hawk signal at the intersection of the Hills Plaza and Willard Avenue to a full traffic signal. Continuing with the street network, we have a recommendation to reduce downtown streets to 2 lanes in each direction, as well as reduce the target speed on these streets to 20 miles per hour. The second recommendation is about updating Friendship Heights streets based on the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, which classifies streets in the county. So here we're recommending reclassifying a portion of Friendship Boulevard as well as Willard Avenue to downtown streets, as they were previously classified as downtown boulevards. So the difference there would just be the intensity of vehicle travel on a downtown boulevard versus a downtown street. The next set of recommendations are related to parking and transportation demand management, or TDM. So first, because there are no public parking garages in the Friendship Heights downtown, we have a recommendation to explore integrating a new public parking garage with a mixed-use development through a public-private partnership. We also have a recommendation to reevaluate the non-auto driver mode share goal that refers to the percentage of teleworkers as well as commuter trips that are made by travel modes outside of a single occupancy vehicle during the peak hour. And lastly, we have a recommendation to continue to encourage TDM strategies to reduce single occupancy vehicle travel and promote sustainable travel options like carpooling, biking, things of that nature. That's it for transportation. If there are no questions, I will pass on to Christina to discuss parks and public spaces.
So, sorry, do you have a?
Yeah, quick question. So, thank you.
Yes.
Wisconsin Avenue is 3 lanes each way? Is that,
I'm sorry?
is Wisconsin Avenue today 3 lanes each way or 2 lanes each way?
It's 3 lanes in each direction.
Oh, so that's why you're talking about repurposing one of those lanes for the bus? Is that what you-
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
So I have to ask about the parking garage. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Did this come up in our public engagement? Is there a parking study that has showed that there's kind of excess demand and not enough parking supply in this area? It's obviously like highly served by transit, and with an aging population there, there's probably, my guess is, and this was probably in existing conditions, my guess is there's probably relatively low vehicle ownership in the plan area compared to other areas. Obviously, people are coming in to this area from outside too, but we're trying to enhance connections to do that without cars. And so is it really necessary to have a recommendation to expand our parking kind of supply in a downtown area?
Okay, yes, so, yeah, typically we wouldn't recommend like a parking garage in a downtown. I think for several reasons, like we're looking at this. The first is, as you mentioned, of course, ideally, we want people to take transit, but we also have to deal with the reality that people do drive. Additionally, we're recommending dedicated lanes on Wisconsin Avenue, and currently there is public parking on that street, so essentially we would be taking away parking to make that recommendation. Atara, do you also want to jump in?
Yeah, I would say this came up during engagement a lot. The only public parking in Friendship Heights are the on-street spaces. It's like less than 100 spaces. And as we introduce bike lanes and dedicated bus lanes, it'll be fewer public spaces. And so right now, the Saks parking lot, which is operated by a private parking, operator, and the collection, those function as the de facto public parking for Friendship Heights. A lot of the other office buildings, the garage closes at 6. There are only 3 public spaces in a private garage. So there actually is, basically, if you're parking in Saks in the collection, if you're coming to visit, if you're coming to the doctor. And so we talk to businesses, particularly in the medical sector, which, as Alex already talked about, that's our #1 sector right now in Friendship Heights. And it's actually, it's growing, and we're happy to lean into that. It brings daytime traffic, employees, and people come to Friendship Heights to go to the doctor, and sometimes you can't come on transit if you're visiting a medical office. Kind of depends what you're coming for, right? So what medical businesses told us, they'll need to move eventually if there's less and less public parking, because their patients say, we can't come to that office anymore, there's nowhere to park.
Yeah.
So I think we struggled with this, and we talked to MCDOT, and we said the only way we could see sort of, maybe recommending something about parking, saying when a new development comes along, and I don't think we're going to attach this to a particular site, but we have some very large sites that can sustain a lot of development here, which we've already kind of hinted at and talked about. Taking as an example, right, if one of the sites on Wisconsin eventually redevelops, we've tested it out enough during the RCLCO study to know that there's ample room for, there's not going to be a parking minimum here for even the development because we're close to the metro, et cetera. And so maybe there could be some piece of a garage that provides some amount of public parking that would be accessible during the public parking hours. That's one of the things we keep hearing about. The private garages control their own hours. It makes it hard to extend the hours of Friendship Heights past a certain time. So that's really where the concern is coming from. It's very different than the other downtowns that have too much public parking. Here, we tried to do the best parking analysis we could during existing conditions, but we can't get the parking data from some of the private operators, so it's hard to understand utilization when everything is privately controlled. And I think that's where this is coming from. And, MCDOT is comfortable with us saying explore. I mean, I think it could take many forms.
Right.
There are a few examples in the county where we've done things like this. So I think it's unique, but again, sort of echoing what Commissioner Pedwin said before, this area is unusual in a lot of ways, and so we're trying to take into account some of the unusual needs here, even though normally, you're right, it wouldn't be something, so.
Can I just add something else to what, is that okay? I believe, I was going to keep that at the end, but now that this came out, I'm going to say it. One thing that I believe this downtown area of Friendship Heights doesn't have is people from, it's a go-to place that people from the neighborhood, to come there, okay? I'm telling you, I have been living around here for a long time. Friendship Heights and the medical offices and Saks and the stores, Mazo Gallery, when I was younger, it was a go-to place for me. And I lived in Gaithersburg, okay? And I was able to drive there, and I had a lot of medical doctors that they were there. I didn't go anymore because parking was hard, and I had to pay $10 or a lot of money just to have a doctor visit on top of everything else. So I said, I don't want to come over there anymore. And one thing that I didn't hear from the presentation, this is a small downtown. If you want to activate it, I'm not a planner, okay? But I think that we need to bring people there to activate it. So we need to have places like special restaurants, special entertainment. I don't know, things that people actually want to take the time to come there, and not everybody wants to take metro if they want to come or take bus. They want to be able to drive, especially if you get to the older age and you want comfort and you want to come drive. So parking should be easy, that people would be able to park and go there. If we want to activate this place, we need to have people from the neighboring communities and from farther away places to come, because this is just such a small downtown area. And even though if all of this multifamily building that you're talking about and density comes there, it's not going to be enough to activate it. And you have to bring people to come there and create a vibrant community that you want. Like the downtown Bethesda. One of the things that people go there is easy to commute there, easy to drive there, and it has a lot of other things that you can do and spend one afternoon there if you want to have entertainment.
Let me just say this, we need to get, but I'm glad you brought that up, but the topic up, I'm sure that at some point there will be a study at the appropriate time, but this is a great point you brought up, and in context of the whole big picture.
Let's say one more quick thing, sorry, and then we can move on. Has there ever been a parking garage in downtown Friendship Heights?
There has not been.
Public garage. There are currently private garages which have various levels of access.
Of access and price. I mean, that's one of the things we heard, is
Yeah.
people feel like everywhere they can go to Bethesda and pay PLD prices, and they
Right.
can't, they can't do that here. So
Yeah.
yes, there hasn't, the way Friendship Heights developed, which we covered in like our scope presentation a long time ago, was very unusual and not organic in the way that the other downtowns did. So there's no public land here at all, which means basically everything here is private, and the only public spaces are on a handful of streets.
I'll just say that, I'm okay with Explore. I'm okay with Explore. The medical offices there clearly are, people go there today. And it sounds like their concern is parking going away. I'm not sure where that concern is coming from specifically, of parking going away compared to needing more parking in the future. But I'll just say generally, places get activated all the time without more parking. it's important that we price it appropriately. If we end up having parking in this area and they pay their PLD rates, like that's not going to be an appropriate level of probably in a downtown area like this, and we'll see. There's various levels to kind of make parking work in a place like this, and having it mixed with another development, that makes, if we're going to have it, it makes sense to do it that way, obviously, to kind of pair it together. But people, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the reasons described economically for why Friendship Heights is, as you described, flatlining and maybe fewer people are coming to the area, I don't think it's driven by parking. I think it's driven by other economic and market-related conditions. And to the extent that we think that parking can be in the mix to help bring some more people there, I'm open to that. But I don't think that we should frame it as a policy of need, kind of current need necessarily, when there's never been a public parking garage there, and existing medical offices, you know, it may not be easy, but parking shouldn't necessarily be easy in a downtown area because it's constrained space and there's a lot of trade-offs and priorities, and we try to prioritize other things in those areas intentionally through policy. So I'm okay with, I apologize for getting on the soapbox on that, but I'm okay with Explore. And if it is mixed with a development, then ultimately that's probably a better way to do it.
Good afternoon, I'm Christina Sasaki, Park Planner. Today, I'll be walking through the goals and preliminary recommendations for parks and public spaces in Friendship Heights. The first slide, do I move the slides? Oh. So this first slide gives an overview of those goals, and then we will be talking about preliminary recommendations over the next few slides. A bit of context, Friendship Heights is surrounded by several parks, but many don't yet offer the full range of outdoor experience the community is looking for. Our primary goal is to create welcoming, comfortable spaces that support active recreation, social gathering, and enjoyment and stewardship of the natural areas. We also know that access to certain parks is a challenge, as mentioned on the urban design and transportation sections. Barriers such as the Wisconsin Avenue, the large superblocks, and limited shaded paths making walking uncomfortable limits the connections to parks and public spaces across the planned area. So our second major goal is to strengthen connectivity, making parks easier to find, easier to reach, and easier to enjoy. Next, we are moving to the preliminary recommendations. So this map here shows the major parks and public spaces within the study area, along with the major development sites that Atara had identified earlier in the presentation. Notice the size of the Geico and also the site and the collections parcels in the map. Both create large blocks that interrupt the access to nearby parks. For existing parks, our recommendations focus on improving visibility, strengthening access, and making entries more clear and inviting, particularly to the larger community parks, including, if you see in the map, Wheeler Avenue Park on the far left at the edge, and then moving down to Brookdale Park that is adjacent to the Geico parcel, and then on the far right, the Western Grove Park that is just outside adjacent to the planned area. We are also looking at opportunities for more welcoming public spaces in central locations, such as the Willoughby, the Friendship High Parks, and the Wisconsin Place, where visibility exists, but the use is low. One of our key recommendations is to explore expanding adjacent parks when large redevelopment sites, such as the Geico site, as you see in the picture, presents the opportunity. The photo here shows Brookdale Park entry from the downtown core. As you cannot see, the entry is hidden and currently lacks a visible and welcoming path from the sidewalk along Friendship Heights Boulevard. And here the plan recommends expanding the park or providing a more visible path to the entry of this park. Beyond physical improvements, we also recommend partnering with public space providers and community organizations to coordinate programming. Activities and events can help draw a diverse audience and make these spaces come alive, like the events that the Friendship Alliance organizes, showing the image on the bottom. Willoughby Park is an example of a public space that is centrally located and visible, but it still feels uninviting. Surrounded by vehicle entrances and lacking eyes on the park, it has low foot traffic despite its central position. Here, the plan's recommendation is to partner with community organizations and public space providers for small-scale improvements that can make a meaningful impact without requiring major redevelopment. Returning to the map, here in the yellow dots that are showing the map are the proposed new public spaces locations within the major redevelopment sites. Listed on the left, the letter A highlighting the Geico and the letter B, the Saks, the collection sites. These new public spaces locations are strategically placed to connect with the existing network of parks and public spaces. By filling these gaps, the plan creates more continuous, accessible, and complementary outdoor experience for the community. Our final slides highlight our initial recommendations for these new public spaces you just saw in the map, the yellow dots. The recommendation is to introduce areas that support active use, social gathering, and community life, reflecting what we heard from residents and what we identify as missing through our planning analysis. These images illustrate amenities that can contribute to making public spaces more inviting and enjoyable. As mentioned before, more site-specific recommendations will be brought back when we present the working draft during the summer. That concludes these sections, and next I will turn over to John, who walked through the historic resource recommendations.
Good afternoon. For the record, John Labor, Cultural Resource Planner with the Historic Preservation Division. So the historic preservation recommendations focus on identifying, documenting, and formally recognizing historic sites that contribute to the quality of life in the plan area. The goal is to highlight and interpret the rich heritage of Friendship Heights while encouraging the preservation and adaptive reuse of properties with historic significance. The sole property under evaluation for listing in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation is the Edwin and Julia Reynolds House, located on the west side of Willard Avenue and noted by the purple star on the map. The 1-acre property is owned by the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission and sits within the Willard Avenue Neighborhood Park, where Montgomery Parks manages the house as part of its rental portfolio. Built in 1899, the house remained in the Reynolds family for nearly a century, before the commission purchased it in 1995. At that time, the intention was to demolish the house to expand the surrounding park, but it was placed into the park's rental portfolio, where it remains occupied today. Montgomery Parks has maintained a long-term plan to demolish the resource, though no timeline has been set, pending the outcome of this evaluation. And to date, neither the Historic Preservation Commission nor the Planning Board has reviewed the property for potential listing in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. The Historic Preservation Division will bring forward a recommendation on whether the property meets the county's designation criteria to the Historic Preservation Commission in May of 2026.
Can I just ask a quick question on the house? So purchased in 1995 and then put in the rental, this is 30 years it's been in our rental portfolio?
Yes, it's been in our rental portfolio for most of the time the commission's owned it.
There's got to be a story there. I'm just curious as to what it is. That's a long time for it to be purchased to expand a park and then be sitting.
There are many park properties that where the parks acquires properties and then puts them into their rental portfolio until there was a long-term plan for the property.
Yeah, we've done several in Bethesda for the near the, I think it's Purple Line Station or wherever it is. That's a long time. I was just curious at that part. Thank you.
Next, we have Montgomery County's burial sites inventory acknowledges the significance of cemeteries and burial grounds to the community. In the Brookdale neighborhood, the Shoemaker Family Cemetery on Murray Road is included in this inventory. As stipulated in the county code, this small family cemetery, likely established in the mid-19th century, will be preserved and protected throughout the development review process, including preliminary plan of subdivision. Unless there are any questions, Haley Johnson will now discuss environmental recommendations.
And I'd just like to add, to sort of celebrate a moment while Tina and Hallie are coming up, that after many years of environmental policy leadership of the department. This will be Tina Schneider's last presentation to the planning board. On that side of the mic, I'm sure you'll see her on the other side, if you're not doing the right thing, but I just wanted to thank Tina and recognize that. Yeah, she's retiring.
Well, congratulations.
Right, thank you. Hallie Johnson, Environment and Climate Division. Many community members expressed a deep attachment and affinity for the large, mature trees throughout Friendship Heights, as well as the well-shaded parks and the two tributary slivers that flow through portions of the boundary area. These features contribute to the character of the community, and so the environmental goals and recommendations were developed to support, protect, and enhance these existing natural resources, as well as improve climate resiliency, prioritizing urban heat and energy efficiency. The goals are to enhance climate resiliency through the implementation of environmental features and infrastructure that can withstand and reduce climate stretchers such as urban heat, biodiversity decline, and fossil fuel consumption. To use nature-based design solutions to enhance and increase green cover throughout the community, improving the public and private realm. Restore and improve the ecological health and performance of existing habitats. Prioritize high performance and energy efficient buildings to minimize carbon emissions, reduce utility costs, and the reliance on fossil fuels. And to implement innovative urban design principles to reduce environmental impacts and enhance resiliency to create a vibrant and equitable community where people, place, and nature can come together. The recommendations to achieve this include protect and restoring existing forests, stream buffers, woodlands, and streams, protecting mature canopy trees and use state-of-the-art tree save measures, implement cool, shaded elements into the landscape and streetscape, including canopy trees, stratified vegetation, shade structures, and shaded bus shelters. We recommend the integration of nature-based design elements into the landscape to cool and shade landscapes, sequester greenhouse gas emissions, increase biodiversity, and provide habitat, and to reduce impervious surfaces, particularly where impervious cover is over 90% of the lot size. To provide additional urban heat reduction strategies, we recommend that when feasible to use lightly colored, highly reflective surfaces on sidewalks, parking areas, parking lots, playgrounds, and gathering areas to reduce urban heat temperatures, and to provide a minimum of 35% green cover. This may include intensive green roofs or native canopy tree cover or a combination of both. The building recommendations are intended to support the Climate Action Plan goals and help the county achieve net zero by 2035. The recommendations also help lower the county's dependence on fossil fuels and increase climate resiliency by decreasing dependency on the supply chain. The building recommendations for CR zones are to use incentive zoning points in the category of green buildings to achieve high-performing, energy-efficient buildings, use on-site alternative energy generation such as solar and geothermal, microgrids, cogeneration, energy hubs, and/or future renewable energy technologies. To the extent possible, optimize building and site orientation to maximize passive and active solar energy, and to prioritize adaptable reuse of existing buildings.
Can I jump in with a quick question on adaptive reuse? Is there much opportunity for adaptive reuse within Friendship Heights, given the existing opportunity sites that we have, which is the Saks Fifth Avenue site, which is not, I think, a candidate for adaptive reuse. The Geico site, probably not a candidate for adaptive reuse. What do we have in here that falls under the category?
Yeah, we don't, excuse me. There aren't many sites that are probably going to be adaptable reuse. I can't think of any, can you? But we like to put that in because just in case a developer wants to reuse a building, it would be a good thing. And I personally loved the Geico building. I wish I could have done something with that, but it's just not economically feasible.
That was what was my only concern, is that when we were doing that we have, I think, for the Saks, we have somebody else. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
I was going to say, this is of course written with a 20-plus year vision.
Of course, yeah.
So there are some buildings, including, I would say, two that come to mind, that although it's unlikely if they're getting redeveloped in 22 years, I don't know what's likely and unlikely at that point. Here's an office building on one of our opportunity sites, a 5-story office building, that depending on, it's going to reach the end of its useful life at some point,
Yeah.
and it's on a big site, if the owner ever decides to do something with it, it's conceivable that pieces of that building could be reused. We also have a hotel, which is not particularly new in in Friendship Heights, and I don't know if by the end of this plan vision, that's an opportunity for something or not, but I think there's, we'll work on the language, I think, of how this gets incorporated, but we never want to not include it in case, if we don't want to say like, this isn't a priority
That's
here,
a-
if it becomes an opportunity to do so, right? So I think that's where we're coming
No, that's perfectly, no, that's perfectly understandable. I was just thinking, is that the hotel that's on the northwest?
Can you
piece?
explain
There's a
to me
Marriott.
that
Marriott.
why that is environmentally using adaptive reuse is environmentally a good thing? Because usually the existing are not environmentally sound.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. They're not, in terms of energy demand, say, for instance, heating and cooling, they're not always efficient, but the demolition of buildings is highly, it has a lot of carbon outputs, a lot of, the deconstruction material has to then be disposed of, or then has to be crushed and reused, so there's a lot of energy intensity in that. And we're looking at, when we do our carbon modeling, we look at that, and so that's part of the sequestration and emissions calculations that we do. So it does have that, it's called embodied energy. So the buildings have a lot of embodied energy, and the deconstruction is a big emitter.
Yeah, I was going to add to that. So all of the embodied energy that it took to create the building, so all the concrete, all the brick, all the steel, if that can stay in place, you're not making new concrete, new brick, new steel, and you can redo the inside. And we've had a number, including in Friendship Heights, some office buildings that you know and love have looked at conversion to residential. The footprints aren't always right, it doesn't always work, but if in downtown Silver Spring, there's been, I think, 2 at least, where you have office buildings that were the right building footprint, that they could, and then the hotel on Colesville, across from United Therapeutics, it's gonna be 100% affordable. These are structures that meet the dimensional requirements to be something other than office and other than hotel. And so not only environmentally beneficial to reuse them, but then also economically beneficial because you're not paying for demo, you're not paying for construction.
I realized that economically was a good idea. I didn't know environmentally is a good idea also. I learned something new.
So, we should move on, but I feel we should keep this item in here because there are more buildings in the plan area that are not in the priority areas. So I think we should keep this in here. And also, I've heard a rule of thumb is the most energy efficient building, long-term, is the one you live in, the one you already have. Because you don't have to tear it down. Maybe you could insulate and stuff like that. But so let's keep going. I would recommend keeping this.
Oh, absolutely, keep it. I was kind of curious. Can I put a marker down, not for conversation now, but I do want to talk about the stream buffer piece that I think was on the previous slide, sort of when we get further into the process, because that stream does run through, and it's a fairly, I'm not sure what we could do on that, but I did want to make sure to bring that up more specifically when we get to the point of having the larger discussions.
Just very quickly, just on that one of our recommendations is to protect the stream buffer, and it's very small, and we'd like to see it expanded. And the community itself is actually trying to do a lot of work on it. They're doing some stream mitigation and some replanting and things like that. So we'd like to expand it.
With the stream, like, I mean, if that could be a real asset to the downtown if there could be something to be done with it as a park situation. I just don't know, given its current location. It does run through a park and things like that, but I was curious. I did want to make sure we come back to that.
It's very incised, and it's a lot of invasives.
Yeah, of course,
Right, and at this point, we're passing it back to Atara.
And that brings us to the end of the preliminary recommendations presentation. One thing we didn't mention earlier, but I'll just mention now, we presented this presentation twice to the community last week, once in person and once virtually. We had about 150 people combined between the two of those events. And we've received some feedback already, but we're planning to use the next few months to continue to receive feedback. We have several community groups that we already meet with, like on a regular basis, and we'll continue to meet with them to get more into their things they're concerned about and make sure they're understanding where we're going with the recommendations, and so we're hearing where we need to have more conversations. And so that's going to keep happening over the next few months at the same time as the team continues to refine and get more into the details about many of the items we talked about today. And we're really hoping to get this back to you guys in terms of working draft by the summer so that we can do public hearings in the fall.
Well, great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all your hard work from the initial community engagement, the whole process, work sessions with the community, and also I love the framework for your preliminary recommendations for the sector plan, and we look forward to you coming back in the summer, even fall for the final recommendations. This community has a lot of strengths, given the metro station and the existing, it's walkable, the businesses there. So I'm really looking forward to helping to strengthen this community for the long term. So thank you so much. And we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start with our next item. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're starting our next to last item for today. It's item number 8, ZTA 2601, commercial uses, data centers. Public testimony will be accepted, where staff is recommending that the planning board transmit comments and a climate assessment study to the district council. So this afternoon, we have Ben Burbert with the planning department leading us through this item. Welcome, Mr. Burbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Ben Burbert with the Design, Placemaking, and Policy team, and we are going to be sharing planning staff's recommendations to the board on ZTA 2601 Commercial Uses Data Center. I want to just sort of begin and to set a bigger picture. You'll probably notice by reading through the staff packet, there's a lot more suggestion, less than hard recommendation. Normally, when we get a zoning text amendment in, it's for a very specific subject, it's very narrow in focus, and it's very focused on like the technical side of things. And as the technical review experts, we're able to kind of dive into that and figure out what works and what doesn't work. And there is some of that as part of our presentation to the board today. But this is also a brand new use to the county. It's a use that's got a lot of conversation locally and nationally. It's a very rapidly changing use with, rising up in scale very quickly. And so there are sort of more recommendations than normal, I think, in this presentation, where we're flagging issues that might want to be considered, but we don't necessarily know that we have the right answer. Our role here is to review the zoning text amendment that was introduced to us in about a 2.5-week period to turn it around to provide feedback. So I do just sort of want to preface that for everybody here, everybody listening online now or later, that is what is before us today. This is not the deepest dive you're ever going to see on data centers, because that really wasn't our role in this presentation. So planning staff is recommending that the board provide comments to the district council. Some of the highest level comments that we are obviously going to get into more detail on, is it something that might want to be considered through review of this, is whether or not the size of data centers should play a role in the types of standards that apply to them. That some of these standards that have been created are very open-ended and loose, maybe more so than even comfortable for a conditional use type process. And so to the extent that we know what we want to control or regulate, I think we should be a little more articulate on that. And then there are a whole host of more minor technical amendments that staff is making a very direct recommendation on that we will get through. Just as some of the background, this zoning text amendment was introduced on January 20th of 2026, headed by the council president, as well as the council vice president and council member Sales. There is an upcoming public hearing at the district council for February 24th of 2026. I think something that was brought up in the introductory remarks that the council president made on this is that this ZTA is really being introduced to help start a discussion on data center development. I think they even admitted as part of their presentation that this is the beginning and not the end, and so that they are welcoming and looking for all the feedback that they can receive on this. At a very high level, this zoning text amendment defines data center, which is something that was not in the code before. It would allow data centers as a conditional use in our 3 industrial zones, the industrial light, industrial medium, and industrial heavy. It then establishes conditional use standards to review data centers by. It is putting this as a new sort of sub-use under the larger use of cable communication facility. And then there's a lot of more technical stuff that we really don't have comments on, updating all of the other cable communication facility type uses. All the section references get thrown out of whack by adding something right in the middle of it. And so there's a lot of updates happening in there that are not super pertinent to this discussion today. And I'm going to actually just sort of hit on those first. As I said, this is a new use within the communications facility section of the code, specifically under section 352. Within that, we already have cable communication facility. The update happening there is just to clarify that that is not a data center. This is creating the new B is where data center would go. So media broadcast towers going from B to C, and the telecommunications tower use is going from C to D. When you realize how many section references are embedded in those 2 sections, it's a lot of just other stuff happening in there. So we're recommending supporting those changes. Getting to the definition of data center, it's added a placeholder within the defined terms section of the code, which is in section 1.4.2. That's not uncommon to just find the definition is C somewhere else for definition. It lets at least a user of the code know that we have defined it somewhere. It references you to section 3.5.2.b. Within that, the definition that is being proposed is that a data center means a building or group of buildings used to house computer or network systems, computer storage equipment, servers, and associated infrastructure to store, manage, process, and transmit digital data. And data center does not include cable communication system. You know, as a sort of a starting point of discussion, I think staff supports this basic framework as what a data center is and is recommending the board to do the same. This is where staff has dug a little deeper into this. And, you know, in the very high level analysis that we were able to do, it's very clear that not all data centers are the same. There are data centers, including in this county now, that are just a few thousand square feet in size. There are obviously data centers being built in parts of this country that are in excess of 1 million square feet in size. The use standards that might want to apply to a 5,000 square foot facility versus a 1 million square foot facility are, at least from our opinion, could be and want to be radically different. The other kind of part that we notice get hung up in this is a lot of individual private companies might have, as part of like a 3-building campus, a separate building that is sort of their data storage room. And that would meet, in theory, the definition of data center, but that's being used exclusively for that private company. It's usually designed in a way that it matches with the building's campus. And they also tend to not be very large necessarily, unlike some of these, again, cloud computing and AI data centers that we're seeing coming in now. As mentioned, and also as an attachment to your staff report, there's at least 4 data centers in the county. We understand there's actually probably many more, but again, a lot of them are the private use ones that we just don't see because the permits for construction were more than likely issued as just an expansion of the existing business rather than as a discrete use. The website datacentermap.com, which is a private directory that has sort of tried to map and provide information on data centers all around the country for people to use, and particularly for people in the industry to use. Located 4 of them in the county, one off of Prosperity Drive in Silver Spring. This is the White Oak area near where that Home Depot is off of 29. It's a 10-acre parcel of land with a 214,000 square foot facility that's a mixture of 1 and 2 stories tall, and it's in the CR zone currently. The second data center that we have in the county that we're aware of is on Century Boulevard in Germantown. It was actually the cover image on the screen. It's really a pair of buildings that are connected by a breezeway on a 14-acre parcel of land. That facility in total is about 114,000 square feet, also in the CR zone. There is a third data center. I say it's in the county. It's technically in the city limits, but for reference, it's in the county. It's actually part of a 3-story tall office building that's 135,000 square feet. The data center is sort of subleasing a portion of that building. It's not clear from the website how much of that they're leasing. It's about a 6.3 acre parcel of land. It's within the city's corridor mixed use zone. And then there is a 4th data center in downtown Silver Spring off of Wayne Avenue. It's an 8,000 square foot facility that's just in the middle of one of the 15-story tall office towers down there. So this is just to give an example of the wide range of existing centers that we already have in this county. And again, I think these all really err on the small side compared to what we're hearing about happening both locally and nationally. This is an image of the 4, again, Prosperity Drive in the upper left. The Home Depot parking lot for reference is right on the lower left side of that image. There's some newly constructed multifamily housing and townhouses that are actually adjacent to the data center site highlighted in blue. And then there's some retail uses that are off to its south. The upper right screen is that Germantown campus. It's on Century Boulevard, right where Father Hurley Boulevard crosses it. So it sort of backs up to Stream Valley Buffer and I-270, but it's immediately adjacent to some multifamily apartments that were built a few years ago, and it's across from some 1 and 2 story office buildings. The site that is off of 7 Locks and technically in the city of Rockville has the county's sort of fleet maintenance yard immediately to its north. There's single-family detached homes on the other side of 7 blocks from it. There's brand-new townhouses and apartments that are currently under construction right behind it. And then Park Potomac, which most people would be able to reference, is just off of the right-hand side of that screen. And again, the 4th data center that's listed in the county is actually in the Station Square office building right there at the corner of Wayne and 2nd. And I think everybody walks by it regularly and probably had no idea that was even in there. I was caught by surprise on that one. So again, our recommendation here, we think it's worth the council, as part of its deliberation, considering creating sub-definitions or subcategories for data centers based on size, and then using that lens to evaluate the development standards that apply to it. You know, we aren't recommending what that range is or how many of those ranges should be or what the new standards should be. Again, there's so much literature out there. We just think it's a little premature to go down that path at this juncture, but we do want to recommend the board support at least suggesting that idea. The other recommendation is just to clarify that a data center in its definition wouldn't necessarily tie in sort of private use data centers that are within an entity's existing building or campus. I think we don't necessarily mean to pull that into this discussion. So those are our 2 recommendations on the definition.
Can I have a quick question on the recommendation for the definition of the subcategories of data center? You know, over time, we've watched server, farms shrink considerably in size, and it moves fairly quickly. And we've seen going from, physical servers to virtual servers, and you've, used to build buildings with big server things in the basement. Now they don't exist. The point being that, size intensity, is there a way to get at that, at the usage of size or intensity with that is not, if not proof against future developments within technology, that is somehow, addresses the things that we're considered, but without size? I'm concerned about size being the only form of thing that we use.
I think at this level, because we don't have hard recommendations, I
Yeah.
think it's totally appropriate to say based on size or use intensity.
Okay.
And that's just something I think could be looked into further as to what that appropriate standard might be.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the intensity of use or something like that, and it's a proxy for that, I mean, size in it is a consideration, obviously, but it's a proxy for the distance. That may be something as we get more detailed as we go along, but it's something that, not to completely future-proof it, but that has been a tendency of intensity to go up while size and footprint goes down within technology. So just as a thought. Thanks.
Any other thoughts on this, or does the board generally support this? The next change to the ZTA is in the use table. That's in section 3.1.6 of the code. It is adding it as a conditional use in the 3 industrial zones. Staff is supporting this. This, kind of like every other recommendation in here, maybe could be up for discussion, particularly if there is a very low-intensity small data center category. Obviously, all of our data centers now are actually in the CR zone, and they are next to housing, and it doesn't seem to be a problem. But I don't want to presume that's not going to become a problem in the future. But I think if good standards were created in the future that narrowed that down, there's an opportunity there. Again, we're a little bit jumping ahead of ourselves. So this recommendation, just for what we have before us today, I think we're supporting it, kind of knowing that all of this could be looked at further in the future.
That's the exact comment I was gonna bring up, is that the ones that we found and identified are not in the industrial zones. They're in, and I think that's a downstream effect of the fact that data centers are a larger set of different things that we need to categorize, we need to subcategorize at this point. I mean, on the narrow definition of the table and for the industrial use, I think it's reasonable, but we, have the existing empirical uses are not in the industrial centers, so it's worthwhile, I think, to put a fairly detailed comment in there about that aspect of the data centers, that they're not being directed toward our industrial zones. And I think that when we talk, this is also maybe a comment that's further along, but for our things like our life science uses, which have intense computing requirements and testing and things like that, when we're talking about life sciences and where we've done things like that, I think we have to consider the fact that a lot of that large scale biological life sciences development might also include data centers on their own property, and we don't want to limit anything that we're defining as a data center to not be allowable within any of our, we just did the life sciences zone up at Germantown and that kind of thing. It's worth probably pointing that out fairly explicitly, that our existing data centers are not located in industrial zones, and in fact, the demand for them for commercial purposes may be tied more specifically to where we've said we want life sciences here, and we're not allowing the construction of data centers if we're not careful about what we say that means. So it's worthwhile to sort of put a caveat in there about that, I think.
Yeah, that's very important, because I was going to talk about the same thing, because I understand existing could be grandfathered, but in future, if there are some data centers that they are, like what you said, it's like not a separate data center, but they coexist for the sake of the business that is already in CR zone. Those have to allow to be in future. We don't want to take those opportunity away.
But one quick, so I think we'll put all these notes there, but I thought you said that we're sort of saying if it's privately owned.
Yeah, I think some of that was the intent of this previous
Is the
slide.
yeah, that's, but I'm saying just we don't want to, we want to make sure with, this is both a definitional issue and a zoning one, but yeah, I think that it's important that we don't, it's gonna, it's gonna be a real thing if we're concerned about data centers and then we really restrict the development of our life sciences and they move to the Research Triangle or Boston because they can't put a data center on site if we're too restrictive with the definition. It's worth, it was just pointing that particular out, but I think it's more this issue, yeah.
Okay. So we'll note these, but we'll go to the end and see what any other language we may want to put in a letter or something, okay.
The next sort of section of use standards, or we're getting into the use standards now. The first major discussion is about setbacks. The current recommendation for data centers in the code is that on a property, industrial property that abuts a residential, rural residential, or a commercial residential zone, each minimum setback must be increased by 500 feet. We're going to get into this a little bit, but that's can be a very large number considering the makeup of our industrial zones. So things that we're going to kind of talk about a little bit is the size of our industrial properties generally in this county. The next thing I want to bring up is that this really is talking just about abutting. Normally when we have regulations on land use about abutting, we also include confronting. So we'll talk a little bit about the impact of that. And again, kind of circle back to this idea of the size of data centers and what their space needs are. Just to give a breakdown of what the industrial properties in Montgomery County look like, we have about 3,200 acres of industrial zoning in total. 19% of it, or 613 acres of that, are just two sites, the Dickerson facility and the Travilla Quarry. On average, and this is including the two largest properties, an average industrial site in this county is only 3.57 acres. The median is about 1 acre. So most of our industrial sites are very small. Think about West Bard, think about Littonsville, even the Montgomery County Air Park. It's a bunch of really small sites with individual little uses on them. Not something that's going to easily accommodate a large facility. And for reference, a 1 acre square is only 209 feet by 209 feet. To have 500-foot setbacks on all sides, you're talking about 1,000 feet max by 1,000 feet max. And so a lot of this is really just to kind of say, if this is the kind of data center we're thinking about, they're not going to fit in most of our industrial zones anyway. And that this standard, again, if we're trying to encourage maybe small data centers and not the large ones, should be thought about in context with some of the other discussions we've been having about intensity of use and other things. Getting into this discussion about abutting versus confronting, definitions that come out of our zoning ordinance, abutting means that it shares a property line or an easement line. Confronting is a property that is directly across a right-of-way that has a master plan width of less than 80 feet based on a line that's drawn perpendicular between the two properties, or properties that are a 45-degree diagonal right across of an intersection. the third term that is not defined, so I'm just making it kind of up for our discussion, is this nearbyness. Part of what I think came across in thinking about abutting or confronting properties and then thinking about how small our average industrial property is that you could have one property that is large and abuts a residential property and requires a 500-foot setback. You could have another property that might have an intervening property that's only 200 feet wide. That would mean that data center wouldn't have to meet the additional setbacks, and you could have that data center only 210 feet, 15 feet from a residential property, and that maybe the standard to consider is not abutting or confronting, but just sort of saying you can't have any data center within X number of feet of a residential property and just sort of create that contiguous buffer. And so I think that's something that should be thought about. And so our recommendation here on setbacks is that I think, we support requiring enhanced setbacks for the data center use, particularly when we're thinking about these medium and larger scale facilities, and that the council should just be aware of these different considerations, that, if we're looking at confronting or abutting, we probably also should look at confronting. It might make more sense to just have a set definition of how far data centers need to be from residential, regardless of whether things are abutting or confronting. And again, if they do want to create a sub-definition for these much smaller data centers, I think we could still support a little bit of an enhanced setback, but maybe 500 feet is too much, especially considering there's very little industrial land in this county that could accommodate that. So these are our three general recommendations around setbacks. The next sort of set of development standards I've kind of called the impact mitigation standards. These are the standards that are found under subsection 2B. They really read more as goals that I think we all want to achieve as part of data center development, staff included. There's not a clear objective measure as to what means you've gotten here. And I've created a little bit of a side-by-side comparison table to suggest most of these, what I'm going to call goals of section 2B, are measured by other development standards that are in this ZTA. And so our recommendation here really is to take this list, particularly 1 through 4 of it, and just state it as such. You could introduce the section, the following development standards have these 4 goals, and list them, and then rely on the other standards that we can actually objectively measure as a county agency. The one that I think might be a little different to that is that 5th one about the disproportionately affecting overburdened communities and underserved communities. There is actually a more objective standard there. But we do think that there might be a better way to also measure what those are. These are newly defined terms by the Maryland Department of Environment. They came out with this, I believe, in 2024. Overburdened means you've scored in the 75th percentile of 3 or more out of a list of about 30 identified health hazards. Underserved, the definition is that's at least 25% of residents are low income, or 50% identify as non-white, or 15% have limited English proficiency. The only tracts in Montgomery County that aren't one of these is one little tract right up here, north of Damascus, Leisure World, and one little tract kind of in Chevy Chase, just east of downtown Bethesda. And so in using this, it's sort of suggesting the whole county should take precaution in citing data centers. And I think that's a fair assessment. That's what we're hoping to get out of the ultimate ZTA. But we think if you're trying to put like an extra layer of assessment on that, at planning, we have our community equity index, and it gets into a deeper look at local levels of poverty, population without a bachelor's degree, population that doesn't speak English fluently, households that disproportionately rent, and a per capita income basis. And it creates a bit more of a pattern where there clearly are communities that at least we've identified that really are maybe more overburdened and underserved versus ones that are. And so it might be more worth looking at the proportionately disadvantaged groups from that as where sort of additional safeguards should be placed rather than basically a county-wide map. So again, our recommendations were to take the standards of 2B1 through 2B4 and really just sort of set them as goals, keep the text, but not really make them findings necessarily. and then retain 2B5, but use either our community equity index or some other alternative as a better measure for making sure we're protecting these certain groups. Getting into the standards for landscaping and screening, the ZTA says to follow all the requirements of Division 6.4 and 6.5, and then it basically goes in and kind of like repeats them with a little extra definition. It says the side and rear yards must include a landscape buffer, including four-season visual screening, resulting in a multi-layered staggered row of over and understory trees and shrubs that are a mix of evergreen and deciduous vegetation with an emphasis on species that are native to Montgomery County. We have screening requirements already for our industrial zones. It's an option A and an option B. Option A is a little bit more dispersed and natural in planting style. It relies on a fence as its primary sort of screening within the vegetation. Option B is berm-based. You build a 6-foot-high minimum high berm and plant on top of that. That becomes your fence. But they already sort of meet the intent. They require over and understory trees, they require shrubs, they require dispersed planting pattern. And so again, rather than sort of creating another vague statement, we're trying to just tie this back to something we already have in code. And so we're basically recommending that a data center would meet the screening requirements that are already standard for the IH zone, so the most intense requirement of it. And then just to say, include the mix of evergreen and deciduous vegetation. And we've said among all plant types, there's 4 different types of plants that are included, so just make sure they all include some evergreen and some not. And we leave the emphasis on native species. And then there's another requirement that says if screening is proposed, it has to be shielded by vegetation. Well, that's what buffer area A does already. And so we're just recommending if you have fencing, you should be using buffer area A, and just make sure that the planting then does that. And again, I think this just makes it a little cleaner and easier for us, the public, and the applicant to know what to do and get to that same intended result. And so our recommendation is to pass on these recommendations. The next set of standards is on lighting. It proposes a kind of a mix of direct requests as well as some indirect ones. I think some of what staff feels is missing is, it talks about motion sensors, that's a good thing. Timers can be a good thing. There's no mention of having full cutoff light fixtures. I think that was a pretty big omission, so we're recommending putting that in there. The other thing is it just talks about setting, amber or yellow colored lights. Lighting is measured in a rating of Kelvin, a color temperature. 6,000 is your kind of like piercingly blue LEDs. You get down to like 4,000, you're getting into like your neutral white. 2,700 is about the rating of an incandescent light bulb. And so like a lot of the new LEDs along the county roadways are coming in at 3,000 K. They have that sort of more familiar orange feel. The existing sodium vapor lights, those like bright orange ones that we still have out there, those are about 2,200 K. And so we're just recommending just say the lighting has to be warmer than 3,000 K rather than just saying this is more squishy standards. Again, just trying to make this a little bit easier for everybody to understand and to enforce. So those are our 2 recommendations on lighting. Noise, again, we know that's an issue with data centers. I think we support having these enhanced noise requirements. The only sort of comments we have is the first one in the noise standards. Again, that first of 3 standards really reads like the purpose statement. And so we're just recommending you keep the language and make it the purpose statement. Having a noise analysis to satisfy making the findings is an interesting finding. That's what you should do. So we're recommending making that the purpose, and then the other 2 standards become the findings. For the sort of old 2, new 1, we're just recommending that we replace with experience 2 that specializes in. It's just consistent with how we do this on our existing noise guidelines. And then sort of new 2 or old 3. The standard here is ensuring noise created by the use measured with a sound level meteor from the adjacent property line. It's almost implying that to have a submittal that should be approvable, you have to already have taken the noise reading of something that's not built yet, which is a little strange. This feels like a great condition that upon opening, you send a noise analysis out there to verify that they've met this. Really what they should be submitting now is just documentation that their modeling says that they will meet this. And so we just think striking this noise meter thing makes sense now. Again, not that we don't want it measured, it just should be measured after it's built, not before. So those are our recommendations on noise. The final sort of standard is on generators. This requires that the emergency generators meet or exceed Tier 4 emission standards defined by the EPA. Tier 4 is sort of the highest level of diesel generation standards. They're not actually required to be used for the type of backup generation a data center would require. They are required for backup generation that's kind of called upon more frequently. And so we support that these are enhanced standards over what would be required if we didn't require them. Getting into the other thing the planning board is required to do with all ZTAs is a climate assessment. Kind of how we prefaced the zoning text amendment review from the zoning perspective, this is not a full environmental study. This is a climate assessment on the ZTA as it was introduced, following the same checklist that we've been using for the last 2.5 years that we do climate assessments, and measuring its impact, whether it's positive or negative, and whether it's minor or substantial. And so there are probably some things from an environmental standpoint that aren't covered in this climate assessment, and it's because it's not part of a climate assessment as we're asked to do. In looking at the impacts for greenhouse gas emissions, a lot of the standards came out to be mostly indeterminate. Kind of the big one in the room is obviously energy, or emissions from energy could have a major negative impact depending on how many data centers we were to see in the county. From sequestration itself, the impacts are a little bit indeterminate. Again, a lot of this has to do with what was the existing land use, where the site is. Is it greenfield? Is it redevelopment of an existing industrial site? Looking at community resilience and adaptive capacity, it's mostly minor indeterminate or negative impacts, with sort of the big outlier there being the water quality and water quantity aspect of resiliency. This also could have a very major negative impact depending on the size and scope and proliferation or lack thereof of data centers. Getting to that, we have 3 sort of recommendations that we think the council should look at from a climate assessment standpoint. The first one would be to offset some of the negative impacts of energy by requiring a certain percentage of energy to be renewable, either generated on site or through a renewable energy purchase requirement. We think that there should be standards trying to address some of the heat load that can be created by creating large buildings that are trying to cool themselves, such as requiring elements like cool roofs, lighter covered pavements, and increased shading in our parking areas. And then we think that there really needs to be standards that limit the use of potable water for cooling, and that generally would reduce impacts on water quality or quantity. Again, it wouldn't be a stretch to come up with some defined standards with just a little bit more research to potentially incorporate all of these in, and we do think it would at least lessen the climate impacts on this.
Can I ask a quick question that we may or may not know the answer to? For the use of energy and water in particular, which is the two big things we need to be concerned with on large-scale data centers. But as we're discussing, data centers can range from a variety of things, in-house, in-building, on up. Do they scale in energy and water usage relatively linearly based on their size and intensity of use? Like, is it, per whatever unit of computing power we want to put on it, does it scale relatively linearly based on size and use intensity? Like, does it cost roughly the same amount of water and energy within an internal, building-sized one versus a large scale, the ones that are several hundred thousand square feet or even larger? Does that question make sense? And 2, do we have any information on that?
The question definitely makes sense. I do not think it's something that we've researched as part of our analysis.
Yeah, my interest is in, so you build a data center within a building and it's relatively small, 20,000 square feet, a smaller thing that primarily serves either the business on site or serves in the building itself. is that something that is capable of being cooled and powered by existing sort of infrastructure? And it seems like potentially it is, given that we see them in CR zones. All right, but if we scale something up and we're trying to install infrastructure to access that system on a green, like you said, on a green field or something of that nature, like what are we talking about in the intensity of usage in water and power sort of as a per unit of these data centers is kind of my question. You know, so are we really replacing or negatively impacting the availability of water and power within an area in which one has been completed or presented, proposed, I guess?
For the record, Amy Lindsay with the Environment and Climate Division. I think one of the difficulties with answering that question has to do with there are many different types of technologies used. And so you could have a very small data center that was very high intensity. You could have a large one, say if it used a non-water cooling technology that obviously would have a much lower impact. So I don't think we have, I don't think we can really just answer that question as is.
Yeah, it's a complex question. I'm aware, more of just trying to think about it, because I've seen AWS-style large-scale data centers, right, that are the ones we're talking about with millions of square feet, which is probably not something that's really, you know, plausible for any point in the county, given, you know, what we have probably. But many of them do use, you know, very intense amount of water and power and have infrastructure developed specifically for that thing, but we're not really discussing that within the context of Montgomery County. We're talking about, you know, on-site kind of things, and are they capable of fitting in to the, I guess, the flex that we have in our existing infrastructure systems is sort of what I'm trying to ask the question of, like, you know, how much more water are we pulling from the Potomac to cool these things? Or are we, if we're doing something that's a small-scale data center within a building?
Yeah, I think this is the type of stuff that would be good to look into more as this conversation evolves over the next few months. You know, one of the 4 data centers, I believe it was the one off of 7 Locks, like that website even had a link to a YouTube video of somebody walking through to promote the site. And they literally walked into the lobby of an office building, past the check-in kiosk for a medical clinic, opened this door, and it just opened up this room with just server racks. And so in, you know, a space like this, there were just server racks everywhere. And they were billing this as, does your organization not want to have a server room anymore? You can just lease a rack here from us. And it was completely being cooled by air conditioner units on the roof of the building, pulling from the same 3-phase power circuit that the office building was pulling from. But as just like data server storage, it's not computing constantly like an AI generating thing, which is having millions of hits constantly. So it's, and that I think it gets to your point earlier that there's the size and then there's also the intensity, and there probably needs to be a way to capture both when figuring out what are the negative impacts that we're seeing from this. You know, it's like anything. You build more and it's going to use more water and power. At some point, you build enough high-rise residential buildings, and Pepco is going to have to run a new transmission line, and WSCC is going to have to upgrade the pipes. It's just, where is that point? And we don't know.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was trying to circle around that, not particularly efficiently, but is there are, you know, the active uses in which you're using something that's using computing power is a different thing than a passive storage style of a server, you know, situation. Those can be the same thing or different things, are all in the same piece. But like, you know, I've seen large scale, like sort of passive storage, cloud computing options, which are largely air cooled and not water cooled, but those are ones that are very, very large and have different, you know, setups. So I'm, you know, something that can fit within an existing building and not, you know, overload its power and water requirements on an existing building. What's the difference? Like where is that point between sort of integrating it into an existing commercial, residential, or commercial CR zone or commercial zone and industrial zone, and where is the limit to which we're talking about a much larger scale building, which is taking on a level of water and power which exceeds what we sort of consider reasonable within our current infrastructure? And I don't know if we have an answer to that, so somebody put a piece of it on.
Kind of like drilling into that just a little bit more. When you all did research into, like when you did research that kind of fed into your recommendation about maybe different sizes, different thresholds for different potential use standards. Was there anything you found that could define the intensity of use as we're talking about now, like as a way to potentially get to another version of a use standard, whether that's like, if there's a way to evaluate beforehand, for example, the amount of energy, the amount of electricity it's going to need to pull, whether that's, you know, I don't know, whether it's peaked or whether it's sort of continuous in terms of a higher level of pull, or if we found other jurisdictions that have kind of, you know, I'm thinking of like Northern Virginia, but like other jurisdictions that maybe have explored different versions of use standards that try to get at this issue of like, what actually is the intensity of use on the site?
Yeah, when we started looking into this, and it's part of what drove us to not want to get too specific, is there didn't seem to be a whole lot of standardization, like different think tanks that had done work on this all defined scales using different terms from each other. It made it a little bit complicated, and so like the reality is we may end up having to define our own set of standards, and that's where I just, from the planning staff perspective, we don't want to be the ones to necessarily take the lead on that unless that becomes the request from council, which is out of scope of the ZTA review. But I think there's ways of getting there, and a lot of it was less that there's like a buzzword and more that, you know, the type of center I was describing where you can just put your server farm here instead of in your office. It's often called co-oping space, and so those are probably less intensive versus, again, the ones that are either specifically for AI, you know, those are the ones that I think are constantly going to be hammered with requests to graphics processing and thinking. But again, it didn't, there was too much discrepancy that it felt like we didn't want to make a firm recommendation now in absence that you make one recommendation here and it moves everything else. It seemed a little too much for us to dive into in our review.
Yeah, so I really appreciate you guys doing this climate assessment. I think these three recommendations are very good. And I was wondering on the first one, maybe that goes to the next step once it comes back, like should there be a goal of like, you know, like produce 50% of your energy usage or something like, but maybe the whole point is it needs, eventually there should be a really defined, I think, a stretch goal, defined goal, or, you know, of what is that certain percentage, right? And that's maybe at the next step. Is it 50%? Is it 100%? Is it whatever? But but that's, I think that this is great to start that discussion, okay?
And do we know if other, have we seen examples of data centers that have taken advantage of, at least the ones that are sort of warehoused size type that have large, you know, flat roofs, for example? Have we seen data centers that have taken advantage of solar on rooftops or like, you know, leveraged the characteristics of the building and the site to actually produce a fair amount of energy?
Most of the smaller scale ones that I've seen, because they are smaller and relative, they're covering their rooftop with their cooler chiller towers.
It's all up there.
I haven't seen, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but we haven't seen like physical examples. You know, we spent a good deal of time just looking at like some of the built sites in Northern Virginia and comparing their 40, 50, 60 acre sites to our 3 acre average of industrial, and just realizing like this is not we're not speaking the same thing here. And even, you know, they admitted like the ZTA was based off of work that Frederick and Prince George's County did. Those counties are unique. They have industrial parks with huge acreage of properties. We just don't have anything like that here. And again, maybe that's okay. I didn't want to put a huge value judgment on that as much as just, if this is the ZTA we have, how do we make it as technically sound as it can be? And flagging where we think there might be things that need to be studied further, so.
Great. I love these three recommendations that need to be fleshed out later, but it's a, as you said, starting out, this is a start of a discussion on data centers. And so thank you.
All right, and I don't want to forget, There has been correspondence on this. I know there's a few people signed up to testify before the board on this. You know, we've received a few hundred correspondence over the course of the past couple of weeks. They've almost all recommended a moratorium be put in place. I do want to be clear, some of them specifically ask the board to put a moratorium on. That the board can't do that. Now, you can recommend to the council that they should consider that, but we can't do it here ourselves. That's not our role. The reasons given for wanting a moratorium, they were a little bit more varied. A lot of it had to just do with the unknown or undesired impacts, particularly around utility affordability and water usage, a sort of unknown and unstudied impacts around noise and water quality and quantity. Again, just sort of citing the fact that we don't have approved zoning yet. There's no regulation doing this, so let's just make sure none come in. Some did raise concern about the Dickerson facility in particular and how that came to be. And there were definitely concerns raised that everything we do here might be a little bit outdated and irrelevant with the constantly changing technology. And so do we even want to step in this arena at all, or do we want to just let other jurisdictions handle it? So that was sort of the summarization of the concerns that we heard through all that correspondence. You know, again, as planning staff, I think we're not taking a strong position on the moratorium. I think the board, if it decides it wants to recommend that to the council, it certainly can. But just being clear, that's not something that like we can put in place here. That is a decision of the elected officials.
Great. I'm sorry.
So this ETA is more about defining what data centers are, correct?
It defines it, and then it's trying to set forth standards that if you, in theory, applied for and met, that through conditional use, that the hearing examiner would use to review and determine whether or not you've met, and whether or not you can grant approval or not for that.
So great. So why don't we go to the next step? We have several people that came to speak today. Thank you for coming. And the first is Casey Cerner with Miles and Stockbridge. And you're on behalf of the Atmosphere Data Centers, correct? You have 6 minutes, and please state your name and begin. Thank you.
Oh, great, thank you. For the record, Casey Cerner with Miles and Stockbridge. We represent Atmosphere Data Centers. Atmosphere Data Centers is the contract purchaser and developer of a data center campus on approximately 110 acres, zoned industrial in Dickerson, Maryland. We submitted a letter into the record, but we just want to highlight a few points from that letter, which are that Atmosphere DC supports the reasonable guidelines proposed by the zoning text amendment with a request that metal fences be allowed to secure the data centers. Currently, the ZTA prohibits those, but they are needed to secure the sensitive information held in the data centers, and specifically for properties such as Dickerson that do not have frontage on the road. We also want to urge the planning board, in light of what Mr. Burbert had said about folks suggesting a moratorium, that one's not necessary here. The Dickerson Data Center campus already has initial and conceptual conditional use approval from 2024. And they anticipate that their conditional use application on the detailed data center will be accepted either this month or next month. And also the Dickerson location is so unique that the moratorium really is not necessary at this time. And we highlighted in our letter all the unique characteristics of the site. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. But so just so I'm clear, you were wanting to use metal fences. Is that what you said?
Correct. The ZTA has some language in it that prohibits the use of chain link or metal woven fences, and that is a type of fencing that data centers particularly use for security.
Okay, thank you. Next is, well, when we have the rest come up, it's Douglas Siglin Karen Metchis of the Sierra Club and Climate Coalition. And then on teams, we have Caroline Taylor with the Montgomery County Alliance. So, Mr. Siglin, you can begin. And you have 6 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Harris, Vice Chair Linden, Commissioners, staff. My name is Doug Siglin. I'm here representing the Chesapeake Climate Action Network's Action Fund. CCAN is a 23-year-old regional nonprofit based in Tacoma Park. I have a prepared statement that I mostly want to read, but I want to take just a moment for personal indulgence. This afternoon was a very bad day for the planet. As we sit here, President Trump and the administrator of what used to be the Environmental Protection Agency issued new regulations undercutting all federal regulation of climate pollution today. We are the second largest polluter in the world. The effects of climate change are getting worse and worse. The amount of greenhouse gas continues to accelerate, and the federal government just completely backed out. I have a 2-year-old that's living with 2-year-old grandson who's living with us for a few weeks, and I'm really just scared and sad about what his generation is going to have to do, how they're going to have to live, because our generation won't rise to this. So I'm here asking you today to recommend to the County Council a strong energy use amendment to ZTA 2601, at least for data centers over a specific size. And I know the conversation with Mr. Hedrick and Mr. Linden about how do we get our arms around size. One of the ways to get your arms around size is how much electricity a data center proposes to use. And I've done some research on this recently. What I found in the state of Maryland, there are 2 data centers that use more than 1 megawatt of power now, 2 in the entire state. Dickerson proposes to use 300 megawatts. So for a sense of scale, now I know Dickerson's a little bit of a unicorn and there's a lot of small industrial sites and all that, but as a sense of scale, 300 megawatts is one heck of a lot of electricity. The reason I'm asking this is because 9 years ago, Montgomery County declared a climate emergency and mobilization. In 2021, the Climate Action Plan committed the county to countywide greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets of 80% off a 2005 baseline by 2027, that's next year, and 100% by 2035. An enormous amount of effort is going into meeting those goals. On a parallel track, the state of Maryland has laws that require a 60% reduction in greenhouse gas from a 2006 baseline by 2031. And we all understand that these very large data centers, because of their huge electricity demands, can generate a lot of greenhouse gas that will simply overwhelm county and state policy in this area, if allowed. So zoning is the earliest and most effective tool we have to ensure that these facilities operate in a manner consistent with both county and state goals. My statement has some quotations from Mr. Berbert's staff report. I won't read them. He just did a fine job. But he said, we need to explore standards for requiring offsetting a portion of data center operational electricity demand through on-site renewable energy generation or other measures like power purchase agreements that result in new renewable energy capacity. He said that these are going to have a major negative effect. Now, some people might assert that an energy amendment to ZTA 2601 is ultra-virus, outside the scope of the zoning code. However, it is both possible and legally defensible to amend this ZTA to ensure that data centers do not destroy county and state climate goals and laws. It's not arbitrary or outside the realm of zoning law, but a legitimate exercise in the county's police powers in protecting Montgomery County citizens from the harmful effects of particularly intensive land uses and ensuring consistency with county policies. I would submit that not doing so would be abandonment of responsibility. I therefore urge that you recommend to the County Council an amendment to the zoning text amendment that, number one, conditions approval of data centers in Montgomery County on certification by the hearing examiner that the facility will not materially impair the county or state climate goals or laws. Two, establishes phased carbon usage effectiveness, CUE benchmarks, as a rebuttable presumption, not a requirement. This is a well-known metric developed by the International Standardization Organization in 2022. It gives the applicants flexibility to choose how to meet the climate goals. Three, allows compliance through clean energy procurement, primarily, on-site generation, energy storage, or other operational measures. Applicants remain fully able to demonstrate compliance without hitting a specific numeric target. That's important for the legal defense. An amendment like that would not regulate emissions, utilities, energy markets, simply ensure that conditional use approvals are compatible with the county and state goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Karen Metchis.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners, Planning Board, Planning Department, thank you. My name's Karen Metchis. I'm representing two groups, the Climate Coalition, Montgomery County, which includes 20 local community groups, and the Sierra Club of Montgomery County, representing thousands of residents. We are collectively concerned about ZTA 2601 as well as Terra Energy's application to build a data center campus at the Dickerson coal plant site. I know of no one who likes data centers except those who think they will build us out of a revenue deficit. The argument goes, we all use data and they'll be built somewhere regardless, so we might as well benefit. I'd like to address this perspective a bit. This ZTA is not ready for prime time. Our concerns were confirmed when we read the Planning Department's relatively well done climate assessment. We strongly urge you to apply the precautionary principle. The bottom line, please send this back to Council requesting a moratorium or at least a hold and specify additional provisions that need to be articulated in the ZTA in order to ensure an informed and equitable decision-making process. For example, the ZTA needs to define small, large, and hyperscale data centers, as was discussed earlier. Section 352B2, use standards, needs to specify use standards for electricity supply, use, efficiency, battery storage, stationary fuel use, heat islands, water quantity, water quality, and other factors. Modify the multiple uses of the phrase will be minimized to the maximum extent practicable, and instead provide quantifiable specifics to this otherwise vague phrase that will likely result in loopholes and lawsuits. Without objective project-level requirements, staff may gloss over these issues as inherent characteristics of data centers rather than requiring remedies. Also missing are requirements for evaluating the cumulative impacts from a data center campus. Will each data center be approved in a vacuum or based on cumulative impacts of being co-located with other data centers? As you know, Atmosphere LLC is seeking approval initially for 5 data centers on their 110-acre data center site on the Terra Energy property. Will each of these data centers, plus several others likely to be built on the remaining 170 acres, be evaluated as to their cumulative impacts, or each in a vacuum? To fully understand the implications of adding data center use classes, we turn to the climate assessment. First, let's discuss the findings that are indeterminate. The ZTA does not require sufficient information to evaluate where each light, medium, and heavy industrial site is in relationship to residences, hospitals, overburdened communities, sensitive water bodies, forests, tree cover, or whether the site can comport with sector plans, Thrive 2050 goals, or functional plans. This lack of information impedes an evaluation of potential environmental and health impacts. Second, regarding adaptive capacity, we must take issue with the no impact findings. Without knowing the exact locations, how can one say there is no change to present or future community and public resources, jobs, transportation, networks, et cetera? I note the Loudoun Gateway Metro Center that is a ghost metro center because with all the data centers, there's no community commerce or any reason to go there or use that metro station. Also, the ZTA must include standards for impervious surface limits, use of green building materials, green site design, change to tree cover, noise, including the hum that people in Virginia have complained about, vibration abatement, et cetera. Third, a real economic assessment should be required, including the plans at the data energy site to inform decision makers whether the costs outweigh the benefits, including whether any kind of incentive is appropriate. We clearly are not on track to achieve the county's greenhouse gas emissions reduction or resilience goals of the Climate Action Plan. The ZTA should require data centers to bring their own renewable energy, not any kind of energy, and to otherwise address their detriment to meeting our goals. The climate assessment for the ZTA correctly states that data centers will have a major negative effect. They are energy intensive and continuous, with continuous electricity demand much higher than other commercial or industrial uses, and have high electricity consumption regardless of efficiency measures. Let's quantify the range of potential carbon emissions and air and water pollutants, not just assumed, but calculated based on better analysis of the possible location, size, and design of these data centers. If we are serious about protecting future generations, this lack of specificity is just wrong. We take note that Councilmember Glass has proposed Bill 4-26 to form a task force to fully study this issue. And the state legislature has mandated a data center report to be submitted by this September from the Maryland Department of Environment. We support taking time to study this issue. We believe that without a temporary moratorium, this CTA, as written, undermines public trust, public transparency, and public interest. We ask the board to convey to the council the proposed modifications as recommended in our and others stakeholders' comments. Additionally, please request a temporary hold, moratorium, if you will, on all data center applications and permitting, including the proposed but not yet fully evaluated nor approved Dickerson hyperscale complex until the process to codify and regulate use is complete. We also ask that the Planning Department be directed to update their climate assessment quant tool to inform this decision. I note there are only 4 other testimonies here today. The County Executive's Town Hall on February 3rd attracted—
Ms. Metzges, can you wrap up?
Yes, my last phrase.
Okay.
Attracted more than 100 people, including at least 50 speakers, voicing their concerns. I thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Our last presenter is Caroline Taylor from the Montgomery County Side Alliance.
Thank you so much, Chair Harris. I don't know if I've started. Okay. Can I give a shout out first to Tina Schneider on her retirement? So am I on to go? Can you hear me? Oh.
Yes, you're ready. We won't hold those 15 seconds to shout out to Tina from your presentation, okay?
Hey, if you all can give me a little patience for a minute on this hot land use issue, and that is a double entendre. I want to just give you a little bit of history and identify myself. For the record, Caroline Taylor, Montgomery Countryside Alliance. So we've been at this now, and this is Montgomery Countryside Alliance and Sugarloaf Citizens Association. I had to go back through my records to July of 2023 when we first met with Terra Energy to discuss their desire to develop the former Pepco plant in Dickerson with a data center compound, as well as a grid battery storage facility. We've had long meetings, collegial meetings with them through the years. And to be clear, we did not oppose this use on the industrial property in Dickerson, but we've conveyed throughout the need to ensure that any provision for the industry, whether in Dickerson or elsewhere, uplifts rather than degrades county goals. Similarly, we don't oppose, we rather support evaluating the proposal to create a data center use, but strongly maintain that to do this right, we have work to complete. We have to devote the time and effort to do so, and therefore we support our colleagues who are asking for a pause in approvals, understanding that the board does not have that power, but could make that suggestion to the council and county executive, who has himself said that a pause may be in order while we answer a number of unanswered questions. SCA and MCA met with the county executive and staff first in 2023 to request a regulatory framework for the use, and we were told one was being worked on. We also were involved in meeting with the planning staff to discuss Terra Energy's application for conceptual approval of their project. We communicated our concerns in meetings and correspondence to planning staff, including a detailed memo in January of 2024 regarding, among other things, the absence of the required components of their conditional use application. We were advised that Terra was submitting an application on a concept basis and that the details would later be worked out. That Terra asked for this because they needed to have some confidence that they could move forward in order to attract leases with data center developers. I recall in the staff discussion at the front end of this that staff was explaining the complexities of this and that they did not want to get too specific. I want to be clear, we need to get very specific with this use. We need to get specific with regard to a zoning change, the associated regulations, and with regard to the project in Dickerson, regardless of whether some consider it to be a unicorn in terms of its site. We testified in the fall of 2024 before the Office of Zoning and Administrative Appeals, expressing concern to the hearing examiner that we could not determine, that the hearing examiner could not determine inherent and non-inherent effects of the project due to the absence of legally required components. The hearing examiner agreed with us that a major modification would be required wherein the applicant would bring these details forward. MCA and SCA recently met with both Terra and Atmosphere, discussing what we understand to be the 5 data center project on 110 acres. We were advised that the battery storage facility currently would be in Terra's holdings would be moving forward shortly, but that the data center complex would not be breaking ground for 2 years. And we contend in that period, much less than that period of time, we certainly have the ability to take a pause, answer these questions, and put a framework in place that will not only help the public, help to uphold the county's goals, but also help to guide the applicant. So I want to say here in 2026, we have several initiatives seemingly unrelated, seemingly crafted without collaboration, including Councilmember Glass's call for task force study. Maryland is undertaking a study. We have an energized public rightfully asking questions, many of which are the same that we've asked for 2 years. Ratepayers are revolting. The grid provided by PGM warns of coming brownouts and blackouts due to energy demand. The WSSC has issued water restrictions warnings, and the ICPRB warns that the Potomac River may be challenged to meet regional water demands due to climate change and increased demand. Today's news from the ICPRB is that 88% of our water sheds are in severe drought. We welcome the opportunity to offer our response to the ZTA as to a zoning change, but this should rest on a firm foundation of knowledge to provide benefit over cost. We need to give the time in order to be able to answer those questions. George Mason's study on human health impacts is important, and I hope that you all and staff will read that. The Virginia State Legislature currently has 50 bills in front of it aiming to reform the industry in that state because they were overly permissive in allowing it to move forward. Montgomery County residents, the industry deserve to have appropriate time and attention given to the complexities of this land use. A pause, we believe, is needed, and I so appreciate the time to provide these comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for everyone that provided testimony. One, Mr. Siglin, what I...
We do not have any testimony.
Okay, yeah. I was looking but did not see those recommendations you have made in any written testimony. Did you provide them in a written testimony?
I have not, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I would be more than happy to work with you, staff, to
Well, I just wanted to, could you just read those just again, those three recommendations?
Sure.
About the energy and everything.
I'd be very glad to. I said, urge you to recommend to the County Council an amendment to the ZTA that would condition the approval of data centers in the county on certification by the hearing examiner that the facility will not materially impair the county or state climate goals and laws. Number two, establish a benchmark that's called carbon usage effectiveness, which is an international benchmark as a rebuttable presumption, not a requirement, for legal reasons. This is a well-known metric developed in 2022 by the International Standardization Organization, gives the applicant flexibility in how to choose to meet those climate protective obligations. And number three, allows compliance through clean energy procurement, primarily power purchase agreements. And let me just say parenthetically, Google, for example, in its data center development, has purchased more than 17.3 gigawatts of clean energy nationally to run its data centers. It's a common thing. So through clean energy procurement, through PPAs, through on-site generation, energy storage, or other kinds of operational measures.
Okay.
And I would be happy to work with staff if that's appropriate.
Yeah. So we thank you for those, and I think we have it. And you could also leave a copy. Can you leave or no? You can. Yeah, you can pass. Yeah, just pass it on. Yeah, that'd be great at their next thing. So thank you so much. You can go back to your seat, please, sir. So I am not in favor of a moratorium. So I would not, but I am in favor of transmitting staff's, transmit staff's comments to the district council and its associated climate assessment. But I'm just asking my commissioners that on this, the climate assessment ones, like the first one, I think what Mr. Berbert and my board members, what the things that Mr. Sigling was saying was sort of things that need to be sorted out in the number one here, right? And so I still think that we can add maybe a little strengthening language to that, or we just but I think that's what you were pushing in. What we are all, I think, hoping that these data centers at some point do not don't overpower our grid, that they produce enough energy, maybe all of their energy, whatever, and it's renewable, whatever, or some significant amount. That's what we're pushing here, correct? Is it?
Yes, I would say I think those three statements that we heard to sort of fit into the first bullet on the climate assessment. And if it is the board's desire, we certainly could transmit within your memo something that would strengthen this first bullet to that effect. I think I leave it to the board to what degree you want to send those additional thoughts on, but I think that's where that would fit. And we could.
I think we should be a little bit stronger in here. That's my personal feeling, is that I think that what I'm hearing is that the use of energy, okay, that could be either electricity or the cooling effect or the water. Why can it be not, that to be neutral to the county? That means that if there is a, if you are talking about the ones that are large and they use, gigawatt of, and I do not know what is the distinction yet, as what you said. I think I agree with Mr. I guess Cerner, that the intensity of the power usage could be used as showing the size of a data center. And if a data center that the size is large enough that it could impact the power or the energy used for the surrounding communities, then they have to come neutral that how they're going to, provide, if it is renewable energy, anything that beyond the norm has to be, provided on site, that not to have a significant impact to the community around them. And I think that's what I heard that they were talking about. The other thing is that I didn't know that this has been going on since 2023. So if it has been going so long, I think we should have, I do not know why we are saying now hold on and don't do anything until we have done a study. Nobody has done any kind of a study in regard the effects, but it's like about 3 years now, we're on the 3rd year. Any kind of a study about the usage, about the impact, or how these things is gonna turn out. I don't know how much of design or even very preliminary design, but I'm hearing that there are like about 5 data centers that it may be there. So I don't know why not much thought has been put on this. And now the last 25th hour, we are getting to see that you just had 2 weeks to review and come back with some kind of recommendation or comments. I don't know how that one works.
So is that a question?
Well,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
it's just a comment, but
Yeah.
the question is that I like to see this recommendation for the amendments to get stronger to a point that to be neutral for the larger data centers to the surrounding community when it comes in regard to the power, in regard to cooling, in regard to the potable water.
Yeah, so let me last thing, and I'll let Commissioner Linda, or Vice Chair Linda. So I don't know if I want to use exact language because it's, I don't know if we'll, the state standards, the whatever that, but I think it's a discussion to say, if anything, but it's like more than requiring a certain, like a significant, or, whatever, or something, but I'd be open to whatever, but I like where he's going, but you need to digest that. The goal is that we all know that we want them to use whatever energy they use, produce as much as possible on site, and it'd be renewable energy. That's kind of where I was going there. So, Mr. Linden, you're.
Yeah, I agree with making this first bullet somewhat stronger if we can, for sure. I think at a minimum, I don't know if this is what you intended, but on-site renewable energy generation instead of just energy generation, just to clarify that particular point, or energy purchase as has been mentioned. Thank you for the really helpful comments. I also support either attaching comments from Mr. Siglin to our recommendations as it relates to these climate recommendations here, or incorporating them in some form or fashion as part of number one. I think that's a helpful idea to council so they can understand maybe some practical options to consider. So thank you for providing those. I appreciate that. I also just note, I really appreciate the interest in climate impacts in general from everyone who's provided testimony. This obviously, when we talk about the amount of energy usage, potentially, a lot of the sites may be small, which is one thing. Dickerson obviously will be very large. But the energy usage will be, over time, increasing, which, again, speaks to the need for more renewable energy generation that we as the county and everyone else need to take on as well. Everyone has a responsibility to share in this, and we're no exception. So I hope that in the future, I can see you all come back in support of other solar projects in the county, other renewable energy projects in the county as well, because we all need to sort of row in the same direction. So I just wanted to note that as well. As you may be aware, that the Parks Department has a solar initiative that we're trying to move forward, just one of many examples of opportunities to come out in support of clean energy in Montgomery County. So thanks for that. I'd look to staff. I'm curious about your suggestions about how we could feasibly strengthen this point number one. Whether it's using a certain percentage, whether it's related to energy usage. It's related to this, but just as a brief tangent. As we talk through this issue more, I am becoming a little bit more interested in some version of a recommendation related to intensity of energy use and site standards, use standards. It seems clear that this is a at least somewhat knowable element in advance of the data centers actually being built. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but it seems if it is a knowable thing, then it seems like in some form or fashion, it seems worth factoring it in because of all the issues that we've talked about have been raised here about just the demand, the vast differences in demand, and what that implies for the need for procurement of renewable energy or on-site generation. Obviously, it relates to the size of the site and other things too. But sorry, I know those were two different things, but I just wanted to note those.
Filter through my list of notes here. So I think things that we talked about earlier that I was definitely going to make sure was in the transmittal was to be clear that a lot of our existing data centers are not in industrial areas, and so that if we do create categories, at least the smallest ones, we could consider some additional, maybe not residential zones, but other employment zones for inclusion. And I do have a note to strengthen the suggestion that if we do kind of subcategory data centers, it should be based off of a size and intensity combination, which might include things such as electricity or water usage to help measure the size. So I was going to include that already. I think regarding the climate assessment strengthening, I think the easiest is obviously the word renewable is missing here. It should be renewable on-site or off-site. I think rather than consider standards, we can definitely change it to just there needs to be standards to address all three. And I think if you want to further take some of the testimony we've heard today, I wouldn't want to completely go down the path, but just say that could include a metric to base it off of our climate, emission goals. Consider using the benchmark that was discussed, and that all options could be on the table to meeting these goals, including the clean energy procurement, on-site generation, and storage. So I think there's ways of rephrasing it that still don't tell the council this is how you have to fix it, but we have some ideas that you should pursue.
Yeah, I like that, Ben.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, I mean, this is really discussion over a difference between what we're discussing, or at least what this ZTA is attempting to address, which is the large-scale data center, the large-scale independently constructed individual data center that its purpose is computation or saving of data, that it's sole purpose, and not what we are seeing empirically within the county, which is smaller scale on-site data center for either cloud storage or maintenance or something like that at the generative AI center. So I think it's useful to really nail that purpose down, because to this point, these are all very good. These are all very good recommendations for what we're talking about, the large-scale data center, which is the intensity of usage. But we don't need a cool roof if it's a 5,000 square foot storage center in an otherwise commercial building. We don't need we should have cool roofs anyway. That's a different story. All right, but we're not doing it here. So we should address that, and I think we should address the issue that this is attempting this is a ZTA that's attempting to get its arms around one problem, which is the construction of new large-scale intense use data centers. And what we empirically what you've shown that we have, which is not that, but is also called a data center. Those are not the same thing. And so we need to, when we're making the recommendations, we also need to make sure that we're addressing the fact of what we're talking about, the large-scale, intense, new use, purposefully constructed, or something that's integrated within a system, and we're talking about expanding the zoning and all that. If we're gonna define data center, then we need to make sure we're defining what we define. The other issue is, sorry, one more, and I just wanna sort of support Commissioner Linden's point that the issue is not that they're consuming of energy, it's the fact that the energy that they're consuming is produced in a manner that is negative to the environment.
Right.
All right, and we have and are arguing over currently large-scale solar centers, and those are one of the ways that we can address this problem. All right, and we just, it's taken us forever to get through and to permit something that I think we put in our thing one time is 0.00013% of the energy used in Maryland. All right, we need more commercial scale solar and renewable energy, and I would hope that we can see more people supporting large scale commercial solar and renewable energy in Maryland. And I see the nodding, but I don't see the people. So I would appreciate thinking through that structure as we go forward. So anyway, those just my comments for this piece.
So a lot of great discussion. Thank you, staff, for putting this together and walking us through it. Thank you for the folks that testified. We appreciate your comments. We always love you to come, and we like to hear. It always strengthens, the argument always strengthens and makes better policy. So let's, do I have hearing no further, do I have a motion to approve of staff's recommendations as amended on the ZTA number 2601 and transmitting it to the district council?
Yeah, I'll move that we transmit the comments and the climate assessment to the council.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments, and we're going to take a 2-minute break and start with our last item of the day. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on our last item of the day. Item number 9, review of county executives' recommended fiscal year 27 capital budget and fiscal year 27 to 32 capital improvement program regarding transportation, where staff is recommending that we send comments to the Transportation and Environment Committee of the council. So as we have David Anspacher and Karen Gauss-Dewar presenting today. Welcome.
Thank you. Again, for the record, David Anspacher. I'm here in place of Sophia Aldrich, who unfortunately hurt her ankle this morning and is in a lot of pain, so is not able to be here today. So I'm going to kick this off. Fortunately, Karen is prepared and was prepared to do much of the presentation anyway, so she'll be covering that, and we're going to do our best jointly to answer all of your questions. Just as overview of the presentation. First, we're going to just do a quick overview of the CIP, how much is on transportation, how the transportation budget breaks down. We're going to talk about a couple of, I think there's 2 or 3 big new projects in the CIP, in the transportation CLP that we'll go over. Some projects are seeing decreased funding, some will have increased funding. This occurs every year, and we'll go over those. And then we'll have some recommendations on the transportation elements of the capital improvement program. As always, we have a lot of recommendations for you all. They're considerations, they're candidate projects that the council consider if they're interested in swapping out some projects here or there. So this is showing the breakdown of the county executive's recommended capital budget. In the first column on the left with the numbers, that's the proposed budget for each of the agency and categories. And on the far right is showing the share of each category as a portion of the overall budget. So looking at the bottom, the total CIP, 6-year CIP is $8.6 billion, of which transportation is about $2.3 billion, or almost 27%. Other big elements of the CIP, you'll review Montgomery County Public Schools, I think next week. That's about 25% of the capital budget. And of course, WSSC is about 23% of the budget.
Hi, Karen Gauss-Dewar for the record. So zooming into transportation, we've made a chart here that kind of breaks down the transportation funding by category. And you can see that mass transit has the highest share of the transportation budget at 38%. And pedestrian facilities and bikeways also has a large share of the transportation budget at 16%, and highway maintenance at 19%. So discussing some transportation funding changes. Transportation project funding is $455 million higher than in the previous CIP. That's a 24.9% increase. There's a sharp increase in funding for roads, that's 104%, and highway maintenance at 71% increases. And we'll discuss some of that more later in the presentation. There's a couple of big projects driving that. We also see a significant decrease in funding for pedestrian facilities and bikeways at a 27% decrease, and a slight decrease in funding for parking at a 5% decrease. So we made a CIP projects map where you can see various spot improvements, linear improvements, and area-wide improvements that are proposed as part of the FY27 CIP throughout the county. You can see funding for each year, the project phase, and the project status. For time's sake, I'm not going to go too much into this map, but just know that you can zoom into various projects, and as you can see in the screenshot, you can see the funding for each year in thousands of dollars. So I can kind of help orient you to the various projects being proposed. So first, we'll start with some new projects in this CIP. This table is showing the actual funding numbers for each project per year in millions of dollars. So we have 11 new transportation projects that were added to the FY27, FY32 recommended CIP. And you can see these in Table 3. There are 6 new bridge projects, and most of them have exceeded the 30% design phase and have been reviewed by the Planning Board as mandatory referrals. And so the largest share of funding for new projects, which we'll discuss in a minute, was allocated to Bus Rapid Transit MD 355 Lake Forest Transit Center and also Gaithersburg transportation improvements. And just a note on the Gaithersburg and Rockville transportation improvements, these projects are costs associated with fund transfers from the impact tax. So each municipality uses these funds to implement the transportation improvements in their respective jurisdictions. So one of the new projects is the Bus Rapid Transit MD 355 Lake Forest Transit Center. This project will implement the Lake Forest Transit Center, which includes bus bays, stations, shelters, bus circulation areas, and a staff support location. And it will also construct a shared use path along the site's frontage on Russell Avenue. Another large new project is Gaithersburg transportation improvements. These projects are costs associated with fund transfers from the impact tax, so each municipality uses these funds to implement transportation improvements in their respective jurisdictions. And they're implemented in the city and not the county CIP.
Why is it a new project? Because impact tax has not been new, but it says that this is a new CIP project, but the impact tax transfer should not be a new thing because we always.
Yeah, this is a good question. I think we're going to need to get back to you on that one. I've not seen this specific program in the CIP previously, so I'm not sure how these funds previously have been dedicated to Gaithersburg or Rockville. As you said, they obviously have been. Perhaps in this budget, we're simply calling it out as a new program.
It may have been that it used to be cash because the same thing is for Rockville.
Yep.
Now they make it to bond and county using cash and transfer it that way. I don't know, I'm just guessing.
We'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so some of the projects that might be included in this project are Old Town Shared Use Path, Queens Orchard Boulevard Shared Use Path, and several others that are listed on the slide here. So now we're going to talk a little bit about some funding decreases from the previous CIP. So just to orient you to this table, this isn't showing the actual funding amounts for each year, but the difference in funding amounts between this CIP and the previous CIP. So for example, for FY28 for BRT MD 355 South North, it's showing negative $54.6 million. So that's saying the amount of funding in FY28 in the last CIP budget cycle was $54.6 million higher than it is in this budget cycle. So it's a little bit different from the new projects table. This isn't all the funding decreases, but this is some of the most significant ones that we'll talk about. And so the most significant reductions in funding are for Bus Rapid Transit MD 355 South North and Forest Glen Passageway. And we also have some comments regarding those for our recommendations.
Can I ask a quick question about, I guess, the BRT one of this? Did I read right in the staff report that this is related to the lack of state funding from expected toll revenue, which of course isn't on 270, 495 project, which of course is delayed, and we don't know. That's basically, so we expected this to come on sooner, and it just hasn't. That project hasn't actually.
Right. For a few years now, the expectation has been that the Uplanes project would, through toll revenue, would provide it. But as you've said, that has not come to fruition.
So that was expected to fund, was that the sole expected funding source of the North and South BRT on 355?
My recollection is that it wasn't the sole portion, but it was a substantial chunk of it, probably over the majority.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a good
Again,
question.
excuse me, you said
yeah.
southern and northern portions, can you show that where those portions are again? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Oh, yeah, I can pull that up on the map. That'll probably be the easiest. I'm going to exit out of this slideshow and go here. Are y'all still able to see my screen? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Okay. Projects. So in this map, you can see where the various improvements are located. So this figure that I've highlighted here, that's the northern portion. And then I know it's a little bit hard to see the color difference on this map. Hopefully it's a little easier on your screen. This bluish section here is the northern portion. And then, here we go. This is the southern portion, and then everything in
wow.
between is the central portion.
So generally, the boundaries of the central portion are Beers Mill Road to Germantown Road. So the northern portion is, I believe, north of Germantown Road, and the southern portion, and goes all the way to the Clarksburg outlets, and the southern portion is from Beers Mill Road to downtown Bethesda.
So is the central is in place? The central portion, what happened to the central portion?
I think we're going to get to that, but the funding is
A separate PDF?
it's a separate PDF, and it's included through construction in the capital budget,
Okay.
which is will be a great step forward.
Yeah, so talking a little bit about the Bus Rapid Transit 355 South North. This project will put into place the southern and northern portions of the 355 BRT corridor. So the southern section, as we discussed, it's between Rockville to the Bethesda Metro Station, and the northern section is between Germantown to Clarksburg. So this is part of the larger MD 355 BRT corridor that stretches from Clarksburg to Bethesda, and the central section is being implemented as a separate project. So this project includes dedicated BRT lanes, new stations with level boarding, transit signal priority, new zero-emission BRT buses, and other bike and pedestrian improvements along the corridor. And so the cost decrease of $119 million from the CIP is due to the significantly reduced funding anticipated from the Op Lanes Maryland Transit Funding Agreement.
So how are they going to make up for it? Do we know, or they did pushed it beyond 6 years?
So it shifted $35 million to outside of the CIP, but the 355 Central project is accelerated.
So there's funding for planning and design and land acquisition within the 6 years, but as Karen said, all the construction has been pushed beyond the 6-year CIP.
So basically, the cost decrease that we didn't receive, it's pushed beyond
Correct.
6 years.
Yes.
They're hoping they get it. I hope so.
Or in addition, or an alternative funding source. It doesn't necessarily have to come from
Yeah,
this
whatever,
particular.
yeah, but some
Yeah.
kind of fund. Hopefully they get it.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yes, definitely. Talking about some other funding decreases, this is for Forest Glen Passageway. So the budget identified in the recommended 6-year CIP has been reduced by $19 million by shifting construction funding again outside of the current CIP. And this is a proposed underground passageway that was reviewed by the Planning Board as a mandatory referral. It proposes an underground passageway beneath Georgia Avenue at Forest Glen Road to connect to the Forest Glen Metro Rail Station. That hearing was held on April 23rd, 2025. And so recommended construction funding for this project was previously planned to start in fiscal year 28, but it's now recommended to be shifted outside of the CIP, so fiscal year 33 or later. So now we'll talk about some funding increases. Like with Table 4, funding decreases, this shows the change in funding between this budget cycle and the previous budget cycle, not like the raw funding numbers. That's why you see negatives. And as shown in Table 5, several projects have increased funding in the recommended CIP, most notably BRT 355 Central, BRT US 29 Phase 2, ride-on bus fleet, resurfacing for residential and rural roads, and Observation Drive extended.
Just wanted to pick up on one thing just related to this slide, because I have it in my notes, but this is just making me think about it. I was planning to talk about this later, but just because I'll try to keep this brief. So the ride-on bus fleet, 131 million increase, and this is related to the procurement of battery electric buses, right? 21 million for hydrogen fuel cell buses and the fueling site, or I guess 19 million increase, but I guess, yeah, 20 million increase. So together, we're talking about $150 million increase for the procurement of buses, but not an increase in bus service, or, I guess what I'm getting at is these are the kinds of trade-offs which are really difficult to make, because the procurement of these buses, of course, is intended to further our climate goals, but we also know through research that improving bus service and getting more people out of their car is actually a more cost-effective and better bang for the buck way of actually decreasing climate emissions over the short term. So, you know, we can see where the money is going. We can see where the money is proposed to go and what's being sacrificed. And I'm not saying that these funding categories are entirely fungible. And I know that's a complicated part of this too. Some are grant with narrow parameters. Some are, you know, from other funding sources that have narrow parameters of how they're being used. But the implication is that we're losing, or we're getting, you know, the northern part of 355 pushed out to the out years, to beyond, you know, the 6-year CIP, probably well beyond. And, you know, that's a real missed opportunity, I think, to have a real increase in ridership, which will decrease climate emissions arguably more than the procurement of these battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell bus. You know, we're doing both. And I think the hydrogen fuel cell buses are, if I'm not mistaken, this maybe the first or one of the first times that a jurisdiction in Maryland has tried this new technology. So not only is it expensive, it's relatively new. We now have 2 competing technologies, two competing facilities, and the maintenance requirements associated with that. It's just a lot, which is not to say that, you know, battery electric or the other technology is inherently bad, but when we're talking about trade-offs and what we're missing out on, the opportunity costs of that, it is difficult considering that it's you know, 5 times the decrease.
It was
Yeah.
this was exactly something I was going to bring up, is that we have in here funding for I was thinking particularly hydrogen fuel cell, which is going to increase operational costs and increase costs of maintenance and stuff for multiple different types of fleets and things like that. If we're, you know, and when we're pushing a lot of things to so late in the CIP that they're just going to get bumped later. I mean, I think it's probably.
Very good point. But I just want to say, I don't know, give them a benefit of that, because the northern part is an observation drive extended, and it's not built yet. It's the extended. So unless they come together.
I think the northern 355 is actually on Snowden Farm Parkway, so I think it takes Ridge Road. Is that right?
That's correct.
There's a separate possible BRT that's maybe being planned for Observation Drive, but I think the 355 one kind of goes around and then circles back.
Okay, so I don't know, but very good point. I was just thinking that maybe it was because of the extended observation drive. Okay.
So maybe, yeah, you can get more answers, you know, see if this is really the, you know, why.
Yeah, we can certainly do more research on this.
Yeah.
If you all want to make a comment on this, or a recommendation to the council, we'll need to do that today. We need to, the council's hearing is next
Yeah,
Thursday.
why don't you go through it all, because you probably will have more comments, I'm sure.
Sounds good. So yeah, talking a little bit about, this is 355 Central, and this is funding increases. This project will implement a BRT corridor from Rockville to Germantown, and it includes dedicated BRT lanes, new BRT stations with level boarding, transit signal priority, zero-emission BRT buses, and bike and pedestrian improvements along the corridor. And it also includes components for planning and preliminary design for transit centers at Lake Forest and near Montgomery College, Rockville. So the cost increase here is due to inflation, right-of-way costs, and the inclusion of design costs for the Montgomery College Transit Center. So the overall project budget increased by about $65 million, but this project will be completed and operational by the end of fiscal year 31.
Great.
Another BRT project with funding increases is US 29 Phase 2. This project will design and implement dedicated bike lane or bus lanes in the median of US 29 between Tech Road and Sligo Creek Parkway. And the cost increase is due to the addition of final design and construction costs. So the overall project budget increased from $9.6 million to $166.2 million because of construction costs.
I think it's great that this is moving forward, but do you have any idea what could possibly account for such a dramatic cost increase?
No, I think it's simply that it's now ready to be funded for construction.
Oh, it's to the construction phase. Okay, got
for
it.
the first time pulling in construction.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Yep. Some more funding increases, we talked about this a little bit, but the ride-on bus fleet, we discussed a little bit, you know, the goals of this specific project, but definitely if you want to make a recommendation to the effect of, you know, shifting budget from this to 355 north-south or something else in order to increase transit service, that's definitely an option. The overall project budget for the ride-on bus fleet has increased by $131 million. So now we're going to talk a little bit about roadway and highway maintenance projects. As we saw in one of the first slides, there's a pretty big increase in funding for these two projects as a total slice of the transportation pie. One of the reasons for this increase in funding is Observation Drive, which is driving the large increase in funding for roadway projects. So this project will be completed in 2 phases. Phase 1 will extend the existing Observation Drive from its current terminus near Waters Discovery Lane to the planned extension of Little Seneca Parkway. And it will also extend Little Seneca Parkway from its current terminus west of MD 355 to the planned extension of Observation Drive as a 2-lane roadway. So as part of its review of the county executive recommended FY25 capital budget and FY25 through 30 capital improvements program, the planning board requested that the council consider delaying Observation Drive to sync up with potential changes to the alignment of Observation Drive as part of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. We have some details on this in Attachment A. And as the sector plan is likely to be approved by the council in the coming weeks with a modified alignment, it's appropriate that the county executive's proposed FY27 through 32 CIP includes significant funding for construction of this project. So the cost change here, it reflects the addition of Phase 2, which will include a 2-lane roadway between Little Seneca Parkway and Gateway Center Drive, along with a shared use path and sidewalk. And so the overall project budget has increased by $41 million. Finally, one more big project increase. This is resurfacing for residential and rural roads. This project will implement patching and resurfacing of rural and residential roadways to restore long-term integrity to the roadway infrastructure. So the county maintains about 4,000 lane miles of rural and residential roads, so it's a lot of infrastructure to maintain. The cost increase here is due to increase in costs for materials and labor, and an increase in funding levels to match the current countywide pavement condition index, or PCI. And so talking a little bit about the general increase in funding for highway maintenance, this is a big component of that. Over the past 10 years, this budget has typically been around $12 million per fiscal year, and it would increase to $26 million per fiscal year. So you can see in this table that a lot of the highway maintenance categories are seeing sharply increased funding for these projects. So that's driving some of the increase in 6-year CIP funding, especially residential and rural roads. So moving on to funding deferrals, there's only one major funding deferral in the CIP in this budget cycle. That is the Life Sciences Loop Center, or the Life Sciences Center Loop Trail. This project will implement 2 miles out of 3.5 miles total of a shared use path in the Life Sciences Center area. It'll run along Medical Center Drive from Great Seneca Highway to Research Boulevard. And so the remaining 1.5 mile portion of this project has been either already constructed or it will be constructed by developers. And so the funding of this project, the reason for the deferral, has been switched from contributions to GO bonds, as the contributions from developers will not materialize as originally conceived, according to the OMB budget website. So now I'm going to go into planning staff's potential recommendations if the planning board chooses to make any. We definitely understand that this is a tough budget cycle. There's a lot of competing priorities. Not all of these projects can be added, but if the council is looking to change things in the CE's recommended budget, you know, here are a few ideas. So I'm going to actually exit this presentation, and we have a story map to help get you better oriented to where some of these recommendations are located. Let's see. Oh, actually, I already have it open. And this story map was made by our intern, Marie Hatch. She's done a lot of really great work for us, and I really appreciate her putting this together. So one of our first recommendations is to accelerate the planning, design, and supervision tasks for BRT MD355 North to begin in FY28 instead of FY31. This is what we were discussing a little bit, but just trying to alleviate a lot of the transportation concerns in this area. Another recommendation, which we discussed a little bit in the presentation, we want to initiate, planning staff recommends initiating construction of the Forest Glen Passageway project in FY28. There's a lot of safety issues at this intersection where the passageway would be located, and enabling easier access for people to cross the intersection, access the metro, leave the metro is really needed.
So they took it out and we're recommending to put it back in. Is that what it is?
They pushed it.
Yeah, they pushed it, but we're saying,
The funds were, in the previously approved budget, were to start construction in FY28. County executive is recommending to push that out beyond the 6 years, and we're simply saying, put it back in.
Planning staff's next recommendation pertains to Observation Drive Extended. So this is a really important multimodal connection in the Up-County area, and it would help build out a more robust transportation network. We've heard a lot about these kinds of issues in the Up-County. So we want to recommend adding construction funding for this project to the 6-year CIP.
and can you go over again how it would change where so that they had it in there, but we want it sooner? Is that's kind of what?
Right, so 2 years ago at this time, I think as the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan was kicking off, there was ideas in the plan to change the alignment of Observation Drive. The Department of Transportation at the time was moving forward with a different alignment, and we requested, and the Planning Board requested, delaying the Observation Drive project until we could consider the alternative alignment that is now moving forward as part of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. So now that the plan hopefully is wrapping up in the next couple of weeks, it's great to see that the county executive is recommending funding for the project.
Right.
Could we recommend delaying like some of the project, like the one that Commissioner Linden suggested, to pay for these? Because I think it is good that we say what we recommend to give priority. Then we could also add that what we recommend to delay to make up for that. That gives them some ideas of how to fund this, because there's limited resources to do.
That's certainly a recommendation that you can all make. Currently, construction is recommended to start in FY32. That's the last year of the 6-year CIP, with the vast majority of the construction's funds in the out years. So that is something that you can recommend.
Yeah, in general, I'm saying that Commissioner Linden suggested about the, a hydrogen fuel transit buses. Maybe we could say that that project could be, we recommend to be delayed. I don't know what is the urgency for that. That make up for many of these suggestions that you have 10 projects that you're suggesting, that could make up for it. Because I think it would be helpful if we say we say subtract something, because the money is limited. It's just a suggestion.
Yeah, but I think, as I recall, they had their top 10, I don't know, or they have already prioritized. I mean, the county exec has this priority, correct? And then we are reordering some of his priority, right? And we don't, it may, yeah, I mean, it may be a wash, maybe not a wash, I don't know where it is.
Right, the county executive makes the recommendation, the planning board gets to weigh in, as does the public, and then the council obviously makes the final determination, considering all sorts of recommendations.
Yep, okay.
So going into some of planning staff's other recommendations, this includes Summit Avenue extension, which would provide an alternative route for traffic through this congested area, particularly for local trips. It's backed by strong community support, and it's an important component in realizing the vision of the 2012 Kensington Sector Plan. So the final design, land acquisition, and construction for this project are scheduled to begin after fiscal year 2030, and so we're just saying let's move this a little bit ahead. Our next few recommendations pertain to BIPAs. This is the Wheaton CBD BIPA. While this project has dedicated funding in the current CIP, staff recommend additional funding to ensure the project gets completed earlier, and this will help contribute to improving safety and access for pedestrians and cyclists throughout this downtown area. Next, we have the Purple Line BIPA, pretty similar here. There are two high-priority projects in the Lightonsville Master Plan that we deserve funding within the CIP. That includes the Lightonsville Place separated bike lanes and the Brookville Road side path.
Just something I wanted to highlight real quick is the map here shows some of the, in solid lines, the existing shared use paths, and in dashed lines, some of the proposed bikeways. The one in front of the school was, I believe, reviewed and approved by the board as either a mandatory referral or a number of years ago, and so they've constructed a large segment of the shared use path. There's also a bridge project over the CSX right-of-way that's going to extend that path. So there's a few more gaps. And the idea here is to get that connectivity from the schools to the Capitol Crescent Trail and to the future Purple Line station.
So some of our remaining recommendations, the Cherry Hill Road Bike Facility. So this project is currently funded through a state grant, and the CIP will only design and construct 1,000 feet of the bikeway. So we're supporting the design and construction funding for the Cherry Hill Road Bike Facility, and planning staff is recommending supporting the design and construction funding for the Cherry Hill Road Bike Facility. Second to last recommendation is to create a program to improve, oh, this is the wrong one, hold on one second. There we go, okay. So this one is to increase the funding for the US 29 bicycle and pedestrian improvements. With the development and implementation of the US 29 Flash BRT, it's really important to ensure safe pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure exists around the proposed corridor that will help increase ridership, make it safer for people to access the BRT. And so this proposed new program should include improvements to areas identified here. I'm not going to list them all out, but they're also in the staff report. Our second to last recommendation is to create a program to improve bicycle and pedestrian connections in Germantown. There were 5 BIPAs identified in the 2023 pedestrian master plan that would be combined into one larger BIPA for pedestrian and bicycle improvements. That includes these 5 listed here. And so we just want to recommend creating a program to improve these connections in Germantown and help support redevelopment and address several high-injury network roadways in this area.
So when we make these recommendations, do we have any kind of cost associated with them and any kind of distribution? Or we just say that, put the placeholder?
For the bicycle, the BIPA, the Bicycle Pedestrian Priority Area programs, we don't usually have a cost estimate to start. One of the first things that happens when we initiate these studies is that there's a comprehensive evaluation of the needs that is conducted in the area. And so usually the council is giving some seed money to that to conduct the study and maybe to do some light improvements. Once we know the needs, then MCDOT might go back to the council for additional funds in future years.
So we don't have any for that.
Correct.
So how do we know it's a priority over other projects that DOT has?
I would say from our perspective, we know, as Karen noted, that in Germantown, there's a number of the corridors through Germantown are on the county's high injury network. So that's where the largest number of crashes are occurring. So from our perspective, if we're committed to Vision Zero as a county, this is one of the areas that we really want to focus on. We're also have put a lot of money into BRT on US 29. We're going to put more in, as you heard earlier. We want to make sure that we're getting the most out of those investments. So we need to be able to encourage and get people safely to the stations. So those are the ideas between the two, the US 29 and the Germantown BIPA.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on to planning staff last recommendation, that would be full lighting of the Capitol Crescent Trail. So the ongoing trail construction project provides lighting at underpasses and junctions, as well as conduit for continuous lighting. So the proposed project, which is focused on the segment between Bethesda and Silver Spring, would just light the rest of the trail. And so it would build on the investment already made on the trail by the county to improve access to the Red Line and Purple Line stations at night and improve safety and security. So we're just recommending that that also move forward. And so to wrap up, of course, we know that not every single one of these recommendations is going to move forward, but here are some ideas for things that you can recommend if planning board chooses to make any. And I'm going to go back to the presentation to wrap up.
Can I just make another comment about BPAR? How many of those BPAR, I don't know that you had the bikeways, and it may be just an idea that you may want to put them under one umbrella project. That may be easier to get funding, that if it is, rather than being 3 or 4, is one umbrella project that has all of those things in. And if you could get a seed money for it, then it would be, I guess it's going to be given to DOT to look at all the 4 and decide that which one is the higher priority. I'm sure they're going to be coordinating with you, and then they could start one at a time. If they all go under one project, is one project that hopefully, if that gets approved and you have a seed money, then it puts its foot at the door, okay? That means that you have a CIP for it. And then that means that every year you just have to go get more funding, or DOT has to go more funding rather than fighting to create a new project. That's an idea to think about. I think it makes it easier and also coordinates all of them under one umbrella, if it makes sense.
I'll just simply say that we do it both ways. There is an umbrella BIPA program that has funded a number of areas. The council has also designated a few specific BIPAs for the Purple Line. I should know this offhand, but for the Wheaton CBD, for the Veers Mill, Randolph corridor. So they've done it both ways. I think oftentimes MCDOT appreciates the funds going in like a general BIPA program because that gives them more flexibility. But on the other hand, I think sometimes the council appreciates identifying specifically where the funds go to make sure that if Germantown is a priority, that they go to Germantown, for example.
Yeah, and they can specifically identify that in that CIP umbrella that this is the priority. It could be put in the text, and then DOT has to follow it.
Right. Our recommendation is for two separate BIPA programs, one for Germantown and one for US 29, but the planning board can certainly make whatever recommendation it would like.
Yeah, great idea. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, great. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. I just, maybe, so there's a group of, what I understand, there's a group of CIP projects that have not been funded or not in the thing. You want to raise them to the level of that people will fund them, whether in this CIP or just in the next one, but you want to raise that part of this is raising those. The others is the ones that are funded, but they delayed the funding. You're calling attention that, hey, the priority, you should rejigger some of those, correct? And
yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So in terms of, I know that big picture, I don't know if it goes 1, 2, 3. I know we want the observation drive extended, and we know we want some of those other ones that you said, the BRT, can you get the central part of the BRT done and some of the others, but I have no specific which one goes ahead of the other, but I'm in general consistent with your recommendations. So that's where I am there. And the other is, I think one of the things that Commissioner or Vice Chair Linden brought up, which the way they do CIP, and that, I'm not sure they're not going to change it. So they, really something grew by 100 million, but if they had knew that, yes, this was, the design phase was ending, I should at least put a placeholder for the construction phase, so it doesn't look like it jumped by 100 million just because it was a cost escalation. It jumped by 100 million because, or some part of that, because I was only putting in for design, and now I have the construction. But it seems as if when you're estimating a project, even if you really know the design part, but just don't quite know the construction, you estimate so that there's a placeholder for it, so it doesn't seem like now I got this big number I put in, so I have to bump something, right? But if in the...
This is on purpose. I tell you, this is totally on purpose because of exactly that. So they created these things, they call it facility planning. The facility planning, they create the PDF, they just put funding for design because they have no idea what the construction cost is. They go up to 30% design, and then they get a good construction cost, and then they add the construction. That has been there for years. We did that for DOT, we did that for Parks Department, and that is, the reason for that is exactly what you just said, because if it's a road project and they estimate it is 100 million, and then they hold the funding because they take the funding for other projects, and then suddenly it comes, most of the time it goes high. It comes up to be that it's $500,000, $500 million, then that means that everybody says that how could the project get to be 5,000 more and you didn't do a good cost estimate? So they changed the whole process that no construction cost, you do 30% design, and then you have a good handle of the construction cost, and then they can decide that how to fund that, depending on how large the amount is. And usually, when you just start a project that you have no design for it, you cannot come up with any kind of good estimate.
Okay. So that being said, I'm good with what you guys presented, and I look at my...
The only thing that I was suggesting that I'm good with everything else, I said that maybe we have ideas that where the project could be, we are adding all of these. We say that, okay, some of these other things could be delayed. If we have any ideas, I think that would be something that we could also include.
In a vacuum, I agree, but I also know that without knowing the details, I think it's complicated because we don't always have full information about the funding source and the constraints on the funding source, and can it just be moved from here to there without kind of other obstacles getting in the way?
No, I agree with you, but because we are looking at the master planning and we just look at the need or other things, so we could just look at this project and say that in regard to the master planning, exactly like these new projects that we brought, we think the other projects are lower priority.
I'm totally on board with that. So I really like the recommendations generally, so that's great. If there's a way for us to sort of include a comment about what we were talking about, we really need to sort of move in the direction of prioritizing the service, and particularly the part of the BRT route, like 355 North, particularly that section, as you already mentioned, the reasons why it's important. And I know that the bus procurement, I know that the clean energy buses is a huge county initiative, and I don't really anticipate that's going to change, but highlighting, in our comments that this is based on our planning, this is a funding decision that delays a lot of the things we've been working toward for many years. or it contributes to the delay. For an area that's been underserved for a long time, continue to be underserved. They're going to get a lot of new growth there, and without supportive transit, it's going to be harder. So some version of that I think could be maybe helpful to send. But again, I don't anticipate the councils. I understand it's a big initiative to procure these buses. I don't think that they're actually going to change that. Just highlighting the fact that these are trade-offs that have real consequences. I just had a couple other brief comments. So the bus priority program, which hasn't been part of this conversation yet, but kind of in line with what we're talking about, I think this program at MCDOT is designed to, like in the interim while we're waiting for BRT and related projects to come online, what can we do to kind of accelerate some service improvements, maybe not new service, but things like bus, dedicated lanes or signal priority. My understanding is that the bus priority program can be used for things like that. But right now, it only has $500,000 a year, which is very, very little in the context of the whole transportation CIP. And I'm wondering if maybe there's consideration to include, because it does get at some of the issues we're talking about, like speeding up buses, higher quality service, and maybe there's consideration to some comments about beefing up support there. $500,000 just is so little for a program that could have a lot of impact while we wait for BRT to come. So that's one thought there. And let's see, I apologize. I had one other thing. Oh, yeah, so I was wondering if there's any internal discussion about the Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel under Wisconsin, because I noticed that it's still in the CIP. I think all the funding got pushed to the out years. I know that's been a sort of back and forth, somewhat contentious issue. Was the state going to, was the Purple Line going to pay for it? Are we going to pay for it? I know it's not being done by the Purple Line now, but was that a consideration for a recommendation?
So if I could answer or respond to both.
Yeah.
In past years, yes, we have recommended restoring the funding for the Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel. A few years past, the council in fact did that. 2 years ago, they did not. The cost now is $80 million plus. It's a big cost. We've certainly talked about it, but no, it's not a recommendation at this point. Frankly, we felt perhaps some other options might have more legs at the council at this point.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In regards to the bus priority program, I think it's a great point that the cost is very limited, or the amount that we've put into that program is very limited. And as an interim, before BRT is built out, we can really start to build the ridership and get more people on buses. Actually, I'm gonna present the New Hampshire Avenue BRT project alternatives analysis to you all on March 12th. And while the recommendations aren't fully written right now, I think we're gonna have some comments along those lines.
Okay, thanks.
For closure, you recommended, although a good comment, to push to the future, or would you like to put, do you think it's fine to put it in now about the bus priority?
Well,
would you like to,
I think
I'm
in
help for help.
yeah.
I would go along with that if you feel that that's safe.
I would be, if there's support for it, I would be interested in a comment as part of the package of comments. Not to say that it's the highest priority among the list that you mentioned, but I'm also not, I don't know exactly how far $500,000 a year can take us with some of these more operational things. And so that's a big thing that I'm just not aware of. I do know that $500K is very little for transportation projects in general, particularly when it's countywide. We have a lot of transit operational needs, but yeah, I understand, more and more recommendations. I'm reluctant to sort of muddy the water by adding too many ornaments to the Christmas tree for mixing weird metaphors there.
I think the bus priority program recommendation is a good one. I think in the past, we've used this funding to put the red bus lanes that you see around the county. Red paint is exceedingly expensive. You don't get very far with $500,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, is this, I'm good with, you. If you could put a comment in there in your letter, transmit a letter or something, I would, consider, or as more funding is available, please consider this as, because increasing the budget for that. I don't.
I think even, I think even highlighting it for them, not that they're unaware, but even highlighting sort of the interest, like it, even a few $100,000 more dollars, like it wouldn't take much to sort of, pretty dramatically improve or increase the scope of this and the impact countywide of this, considering that it's only at 500,000 now. So it feels to me like it's viable for an increase of some sort, not to break the bank, but so in that sense, I think it is worth just kind of elevating it to their attention and our interest in it.
Sure, we can make that change. Just one quick thing. I noticed on page 2 of the staff report that there's an error. I just want to correct it. The recommendation was to accelerate the planning, design, and supervision tasks for the Bus Rapid Transit Maryland 355 North and South project. This just says north, so it's for both.
Okay, great. So do I have a motion to recommend sending staff's comments to the Transportation Environment Committee of the Council with the additional note we're talking about, the increasing that priority budget, right? Potential to increase it over time. Yeah.
I move to recommend the comments, staff comments for the transportation CIP to the council with the addition of comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the hard work of staff and the board today, and this ends our board meeting for today. Thank you.